Are you muted or am I not hearing anything?
I was on mute. Welcome in. I ruined it. Draft. I was so excited too. Let's redo
Great
it all.
start.
That's how laid back
start.
we're going to be here. That's how laid back we're going to be here tonight. Welcome in. Check the mic. We're live talking draft. I was trying to mute because you were talking through the countdown on today's show earlier. I didn't want that to happen.
So my laptop has the stream up as well, and it was playing the thing, and then suddenly, so I hit last second, hit mute on that, and then you were not making sounds. I'm like, did I somehow kill the entire stream? We're left to our own devices, right? We're out on our own. We're not at the, not at PFF anymore. It's our first time, out as Check the Mic, as Sam and Steve on our own, 7 hours of, not semi-commercial free television, and you screw it up right out of the gate.
Already. Can we just restart? We'll just start it again. Well, we're hanging out for round one of the draft. It's gonna be laid back. Shout out to Jonathan Price in the chat there. I see you. I got friends showing up here tonight to support the show here, Sam, which is great. Appreciate everybody joining us. We're here early. Draft starts at 8. We're gonna hit on all the news, hit on all the big stories leading up to it. We just try first to market live stream, Sam. That's what we're going for here, right?
Oh yeah, we're getting out early. We're getting in early. Plus, I don't know about you, but we've been jonesing for the draft. Early in the day, we did our little live show, and then I don't know what you did. I went and did some things, hit the gym, shaved the noggin, all that kind of stuff, right?
Good.
And then once you get some food, well, now you're just bored for a couple of hours, and the rumors are starting. You're like, let's just go. Let's just start talking.
Let's do it. So we got some housekeeping at the top here because we're just hanging out. We're watching the draft together here. Some housekeeping at the top. We needed a mug check. Are you drinking coffee here late night? We talked about this caffeine and liquid combo we got to figure out. You went with the espressos.
Well, so as I said, there's no way you could do this if you were filling up in the giant mugs. I had to go with a double shot of espresso before we went live. It's now gone. So I'm fully caffeinated, but without the liquid problem.
We'll see what happens with me. My other concern is if we'll have 1 minute little breaks here and there. I don't know if that's enough time. And I saw the chat before we got on taking bets on who's going to go first. We might have to. It's going to be a little battle here. Make sure neither of us goes early. You got all dressed up here.
Yeah, I see you made a real effort for a draft day.
Listen, man, it's about 90 degrees up here. Always is. I'm already sweating. You're lucky I'm not just wearing a t-shirt. And I'm branded here. 33rd team in Nike.
You are. Now, it's not Check the Mic branding, but it is 33rd team branding.
No, I have that. Oh, that's hanging in the background here. Yeah, you can't see it right now. I don't think. Maybe you can. Check the Mic hoodie. And it's on the line for a lot of people with our bets tonight. I got to print those out. If you hear the printer going in the background, that could be the hard copy. Got my draft boards. I'm ready to go. What else at the top? People want to know. We were talking about our big dinners. I saw you had some nice stuff on the grill, and then we'll get into it.
So I had a picanha. What do they call it? Like a sirloin cap, I think is what it's also called. But the Brazilians call it a picanha steak. It's like a big triangular steak thing. The Brazilians swear by it. And the only place I'd ever had it before was at Fogo de Chao. And they create it into those little sort of semicircle, and they ram it on the skewer, and then you slice bits of it off. The Brazilians think it's the best cut on the cow. And my only experience of it previously had been, let's say, mediocre at best. So I bought a whole one. I'm like, I'm going to do it myself on the grill and see if it's actually good or not. So I grilled up an entire picanha basically and ate most of it myself. My daughter just had the rest of it for dinner. It's still solid. I can't get behind, best cut on the cow thing. It's good, but it's not amazing.
Not the best cut. I ended up just going wings. Just went with simple Wingstop. Ordered from the wrong Wingstop. Ended up having to rectify the situation, but I got my wings. Should carry me through the night. Not as classy as you. You went, second best cut of meat. You get the blazer. I mean, flipping the tables on me here. Last thing, we do have super chats on tonight. We have never done this before, but we're trying out something different here, Sam.
Yeah, we've had people ask to put them on before, especially for things like the draft. So we're going to be here for basically the next 48 hours straight recording stuff between live watch-alongs and then recap. But they're on. We don't, there's no pressure on it. We're not demanding, satisfaction or anything. If you want to support the channel and us, then feel free to fire in super chats. We will try to respond to them. We'll try to answer questions, all that kind of stuff during the live chat. If that's not your thing, all good.
Yeah, no pressure either way. Just figured we'd try it for this for draft weekend. We're live all night tonight, all night tomorrow night, and of course we are. Look at that, we got one. We are going to be reacting to all of day 1 and day 2 right after as well.
So look at that. Dustin our first super chat.
Dustin Roberts, the first one. Vikes picking Derek Harmon at 24 if he's there. That's the question. You have a take on that, Sam?
I mean, I feel like the Vikings are going to try and trade out of 24 if they can, but if Derek Harmon is there and they're stuck with that pick, I think that's a pretty good place to put their chips.
I wouldn't hate it. It feels a little redundant to Jonathan Allen and Javon Hargrave, 2 offseason additions, 2 interior pass rushers, but you know me. I'm all about no one on your roster should keep you from drafting good players, so I'm good with it. So appreciate everybody being here tonight. So let's kick this off tonight, Sam. We've got Ari Mayrov of the 3013. He's going to join us in about 10 to 15 minutes. He's going to unpack all of the legitimate last breaking news here. So we'll get all of that from him in just a little bit. But let's start with, what is the biggest story you're looking forward to tonight? What are we looking for on round 1? What's the biggest one for you?
I mean, it's always the quarterbacks, right? We know and expect Cam Ward to go number 1 overall. After that, I think it's kind of chaotic. Where is Shedeur Sanders going to slide to, if indeed that slide is real? How far down the first round will he go? Will he slide out of the first round entirely? And then independent of him, that next group of quarterbacks, Jackson Dart from Ole Miss, Jalen Milroe, who's at the draft in a pretty sweet suit, by the way. Jalen Milroe or Tyler Shuck. Will one of those guys get into the first round, or more than one of those guys get into the first round? So it's always that. But then the other thing I'm interested in now is, for the last 48, 72 hours, the last few days, when we get closer to the draft and suddenly info starts to come out, that's where we've been getting the most info, or the most sort of common thread has been the Jags are going to make a splash of some kind, right? And initially it was, hey, you guys have been penciling them in for Mason Graham. They're going to go offense. They're going to snag an offensive player. Now they're trying to trade. They're trying to get up to 2 or 3, and all bets are off. Everyone in the top 10 is expecting Jacksonville to do something crazy. If they're going to 2, they're going for one of the blue chip players. They're going for Travis Hunter, right?
Are you buying this as legit? It's got to be for Travis Hunter. I can't imagine it would be. I mean, it could be for Abdul Carter if they didn't want to pick up Trayvon. Yeah. They picked up Trayvon Walker's 5th-year option. They have Josh Hines-Allen. Do you want to add Abdul Carter to that? But I think it's for Travis Hunter. And remember, the other rumors recently were that there's a team in the top 10 that is like infatuated with Travis Hunter. And that's something you would do if you're infatuated, if you're the Jags.
And look, we don't know if it's happening yet, but Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr. in the same offense, like, whoo, baby.
And Trevor Lawrence, finally breaking out. Liam Cohen.
There's obviously a drag factor there, but still.
Jay Gruden's theorizing that Trevor Lawrence is going to the Saints, though, and maybe they're going to draft Shedeur. You never know. We don't know what's going to happen here on draft night. We'll ask Ari when he gets here. We'll try to get to all the super chat questions as well as they come in. It's going to be difficult to do it exactly as they come in, but appreciate everybody for joining in. What would the league do if the Titans drafted Shedeur Sanders from Boom Shoot Ken? What do you think? What if there was secretly Shedeur this entire time?
You know, the way every now and again Twitter/X has a little bit of a moment, where it falls over and doesn't work so well. I mean, I feel like that would crash Twitter if, in fact, instead of Cam Ward, the Titans turn in a card for Shedeur Sanders.
It'd be fun. I go back to that Jags one when they drafted Bortles. Literally nobody knew except the 3 people in the room. Nobody knew. Jalen Yoder also apologized for JTT spam. And he's just a JTT fan yesterday. JT Tuiamaloau, and he's predicting him to the Eagles.
Perfectly fine. I mean, look, this was the beauty of a timeout, right? We're not angry with you. We just feel like you needed some correction.
Just a little correction. He's back. That's good. It's like with my kids. You learn from your mistakes. We appreciate you, Jalen. And AJ Nardi talking about the Falcons, the dream. He's hoping for a Jalen Walker fall to 15 for the Falcons. And then maybe James Pierce in the second round. Is that more palatable for a guy that has the football character concern of James Pierce? Yes, that would be dreamy to have those 2 edge rushers rounds 1 and 2. Absolutely.
Yeah, and in particular, I mean, James Pierce, there's going to become a point in this draft, and I do kind of buy the idea that he's going to slide and we're going to see him, available much later than his tape suggests that he should be based off this effort type of narrative around him. But there's going to be a point where he becomes ridiculous value. Like, remember, sometimes we talk about these players that have some issues, and it's like, well, that's why he's not that great, right? But James Pierce on the field has been absurdly productive. Like, even if, and I'm not saying this is the case, but even if he is loafing through and half-assing his entire way through the game, right? Every snap, he's only given it 50% effort because who cares? He's only in it for the paycheck. Even if he is, it's producing results. Like, at some point, who cares?
I think someone's gonna take Pierce earlier than the second round. We'll see. We've struggled with that pick.
Maybe
we've struggled with that pick in our mock drafts.
Right.
And he goes late first and into the second.
We also have to shout out the first couple of super chats there to Nate and super fan. Is that what you call these people? Mohall.
Yes, super fans. Yeah, they're there all the time. I mean, Mohall was sitting there theorizing who's going to pee first between us, but it's fine. It's fine.
Part of me wants to be angry with him for that, but then he's also the guy that sent us a ruler to prove that I was 5'11". So he just likes to needle us as we go.
How much could you possibly hate? We have Ari Mayrov coming here just in a little bit here. Also, shout out to SB in the super chats. Packers need both a wide receiver and a cornerback. Seems like Travis Hunter could fill both. What if they traded up from 23? The Packers. I'm interested. Like I want chaos, man. We're always rooting for chaos and drama and stories. Jags trading up to 2 would be amazing. I think they'd have to give up a future first. I ran that through the mock draft simulator at PFF. I did this year's 2 and next year's 2, and it accepted it, but I don't think the Browns are doing, because it's for 2 players in Travis Hunter. It's not just a normal number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's always like a little premium attached to those, right? And I particularly, again, in this draft, it is a very short list of blue chip players, and for the Browns to be doing that, they would effectively be giving up a blue chip player. Now, you could turn to Will Campbell or whoever and say, well, that's a really good player still. But I do think it's a teardrop, right? It's a step down out of the blue chip conversation to, yeah, he's a guy at a position of need that we still really like, but we are giving up like one of the very few blue chip players in this draft.
All right, man. We've got one more question here before we all want to get to our pick pool. We had our friends over at Pick Pool. You guys can still sign up. We have 45 minutes here just about to sign up at Pick Pool. We'll do that. Let's just do that right now. We entered our fan mock draft yesterday. So you could try to project the top 10, the top 32. These are our friends who came up with the all 22 fantasy game for PFF. So we're real excited to be able to support them and help this thing grow. So that's our Pick Pool mock draft. So Pick Pool is a free-to-play app where you can submit your mock drafts and compete against fans for cash prizes on draft night. We have our own contest there, 33rd team contest. So go check it out right now. You can download Pick Pool on iOS, or it's pickpool.app just on the web. So you can enter the contest right from your phone or on the web, either one. Enter your picks. We entered our picks from yesterday's mock, and then you guys can also put in multiple entries. I put in 2 entries already in our contest, and there's real cash on the line here in our 33rd team contest. So I suggest you go check it out. So on all contests on Pickpool, they're completely free to enter. They have the 32 pick contest as well. We did a top 10. You could do a top 32, but if you're locked in at every pick, you could do that. Pickpool.app on the web, or just download Pickpool from the Apple App Store. Pickpool, the pick is your win. Love it. Yeah, I mean, the critical part you mentioned there, real cash prizes on the line, and I'm only entering once. You were out there trying to win the money for yourself, but everyone else has a shot at the cash. I entered. You had 5 entries.
So I know. I'm only entering once. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to steal the money from our listeners.
It's really easy to use too. You take your foundational draft and then you build on it and change it or whatever. So,
and there's our guy Bobby Acker in the chat from Pickpool itself.
Yeah, shout out to Bobby. Pickpool. Yeah, look at that. Good promotion for Pickpool. Yeah, go check it out. You only got about 45 minutes until it's all ready to go. Couple things we wanted to touch on before the draft starts. Most unexpected pick. Do you have any predictions on the unexpected player going in the first round?
I think we could see one of these offensive linemen that nobody's really talking about. We've been focusing on the sort of top 4 or 5 guys, and actually even then struggling to find landing spots for them. I think the next wave, I mean, that's another one of these common threads amongst reporters saying, hey, guys, there's going to be more offensive linemen than you're talking about going in the first couple of rounds. So forget, Josh Connerly, this sort of fringe, like 35 on the consensus big board. Forget a guy like him. He's definitely going in the first. But start thinking about, Ursary. Start thinking about your guy, Arizona, Jonah. Start thinking, the sort of second tier of guys that everyone's been plugging in the second round. Start thinking about those guys going in the first, not in the second.
The Kelvin Banks, I am starting to believe the tackles go higher, and maybe we're at the end of the day, we're going to say there's some good receiver talent, there's some good cornerback talent, especially going into day 2. Every year, that first 10 picks at day 2 looks pretty loaded. I think we'll see more of that tonight. So, I ate the kids' cookies. They're texting me about it right here. This is what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
What?
The cookies that your wife gave, that I bought from your wife, I maybe ate them, and the kids are upset.
Oh, I see. They're good cookies. I would be upset too.
So, Kelly, if you're watching, they're gone. Give them the ice cream. Give the kids the ice cream. We got Ari coming in a couple minutes here. The team most likely to trade down. We wanted to go through that too. I'm thinking the Vikings at 24 with so few picks. But the latest rumors are Jags are looking to move up. The Broncos are looking to move up. Maybe the Texans are looking to move up. Panthers, Dolphins, and a few others potentially looking to move down. And we've been talking about the Vikings as a trade down team as well.
Yeah, the Vikings, basically any of those teams that are low on draft picks, I think should be probably looking to try and get further down, if not entirely out of the first round. We're still in that weird world where every team has their own first round draft pick, right? That's unusual.
Well, again, we appreciate everybody. We're here all night. We're going to be here live through all the picks. We had to answer the other question too that comes up all the time. Are we going to tip picks? We're going to react to the picks as we see them, including via social media. So I know that does offend some people. We talked about this a little bit earlier today. If you want to put us on a little bit of a delay and try to time it up, that might be the best way to do it. But social media, we will be reacting to that in real time as the picks come in. And so that's just our protocol here, Sam.
I think critically what we decided is it's just the cleanest way of doing it. Now, some people are watching on cable TV. Some people are watching on streaming TV. The times are all different. Streaming is 30, 60 seconds behind the regular TV. It's just impossible trying to cater for everything. I have a streaming TV here. I'm like a minute behind real life. The whole thing's chaotic, right? So I would say we're gonna talk about the picks as and when we see them. We're not gonna rush to be first to market, but when it's known, we'll talk about it. And if you want to sync us up with the regular TV, once the TV broadcast starts, once the draft itself starts, we'll give you some kind of cue to try and sync that up so you can, hit pause on us and be at the same time.
All right, we're going to get to Ari in just a minute here, unpack some of these latest rumors, but shout out to all the super chats coming in. We appreciate it. We're just trying, no pressure either way, but we appreciate, people jumping in with the super chats. From Switzerland, we have Alain from Switzerland. You should be doing the pronunciations here, Sam. JW Novak talking about he thinks Gray Zabel should be getting that Travis Hunter 2-position love, maybe 5-position love, like we talked about with Graham Barton last year, the future center for the Bucks. Can play center, both guard positions, maybe tackle in a pinch. Don't hate it, JW, talking about Gray Zabel and having his versatility. So let's get Ari in here and break down some of the latest rumors, especially at the quarterback position. A lot going on this week with surrounding Shedeur Sanders, and it's just been trending over the last few weeks that Shedeur is going later in the first than we had anticipated for quite a while. Do we have Ari?
There I am.
Hey, Ari. How's it going, man?
What's going on, guys? How are you? Happy draft eve, I guess. We're 40 minutes away, so it's finally here.
Yeah, you too. And a big congrats to you and Ben for your first 10,000 plus YouTube video. You guys got a new channel over there and it's cooking.
Yep. NFL Spotlight, of course, every single day we're on. We just had my mock draft, which I'm already feeling terrible about, but over 10,000 views, which was pretty cool for the channel. So we just opened it up a few months ago and it's doing well. So really happy about that.
So what needed to change in your mock draft? So new news has come out in the last 24 hours. What are the latest rumblings around the NFL here?
Well, over the course of the last couple of days, I mean, there has been these rumblings about the Browns getting calls to number 2, and I really thought, like, why would you trade out of a pick when you're in this draft and you're in position to get one of the blue chip guys? And well, they're getting calls from the Jaguars at 5. I know the Saints at number 9 had called. The Broncos are making a crazy call. I think those two teams I mentioned in the back, unlikely, but the Jaguars and the new GM James Gladstone is he's somebody who loves being bold, and he comes from the Rams, and they were always making these crazy trades, multiple first-round picks or whatever it was. So we're keeping an eye on that one over here as we get into the draft here tonight. I don't think any trade happens before the draft, but once the Browns are on the clock, there is a potential that we could get a trade like we saw a couple years ago when the Texans and Cardinals did that big trade and nobody was ready for it back then. So that is one to watch. And then just from my mock that I did yesterday, I had Walter Nolan at number 32. The immediate reaction from the NFL was like, dude, you are move him up. So I think he's going to go much higher here in this draft. Potentially, I've heard from a couple of teams higher than Mason Graham, which I don't think people had when this entire process started.
Man, I'm hearing the Mason Graham to the teens fall here. I'm not completely buying it, but I feel like he was going to be a steal. What ended up going, I feel like I'm seeing a lot of teams, a lot of buzz that Jackson Dart, a lot of teams like Jackson Dart. And I'm just, all I'm hearing is that teams are out on Shedeur Sanders. Does anybody like Shedeur Sanders? Where's he going to end up landing here tonight?
So my vantage point on the quarterbacks is I truly believe no one knows anything. Aside from the Titans at number 1, I feel like everyone has been just throwing darts on the wall and hoping that it sticks. I mean, we've heard from the entire time Giants at 3. Now this morning it's Giants don't even like him. We've had the Saints might take him at 9. The Saints like Dart. The Saints like Shuck. There's the Jalen Milroe has the best traits where he has the running ability. We can work on the throwing ability. Like, everybody has a different opinion. I think the way to look at it is if you're a team in the quarterback market, why would you talk to anybody about who you like? So I just don't think anybody knows going into this entire night when it comes to quarterback plans. If I had to give you a guess, I think Cam Ward obviously goes 1, and I think we get one more tonight at some point. The question is who, and I really don't know. I've been buying a little bit less on Shedeur going at 21 to the Steelers. We'll see what they do when they're on the clock. The meeting with them at least did go well compared to some other teams who I mentioned this with Ben yesterday on NFL Spotlight. Some teams didn't like their interviews with Shedeur Sanders because he does come across as somebody who is, ultra confident and has been there. And some teams don't like that. They're so used to like the shy kid coming in. You have to settle him in. And this guy's just different. I don't know why that's a problem for some teams, but I don't know. I guess it is. That is Deion's son. Deion is different. That's him. But at the end of the day, the comparison that I used yesterday was when Lamar Jackson in 2018 was in the draft, he didn't have an agent. Teams were struggling to catch him. And I remember teams saying, like, we can't imagine this guy being our quarterback. I don't think the Ravens now here in 2025 are complaining about the fact that they took him at 32. So if you think he's a good quarterback, forget about everything else and have him on your team. That's the way I look at it.
Do you think that the Steelers have put themselves in a position where they basically have to draft a quarterback in the first round, or are they willing to roll the dice and hope they get Aaron Rodgers later in this offseason?
The issue the Steelers have, and I think more people are saying it now, they don't have a second round pick because they traded that to Seattle and DK Metcalf trade. So that's where you're stuck. And I think the Rodgers McAfee interview last week kind of left everything up in the air where he mentioned retirement is still an option. The one thing he did mention, which I think is notable, is that he has been having communication, many conversations with Mike Tomlin. So I would imagine Mike Tomlin at least knows one way or the other where the wind is blowing. But the fact that they don't have a second round pick is very notable because if you want to get your quarterback in this draft, you might have to do that in round 1. It's a little bit reminiscent to what the Panthers had a couple of years ago when they were picking number 6. They also didn't have a second round pick in that draft. And everyone was like, well, you got to take the guy at number 6. They ended up saying, no, we're going to take Ike Ekwonu at 6. And they traded up in the 3rd round to move higher in the 3rd round to get Matt Corral eventually, which obviously didn't work. So maybe the Steelers could do a trade up where they're trading future round picks to get a quarterback. That's also possible. But the element of not having a second round pick makes their decision in round number 1 very, very interesting.
So are we looking at potentially late tonight? A lot of the predictions were the Giants, Browns, or Saints maybe trading back into the first for Shedeur, for Dart, for maybe Tyler Shuck. Is that really a good, going top 40? That's been a strong rumor the last few weeks. The Louisville 26-year-old. Is that what we're looking at for the biggest story coming out of tonight?
So this is for me, talking to teams in the bottom of the draft, the teams that have been making calls to come back in from those quarterback teams have been the Giants and Saints. It's been the opposite with the Browns, where teams have been calling the Browns, who are picking first in the second round, about, hey, do you guys want to come back in? And to this point, all I've heard is the Browns are content with staying there right now. So that's kind of where it stands. But I've heard the Saints want to come back in because they're at 40. So obviously there are a number of quarterback teams ahead of them there in the second round. Now, the Giants have also been making those calls. I think the Giants are going to come out with a quarterback in this draft somewhere in those first 2 rounds, whether it's at the bottom of round 1 or, of course, in round 2 is yet to be seen. But teams at the bottom of the draft, and a lot of those teams at the bottom are looking to get out. That's Kansas City, that is Minnesota, Philadelphia is open both ways. Those teams right there, those are the teams that have been getting calls from the Giants and the Saints. So I would imagine those calls by them are for the quarterbacks.
Any other names we should be looking at? The Kelvin Banks, he's got late push maybe to go 6 to the Raiders and go a little bit higher than people had anticipated. Are there any other names that were generally mocked late in the first that we should be thinking about in the top 15, or vice versa, players that we're going to see in the 20s that are unexpected?
The names that I've gotten that I think could go in the first round tonight: Josh Connerly from Oregon. I think the offensive linemen are going to go. They're going to go fast here in the first round, even if they're second round guys or late first round guys. Kelvin Banks, I think, going into this process was a late first round guy or mid 20s. He's probably going to go top 10 tonight. Those type of names, I mean, we saw in free agency, Sam and Steve, you guys saw Dan Moore, how much money he got in Tennessee, and Aaron Banks in Green Bay, Jalen Moore in Kansas City, even Cam Robinson, who did not have a good year once he got to Minnesota, getting 1 year, 12 million up to 14. These teams are desperate for offensive line help. So some of these guys who might have lower projections, I think they're going to go here in the first round. Josh Simmons, some teams are okay with the injury. Some teams have a little bit of a flag there, but I think he's someone who could go here in the first round. So all those offensive linemen are definitely one to watch. I mentioned Walter Nolan before. I think he goes higher than expected tonight as well. The position that I'm watching and most intrigued by is if Pierce and Mike Green both go in the first round. I mean, there are concerns there, different situations for both, but some teams just don't have them on the board. So I'm curious to see if they actually go in the first round, or is there I don't know, George Pickens example where the talent is great, but they end up in the second round because teams don't want them. So that is also something that I'm watching here tonight, if those guys go in the first round.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you've heard much that makes sense of this edge rusher group in the first round, because when we've been analyzing them the whole way through, like all of these guys have something to be scared of, right? Whether it's off field, whether it's character concerns, whether it's allegations against them, whether it's just lack of production with a guy like Shamar Stewart. What are you hearing and how the sort of the NFL views them? Does each team have a wildly different ranking? Are they falling into some kind of consensus for you?
I think the Mike Green and the Pierce ones are ones where there are teams who are just not touching them. And I've heard that. Like, we're just not going there. Shamar Stewart is interesting because you mentioned he looks like he was built in a video game, and it's like, this guy should be awesome. And then the most career sacks he's had in a year is 1.5. But we know these teams, whether it's a Packers or Ravens, like they like those defensive linemen with the traits, and we'll put them with our coaches and they'll figure it out. So I do think he goes here in the first round at some point. I will mention there were some teams who were a bit frustrated with him because the people representing him just did not do a great job of sending him places. And there were some places where he was supposed to go, and there was a lot of, his agent is just an interesting guy. So like there were some things with him, but talent-wise, I think he's somebody who should be going in the first round.
Look at you staying diplomatic, Ari. I mean, Shamar Stewart also left the Senior Bowl. Mike Green had his big rep against Josh Connerly. Shamar Stewart had 2 awesome reps.
The Senior Bowl is another example, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, teams are like, what the heck? And that just goes back to the people who are controlling his life. So.
And he had 2 great reps. And I remember I walked out and like saw him with his luggage later that day. I'm like, all right, that's it. Practice just ended and you're out of here. He was like out in the sidewalk, getting ready to grab an Uber and get to the airport. So apparently that showed up later in the process as well.
I don't mind saying it. Same agent as James Cook right now, who's going through his whole thing in Buffalo. So it's just, yeah, there you go.
Well, that's why you're here, Ari, to break that all down. We appreciate you joining us. Enjoy draft night, everybody. Check out Ari and tell everybody where they can find Spotlight and all the new locations here.
Yeah, NFL Spotlight, Apple Podcast, Spotify, and the new YouTube channel as well. Every single day, we talk about NFL news, the ripple effects, everything that's going on around the league. And then once a week, we have a guest in the NFL, player, coach, executive, someone who deserves more recognition, more of a spotlight. We bring him on and talk to that person. So NFL Spotlight, YouTube, Apple, Spotify, wherever it is. And tonight, add My Sports Update on Twitter, on X, wherever you call it. All the NFL draft coverage will be there as well.
All righty. Thanks, Ari. Enjoy the night. We'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Sam and Steve.
Ari
Mayrov, our colleague here over at the 33rd team. It's good to get a little bit more of that insight. Sounds like the Jags stuff is real. I wonder how close that's going to get. I mean, we're talking 5-2, but a massive haul potentially to try to come up and get Travis Hunter.
Yeah, so we talked about the Jags. He mentioned the Saints as well. Did you hear him drop? Did he say the Broncos from 20?
Not to 2.
That sounded what he was saying is that
Really?
the Browns had been fielding calls from the Jags have been calling, the Saints have been calling. And I think he said that the Broncos had made a call.
Then Sean Payton needs that Mike Ditka cigar. That's a whole draft plus. I was joking around on Twitter here today. I mean, just the Jags moving up would be a haul. The Broncos from 20 is like a draft and a half.
For anyone, I mean, you and I are very old, right? For anyone much younger than we are, who is not familiar with or does not remember the Ricky Williams trade, where Mike Ditka and the Saints gave up their entire draft and then some to move up to draft Ricky Williams, which obviously back then it made a little bit more sense than it does now, but was still crazy. My two favorite facts about that. Number one, the whole draft wasn't enough. They had to give up next year's stuff as well.
First and third. Yes,
yeah,
it was every pick from 99. The rest of the picks from 99, including this is go from 7 to 4 or something.
Yeah, right.
Or 7 to 5.
So at some point in the negotiations, right, the team looked at it and went, we're going to need next year's stuff as well. Like, the whole draft is not enough. We're going to need some more picks from next year as well. The second element, which you alerted me to, was apparently the Colts basically turned down the same trade or a very similar trade to draft Edgerrin James.
And the Bengals. So the Bengals turned it down to take Akili Smith. At least it was for a quarterback.
Right.
The Colts turned it down for Edgerrin James, who turned out to be a better player. But they could have had Edge and 9 more picks.
Right. Remember, they're in this world where they've Peyton Manning, right? They turned down the chance. The Colts effectively turned down the chance to be the 90s Dallas Cowboys, the dynasty that was built on the Herschel Walker trade. The Colts basically turned that down in order to draft Edgerrin James instead. Hall of Famer, genius, Bill Polian. That's on his resume as a counterfactual.
We got the clarification from producer Ben. The Broncos do want to move up, not to 2, but they do want to move up. I think we're all assuming that's an Ashton Genty type of move for the Broncos. Sean Payton going to get his guy. I don't know who else it would be, but I could see that. Could definitely see that being their guy. Appreciate all the super chats coming in. Also, some of the non-super chats. Patrick Shirley in the chat asking about Dave Ollett. Now, we talk about two-way players, not just Travis Hunter playing receiver and corner. Dave Ollett was a closer and a linebacker at UMass Lowell, but undrafted once again for the 22nd straight year for Dave. And other super chats, we got shout outs from Brazil, from the UK. Appreciate everybody joining here. Switzerland, who I mentioned earlier. So appreciate all those super chat people coming through here.
Are you treating the international people like coaches treat NFL prospects? You're just calling them by their country?
Yeah. I
Shout
talked
out
to my
Brazil. Shout out to Switzerland.
Talked to my QB coach friend today, this week. It was great. We didn't get to Iowa State though. We were kind of in a rush. I didn't get the answer. Like, how do you reference Iowa State? It's like, what do you think of Colorado this year? What do you think of Colorado?
I think tough, because that's both sides of the ball.
No, but this is like in the context of we're talking about quarterbacks, so he just calls him Colorado. Miami's got a good arm. I think Colorado just kind of runs the offense. Takes too many sacks.
Right, but with Travis Hunter, right?
True.
Which Travis Hunter? What are we talking? Colorado playing both wide receiver and cornerback over here. What am I doing?
Could be him. So anyway, we thanks to Ari for joining here. Any other news and rumors that we should get to in the chat here before we things kick off at 8:00? You mentioned earlier today we might not have a ton to talk about for the first hour. You know, if it is this chalk pick, I kind of hope the Jags make a move.
Yeah.
Really quick, Will, maybe we could put a poll in the chat here. Should the Browns trade down? Because you're talking about the Browns, they need to reset this organization. They've lost so much depth over the last couple of years because of this Deshaun Watson trade. Should the Browns take a massive haul for the unique prospect that is Travis Hunter?
Well, this is the interesting question, right? We, at the start of this process, we kind of assumed that the Browns would be drafting a quarterback at 2 because it was a gift, right? You're stuck under this heinous Deshaun Watson contract, who's basically just a giant millstone around the roster right now. He's effectively not there other than the fact that he's chewing up a roster spot and a ton of money, right? Because he's torn his Achilles multiple times now, and even before that was playing so badly that you basically had to bench him and move on from him anyway. So it seemed like they weren't supposed to be in position to draft a quarterback at all. All of a sudden, they find themselves at the number 2 overall pick. That's a potential way out of that deal. And instead, okay, you're like, oh, eventually it becomes a case of, well, we don't love Shedeur Sanders, and Travis Hunter is generationally special, unique, two-way player, all of that stuff, right? So you're like, well, okay, you can justify passing on the quarterback, taking Travis Hunter, and then trading back in or grabbing the guy at the top of the second. Maybe that makes sense. But now you're like, well, okay, if you trade down, now you're not taking the quarterback and you're passing on the generationally special, unique two-way player, and you're just sort of maybe selecting a guy that's kind of the top tackle on the board, but might also be a guard or just the best, a different tackle, whether it's Membu or Kelvin Banks or whatever. It starts to feel a lot less great right now. Okay, you're amassing a bunch of other picks, but you haven't addressed the biggest problem, which is you're still trapped without a quarterback.
I don't know, man. I disagree. The Browns, I think, taking a multiple year reset is smart. I think that's what it would be. And maybe because next year's draft, I saw Dan Orlovsky talking about next year's draft class. There's a whole lot of potential in there, a lot of potential in next year's class. I know we play this game all the time, but it does look like it could be stronger than this year.
Can I take a stab in the dark and suggest that Dano loves next year's quarterback draft class?
Yeah, he loves all the classes and all the quarterbacks. What's going to be difficult is how many of these quarterbacks are going to be in his top 10. Because he currently has 22 NFL quarterbacks in his top 10. There's no rule. Like, he's going to have 30 in his top 10 quarterbacks. It's going to be challenging soon. So I don't know. I think I would rather the Browns trade down, accumulate the picks. If they get a 1 from next year from the Jags or whoever is trying to come up, I think that makes a lot of sense. And even if they don't have a quarterback, grab Dylan Gabriel in the middle rounds. You're good. I feel like my old strategy, Dylan Gabriel and Kyle McCord, man. Double up there. That's how you do it this year.
2 middling quarterbacks.
That's correct. And then stock up on the rest of the picks if you're the Browns. One other piece, Edward, Bears fan from Brazil in the Super Chats, he was saying his latest rumors, Bears going up to 5 to get Genty. Is that going to happen? I think that was one of the bets, too, that we'll be keeping track of, our listener bets. We did have that show last Wednesday. Listener bets came through, and that's one of the ones we're keeping an eye on, some predictions that Ashton Genty is going to go in the top 5. Do you think Genty ends up in the top 5 here, Sam, or to the Bears at 5?
Yeah, the Genty conversation's kind of been all over the place a little bit. Like, it started off, man, there's a total lack of professionalism from the dog here. Would you hop on, dog? This is not your time.
Oh, wow. Look at this. Who had Sam at plus 800 a dog appearance before one of my kids showed up?
Anyway, as I was saying,
the
Genty conversation has kind of been all over the place, where it started off like he was going to be, middle of the first round somewhere, maybe getting to that 10 spot with the Bears. That made the most sense. And then it's like, oh, the Jags are going to take him at 5. Everyone brace yourself. Maybe the Patriots at 4. And now it's, well, they might not take him there, but Chicago might have to trade up to get him there. So I don't know. I sort of feel like it's sounding almost inevitable that the Bears are going to get him, but at what spot is up for grabs?
I can't believe your dog showed up before my kids. That's impressive. I do need Harry. If you're watching, I could use a water refill. I was unprepared. If you could come fill my water, that'd be great. Appreciate it, kid.
The wife and child are out at the moment, and normally the dog just sits there quietly in a corner somewhere. But apparently, she's decided that draft night is the night she needs to be needy.
We don't need to be professional here, Sam. It's not a professional night. We're hanging out watching the draft with everybody. Then we could get into professional mood once we restart for the podcast, the recap. Mohal's already checking in. I'm so thirsty right now. I'm done. I need more water. It's gonna be bad. Here comes Harry. I invited Harry to the show if Genty goes at 4 to the Patriots. That was because that was Harry's final mock draft pick. Mind filling that up?
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy. Well, now we got 2 kids to 1. Now I'm back in the lead with the with you and the dog. Draft starts at 8. We'll be back. We'll be resetting right around 8 o'clock. What else we got here? What else we want to look for here tonight? Did we start too early? Did we start too early here, Sam?
Never.
I think we're doing well.
Never too early.
How many quarterbacks ultimately go in the first round, do you think? Make a prediction. Make a prediction in the chat. How many? Over, under 2.5 quarterbacks in the first round here.
I'm go under. I still think it wouldn't shock me if we get just the one. Like, it honestly wouldn't shock me if we get just Cam Ward at number 1 overall, and then the next quarterback is going to go at the top of the second round. Now, if the Saints is the team that really wants to do that whole let's pass on the quarterback at the top and come back in the second, they probably need to jump into the first round. So that's where you get your second. I don't see 3 going. I really don't. Maybe I'll look like an idiot in a couple hours, but 2 max.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's on the lower side. And if anything, maybe it is one of those sneak into the back end of the first round. I think we're going to see tomorrow night, though. I think it's a round two type of thing. I think it's interesting. Ari's not buying all the buzz like I am, though. He said, I think we know nothing. I'm over here like, I know who the Saints like, and I know who the Giants like, and yeah, I'm listening to all of it, Sam.
Well, that's what when we get to the, pre-draft time where all the smoke is swirling, you buy it all. It just confuses me. Like, I don't necessarily buy all the rumors, but I'm like, now I don't know anything. Now I'm confused. All the things I thought I knew, I don't know them anymore.
Nice job. 3 kids to 1 now. What a comeback we've made over the dog here. All right. No, you can't yell. You can't yell, though, on the show.
You wouldn't get this in the PFF studio. That's all I'm saying.
You definitely would not. And we've got us on in the background here. It's great. We're all hanging out watching the draft here tonight. I'll take my water. Thank you, kids.
Now you're muted again.
I know. That's on purpose. They've now gone too far.
They've gone too far. The kids have gone too far. So the other thing I had to do is anyone keen eyes will notice that the picture of Zion Canyon and Walter's Wiggles and all that kind of stuff is no longer there where it normally is, because I have a TV here to show the draft, and it was basically reflecting 1-for-1 right over my shoulder, which I think would have got us into some trouble. So I had to remove that in order to be able to watch the draft.
Oh, so you don't want to have the draft reflection? Man,
well, I think number one, I don't think it's a great visual, and number 2, it was reflecting so clearly that it's almost a copyright strike at that point.
Okay, yeah, that would have been bad. So anyway, yeah, so we appreciate everybody being here with us. As we said earlier, we're going to go as soon as the information comes through on Twitter, whatever it might be. We're going to react to it, react to every pick. What does it mean? How do these players fit? What do we think about the players, their strengths and weaknesses? We're going to do the whole thing, not just today, but tomorrow night as well, live the entire time. And, then we'll recap it. And we'll do it all over again. What are you laughing at?
Chat says Steve's feed is still less loud and childish than ESPN's coverage.
It's funny because I watch those retro drafts all the time and tweet through them and the whole thing and have some fun with it. But I haven't really watched a draft in over 10 years. We've been live or doing some sort of show. I don't even know what it's like. I just heard they tell a lot of sad stories on there. I also know if you're not into the pick tipping, it sounds like that's what they do, right? They do this, let's go to the insider a minute before the pick. And it's like, oh, this team's been looking at receivers for a while here, and it's a receiver.
Yeah. There's also, by the way, that name, it says, so it's an Irish name that he then puts in parentheses, pronounced Kevin. I'm pretty sure it's not pronounced Kevin. It's pronounced Queveen.
Are you telling him how to pronounce his name?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, maybe it's dumbed down for Americans, like it's close enough. That's as good as you're going to be able to manage, right? Is to get Kevin out of them. But I'm pretty sure that's Queveen.
Once again, just a reminder, we do have super chats on. Never tried this before. No pressure either way, but it's a fun way to just interact with everybody. We shout out to Dustin, Nate, Mohall, Boomshoot, Ken, AJ Nardi, Jalen Yoder, SB, Enda, Elaine, Alan from Switzerland.
I think that's just Alan.
It's just probably just Alan with an extra I, right? JW and Edward. Shout out to everybody doing the super chats so far. Appreciate it. Doing super chat stuff. I don't know how it goes. What do the kids do with super chats, Sam?
Oh, dude.
We got people 2 a.m. from Israel watching here. We got people all over the world watching us here tonight, Sam.
Yeah, I'm very much lost in what the kids do, know, say. Everything my daughter says at this point is like gibberish.
Anyway, we appreciate everybody here. We got the draft starting at 8, and we're just gonna follow along through the whole thing.
Okay, somebody has clarified Queveen is Kevin in Irish, so okay, that makes more sense.
There you go. So you're actually right. It seems like
we're both right.
We're both right. You're both right. The under hit on the 2.5 quarterbacks. That was the prediction from our fans here. That was our prediction.
Wow. Dude, it's busy at the draft. You see that crowd?
No. I have not put it on yet. Let me put it on. What do you watch, NFL or ESPN?
I have NFL on. I don't have a preference, I don't think.
We are not going to do the pick is in sound. I'm a little worried about wow, that crowd is massive. That is a big crowd. Good job, Green Bay. Right outside at the stadium, huh? I wonder if they're talking about they give the non-Super Bowl cities the draft. Wonder if we get in Cincinnati? We getting a draft here anytime soon?
It doesn't feel like a draft type of venue to me, but what do I know?
Yeah, but is Green Bay?
Yeah, because it's title town. It's the home of like Cincinnati's not. They don't have the history.
We don't have the history either. Anyway, we got a big night. We're gonna go pick by pick. We're gonna react to everything tonight. But it's laid back. We're just having fun. We're just hanging out with everybody. Our real show's later, but we just wanted to be able to do this. First time, it's just you and I. Check the mic, reacting to everything. No one else. It's not us part of a big set. It's just us.
Just us.
Let's have some fun.
All by our lonesome.
All by our
Is that
lonesome.
why we had to bring? Is that why we had to build in designated ad breaks?
Yes. Maybe
is the designated ad break specifically for you to be able to run to the bathroom?
It might, but that's why we're doing it. It's a quick one, so let's see if we can do that. Let's get a quick break, and we'll be right back, and we'll lead you right up to the 8 p.m. All right, we're back. We're going to be quick. It's not going to be long ad breaks. It's not going to be long. It might be like a minute per hour. We got this.
Just enough time for Steve's old man bladder to hit the bathroom and get back.
Don't even need it. I'm good for the rest of the night. Good for the rest of the night. All right, we got 10 minutes out here, Sam, and we'll get into the draft itself. Really, before the draft, the Texans and Browns made a trade. We talk about everything here. You're mocking this, but I think there's reasons for this. The Browns gave up a 5 this year. They picked up a 5 this year and a 5 in 2027 in exchange for and they sent to the Texans a 5, 6, and 7 this year, was it? Or 2 6s and a 7 for this year. So 2 5s for 2 6s and a 7, but a future 5.
It sounds like the only reason they would do that is to get a 5th back, like to get a 5th, as in the teams, the calls that they're making need the 5th involved, like a subsequent trade that they're trying to make needs a 5th to be executed.
Maybe. I don't know if that's what puts you over the top if you're the Browns or Houston from a trading perspective. I think Houston picks up 2 extra picks this weekend. And this is a deep draft as far as just volume of players. We've heard this a lot. It might not be a great draft, but volume of draftable players. And I think undrafted free agency is going to be hot Saturday night here, Sam.
Okay, this was badly timed, but I'm going to have to add to the unprofessionalism because I'm pretty sure the dog's about to wet itself if it doesn't get out. And
get out of there.
Only one person to do that.
All right, this is the dream. I'm taking it from here. Check the mic. It's not about professionalism. We're all hanging out and watching the draft here together. We're on the wrong. Where's Belichick's dog? We need Belichick's dog there. So my theory on this was the Texans picking up the extra 2 picks this weekend. We've heard from a lot of people about there just being more draftable players this year. A lot, and I really think a lot of. I'm not saying these are your superstars or anything, rounds 6 and 7, but there's going to be a lot of demand for undrafted free agents. And I think the Texans are just assuring themselves of a couple extra draft picks in round 6 and round 7 this year. And then the Browns essentially pick up an extra 5 in 2027. So you get that whole discounted future 5th rounder. So that trade happened before the draft. I think there'll be more exciting trades. I'm looking forward to seeing if the Jags can actually trade up to number 2 to the Browns. I would love to see if there was a power move there. I think from a Browns perspective, as I was hinting at before, the idea of them resetting the Browns, Sam, the idea of them resetting, they have not had first-round picks for a while. They're stuck with this Deshaun Watson contract. I would trade down and just overhaul that roster, man. I would do it. You all sorted out over there?
Yeah, it was even more ridiculous than the dog wanting to go out to use the bathroom. There are geese in our back pond, and they're allowed to be in the pond, but the dog does not let them up on the bank on this side of the house. So it was itching at the back door to go and chase the geese away.
That's great. Just never know. Just never know what we're going to run into here.
Again, you don't get this at the PFF, studio. It's not an issue. Whereas all of a sudden you're at home and you gotta let the dog chase away the geese.
All right, tweet out to the people that we're live right now. Tell everybody this is the place to be. Appreciate everybody for hanging out. Stick with us all night. We're going to go pick by pick, reacting as you see it. This looks like an amazing crowd. It looks like an amazing crowd in Green Bay. Looks like nice
really
weather.
Does.
It looks well set up. I got the NFL Network. Look at that. Look at that crowd, man. Looks legit. Which feed you watching?
Where are all of those people staying?
I don't know. It looks like a place I would not want to be, though, in that crowd. I'd rather be here.
I've never been, but from what I've heard of Green Bay, does it have that kind of accommodation capacity?
Not really. I'm sure people Airbnb in their house are making a good, healthy few dollars this weekend.
Oh, I would imagine if you're willing to Airbnb out your house / driveway / yard for this, you are making a killing for this weekend.
They think it's AI. They think it's all fake. It might be a fake crowd. There's only 100 people there. That's it.
So the other thing that we wanted to hit at some point, talk about names, surprise names that we could hear today. We talked about the offensive lineman a bit, and that might go deeper than expected. What other names have we not really seen in mock drafts that we could end up calling tonight?
Okay, so we were early on the Jaden Higgins, Iowa State wide receiver one. I could definitely see that. And again, this isn't like nobody has said that, but it's more rare than common. So I'll say his name. I've seen some, I don't know, it might be the same person, Carson Schwessinger from UCLA. I saw a few of our listeners could connect him to Seattle at 18. So we were talking about Seattle maybe taking a Jihad Campbell. Would Seattle be interested in Schwessinger? Campbell has this injury that could keep him out, up to training camp just about, or just like into the preseason. Does that move Schwessinger up a little bit higher? I see Alec Aomenor as a Stanford wide receiver as a suggestion here. I think people are all over the place on him.
Yeah.
But like if Xavier Legette can go in the first round, Aomenor can go in the first round, in my opinion. So Legette and Ricky Pearsall were both surprises. I think they could have gone round 2 or 3 when we were talking last year at this time. They both went the last 2 picks in the first round.
And then the other name, Kyle Williams. Like we had Chris Sims on, who had Kyle Williams as wide receiver 2. Renner has been extremely high on him. Matt Harmon, reception perception, graded him extremely favorably. Remember we talked about that little tranche of people, like ball knowers. There's all the people that talk about the draft, and then there's like the ball knower group. The ball knower group all seems to love Kyle Williams. I wouldn't be shocked if he snapped into the first round.
In the first?
Yeah.
I like that connection. By the way, Tyler Lockett just recently signed a 1-year deal with the Titans at wide receiver. We've talked a lot about the Titans on the turn in round 2, maybe taking a receiver. Not that Tyler Lockett keeps you from doing that, but maybe that keeps you away. But I'm talking about the Kyle Williams connection there. Let me see if there's one other name. Travion Henderson in the first round. I think we're starting to hear more about him in Denver, maybe at 20, and maybe he's running back 2 off the board rather than Marion Hampton. So I'll repeat one more thing. Daniel Jeremiah, I think he's got an interesting angle as far as where the league stands. Last year, what he talked about the draft was right around rounds 2 and 3. That's where boards were diverging, and teams that had late round grades on players, other teams liked them in the second or third round. And he was kind of right about that. This year, he's saying teams are saying, I don't care about the big board. I don't care if they think it's a reach. We're sticking to our groups of players. That tells me we're going to have a surprise pick at 18, a surprise pick at 20. Like we're going to have some surprise names tonight in round 1, not in round 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think so. And I think that's the nature of this draft, where it feels like we're very low on, top end blue chip star power. We're not going 10 deep before we're getting into the sort of next group of people. And it feels like that entire wave from like once you get into the 1A group, the second group, that all the way through to like the third round guys are really tight. So we've been saying all along, like guys ranked at 50 on the consensus board being first rounders would not be a shock. But also like, and we talked about Gray Zabel, and somebody in the super chat asked that before. Like I've been looking for reasons not to push him higher up the draft board basically since the Senior Bowl. All of a sudden, again, 48 hours off from the draft, we've been hearing he could go 13, he could go 12 to Dallas, he could go 11. Like Gray Zabel can end up being maybe not a top 10 draft pick, but right on the fringes of it.
All right, we're right up against 8:00 Eastern here. Also, shout out to Nate in the super chat saying you got to give the dog a bite of steak. I saw you responded, Sam. But yeah, feed that thing. Feed that guy.
Yeah, dog got some of the picanha earlier.
That's good. That's good. All right, it's 8:00. It's draft time. We're going to do a little reset and start this thing or what? Happy drafting.
Let's go.
I don't even care why the production isn't there. It isn't there.
It's just bad. He's just not a good quarterback and never has been.
I want to go to a team that's a great situation and where I can step in and excel and, make an impact off the rip.
If you watch any tape that involves that offense, he jumps out.
Hunter could literally have the best ball skills we've seen in the last 20 years for any corner. And that's not a crazy exaggeration. Welcome in again. We're still here. It's draft time, baby. It's 8 o'clock Eastern. It's time for the draft, Sam. You ready to go, man? You ready to go?
Let's do it. I'm ready.
We've been talking about this thing for so long. We've been theorizing. Finally, we get something to react to instead of just making up stuff along the way. That's all we've been doing for the last 3 months. Making it all up as we go. Titans on the clock yet or what?
So let's wrap up this Browns trade conversation. If you're the Browns, you're advocating trade down, accumulate picks, rebuild everything, make it a multi-year process. How far would you be willing to trade down?
I mean, it would depend on the entire haul. I'm guessing Jags at 5 would be interesting. It would be nice. But honestly, once you get to 5, I don't know that it matters that much. Because if you trade it down, the difference between who would I take at 5? I'd probably take Mason Graham at 5 or Will Campbell if he was still there, if I was the Browns. Then if I go to 8 or 10, is there that much of a difference? I'll take Tetero and McMillan. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that. Give me that haul of picks. I want next year's firsts. I want next year's seconds. And this it'll essentially give you the chance to undo the Deshaun Watson era. You'll undo the whole thing because while you're trying to get out of cap hell, you'll be able to get younger in not only cap hell, but 3 years of first-round picks that you haven't had. This is a chance to get out from under that. And I love Travis Hunter, right? I'm taking Travis Hunter if I have the pick at 2. But next to this other option of move down 8 spots, pick up an extra 1, pick up 2 or 3 more significant picks, now we're talking. Now you can overhaul that roster.
You can, and that's all great. The reason, though, that I started off by saying the Browns should just take a quarterback at 2 is you're not getting out of the Deshaun Watson thing until you find a quarterback. Like Kenny Pickett's not the guy. Joe Flacco's not the guy. You need a quarterback. Now, if you're going to do all that trading down and end up taking Shedeur Sanders or, Jackson Dart or whoever it is at the top of the second round or even the bottom of the first, cool. They could trade down. I would be sold if you executed 3 consecutive trades down, right? Went from 2 to 5 to 10 and then 10 to 20 something and then drafted Shedeur Sanders. I'm on board with that. Now you've just amassed 2 whole draft hauls worth of picks and you got Shedeur Sanders. I would be applauding that as genius. But if you come out of all that with all these draft picks and you still have no quarterback, I don't really know what you achieved.
Roger Goodell's riding a bicycle on the stage, as is everyone else that's coming out. These Packers legends coming out here.
Well, that's the Green Bay training camp deal.
Right. They ride the bikes. So Goodell kicks it off riding a bike. That's great. If you're the
that is the most uncomfortable looking human I've ever seen ride a bike.
Ride a bike, yeah. That was really good.
It looks like he learned yesterday.
Yeah, he may have, Raj.
There's a non-zero chance that he rides that thing right off the stage.
Does that get him a cheer from the crowd? So somebody asked me, can someone in the chat let me know because I won't have the volume up here. Is he getting cheered? Because my Pittsburgh radio friends were asking me, would he get cheered? This is the nicest crowd in the world, right? It's the Packers. The commissioner gets booed everywhere else, but does he get cheered? And that wasn't Pittsburgh. Right. Someone else was asking me. That was good. So the Titans are on the clock. He's opening up the draft here, Sam. They're booing. People are telling me he's booing.
I wonder what they're going to do.
Well, let's talk about any other big stories that you want to talk about, and then we'll get into the Titans. We spent 20 minutes on the Titans.
Any other big stories? What about the Mason? So let's talk about the Mason Graham thing. Now we're preempting this a little bit because we don't know yet, but that's been a consistent theme again with this last 24, 48, 72 hours deal that Mason Graham might slide, and he's not this lock for the top 5, let alone the top 10. Number one, you're not really, this is the one area of smoke that you're not actually buying so far this draft season. But number two, why is it happening if it is?
I don't think he falls out of the top 10. I'll just say that. How's that? I don't think he falls out of the top 10. Now, does he fall to 7 or 8? Like Jets at 7, Panthers at 8, possibly?
Don't you think, though, that it kind of makes sense for him to slide? We just, for some reason, didn't pay attention to the things that normally make a guy slide.
I think the weight thing was debunked, right? That he played at 305, was listed 320, and came in at
305. Still pretty small though for that kind of, like 305 is not big.
Byron Murphy was 305 last year, wasn't he?
I'm not saying it's problematic. Like, I'm not saying 295 isn't problematic. I'm just saying that, like, it's not. Again, it's like part of you. When you were reading like early scouting reports on Mason Graham, it was like, man, the guy moves like a cat for 320. It's like, yeah, because he moves like he's 305, which is what he is.
So he came in at, I got the wrong weight on this thing. The 32-inch arms, which was kind of expected. Small wingspan, I mean, the guy just doesn't get blocked, though.
Right.
And so I think that's ultimately gonna be the thing that gets him going in the top 10.
Right. Well, I think it's going to be the thing that makes him a good NFL player. But don't you think that all of those things are the things that typically make a guy start to slide outside of the top 10, right? Like, if, a guy that was previously a lock for the top 5, if you suddenly went, well, actually, he's got relatively short arms, he's relatively lightweight, and doesn't have exceptional like physical tools for that. Like, those are the, like, you would be okay. Maybe he's a top 10, maybe he's a top 15 guy.
I mean, to answer the chat, is he just Kalijah Kancey 2.0? No, I think he's a much better football player than Kalijah Kancey.
Well, he's also much bigger,
much better against the run. He's just a ball of energy. He sheds blocks with violence, moves up and down the line of scrimmage well. I think he's plenty quick off the football. I think the Jets at 7, Panthers at 8, Saints at 9 would be thrilled to have Mason Graham, and that he doesn't go beyond that. So that's one thing I'm not buying. Mason Graham falling.
Okay.
Finally.
I mean, I could see him fall, but I do think it would be a mistake if it happened. Like, remember, I comped him to Meatball, to Kyle Williams, the original Kyle Williams, the old LSU defensive tackle, became a Buffalo Bills legend. Like, Kyle Williams, very similar size and shape, and Kyle Williams, was he undrafted or was he a late round draft pick? Wasn't highly touted, but he became just a baller, right? Now, Mason Graham, I think his tape and pedigree is too good, and he'll go, obviously in the first round and maybe top 10. But I do kind of feel like that's those guys that don't have, like, they're not 6'6" with long arms and 310 plus pounds. Like, those are reasons guys start to slide a little bit.
No, I get it. It's just in this draft, Sam. Like in last year's draft, yes, Mason Graham might go 16. Like Latu's might go 4 in this draft.
Right.
And he went 15 last year, first defensive player off the board, right? Or 14, whatever it was. That's this year's draft. Mason Graham's great, but this thing, Mike Green from Marshall, great football player, but James Pierce, great football player, but like they all come with but there's something else we have to consider here. All right, we're going nonstop from here on out throughout the rest, other than like a minute here and there, top of the hours. That's it. We're going nonstop. Other than like a quick 1 minute break. Super chats are on. We appreciate everybody already joining in and being a part of our first ever super chat here for Check the Mic. Let's talk Titans here, Sam. Even if we think we know, as they're showing Mike Bergonzi, Chad Brinker in the room, a lot of people in the room there in Tennessee. Even though we think we know they're going Cam Ward, there was a point in this process where we thought it could have been a Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. They end up going with Cam Ward here, we think.
Let me ask you a question that may be rhetorical. The Tennessee Titans are on the clock. They got 10 minutes to make a draft pick. Why are they going to chew up all 10 minutes?
Drama, Sam.
Is
drama.
It?
Yeah.
Is it drama or is it so? Okay, they're going to take Cam Ward. They've presumably been going to take Cam Ward for a while. If you're the Titans and you're the management there, like, is there a chance that you're like, well, none of the offers we've received so far have been close to making us move, but maybe in the 10 minutes we're actually on the clock, somebody becomes desperate enough to do something crazy and throws an offer at us we hadn't considered and can't turn down?
what is it? Andrew Brandt, former Packers front office.
Deadline spur action or whatever it's called.
Deadline spur action. Maybe they're waiting. Well, we're not using Anthony. Don't use that account. I'll just tell you that. Don't use that guy's account. Use the insider's account to confirm. We think it's going to be Cam Ward. Titans are in an interesting spot here. They have the third pick of the second round, and then no other picks in the top 100. So their debate, Sam, coming into this before probably deciding on Cam Ward, what if they did trade down? What if they were the team that took the massive haul that the Jags would be offering or some of these other teams are offering, and they did a little reset? Year 2 of Brian Callahan as head coach, but year 1 of Mike Bergonzi, resetting this entire front office. So what if they decided, so they like Cam Ward enough that they're saying he's going to be our guy?
Yeah.
That's a pretty significant move for a team that doesn't have a ton of draft picks and should be thinking about a multi-year reset. They're thinking, we're not going to wait till next year. We're going to take Cam Ward. We think he's good enough.
Yeah, but I think, when you find a quarterback, if you find a quarterback, I think almost any roster can be turned around quite quickly. Like, I don't think you need, now if the situation is completely and totally disastrous, yeah, okay, there's going to be a problem there. But I think if you find a guy, you can put things on the right track pretty quickly. I don't think you necessarily need to go, we're like 2 years away. Let's forget on quarterback for a while. Let's build, and then let's get the guy. Maybe if you're like by far the worst roster in football, yeah, we might need to do some remedial work before we get the quarterback. But I can definitely see if Cam Ward is the guy, and we don't know that yet, as in we don't know if he's going to be good rather than we don't know that he's going to be number one. If he's that guy, then I think you can, like, the offensive line is still a work in progress, but it's moving in the right direction. The skill position players could be made good pretty fast. The defense is less of a concern anyway because it's the other side of the ball. Like, I don't see this roster as so bad that you need to wait on the quarterback. And I think you can see why Cam Ward would be the answer at the top of the draft.
Let's Jeff Howe's reporting that the Titans have officially selected Cam Ward with the number 1 overall pick. The pick is in on the broadcast. Let's discuss Cam Ward first, and I do want to get to the Browns thing because it sounds like those trade talks are legitimate, and there really might be something at 2. What did you like about Cam Ward at quarterback for the Titans? What are they getting in Cam Ward? I think he's a very interesting prospect, and if you asked a year ago at this time, probably not even a first rounder, but had an unbelievable season at Miami last year.
Yeah. So, look, I thought it was closer at the top of the draft than other people did, right? Between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. But ultimately, I ended up coming down on the idea of Cam Ward because it's just so much easier to sell yourself on his high range of outcomes. Sanders, you've got to work harder, I think, to be like, well, if he hits the high range, what does it look like? With Cam Ward, it's just so easy to see, right? He's got like easy velocity. That guy can just fire a frozen rope from pretty much any angle. Can hit, weird arm angles, can do it off platform, can just make all the throws in an easy way. He's athletic, he's strong, he's powerful. I don't think he's Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels levels of athleticism, but, somewhere in the like prime Russell Wilson area of athleticism, right? More than good enough to be functional, to make some plays with his legs scrambling, to even be part of the design run game if you want to do that, though I wouldn't lean into that too heavily. He's stocky, he's powerful. He makes quick decisions. Like, it's not, the weakness of his game is basically the big play hunting type of stuff, right? He makes some bad decisions, but he does offset that in the world of like the Josh Allen spectrum of, look, we're going to make a lot of big plays while we make some of these boneheaded decisions.
The other part that I keep repeating is when he made those boneheaded decisions, he kept bouncing back. And had the amnesia, and all the reports are coming through already. Is this actually Schefter? All right, we got to get right to it. The Jags are trading up to number 2.
Let's go. It's got to be for Travis Hunter, right?
Including their 2026 first round pick. All right.
Yeah.
We'll circle back to Cam Ward. This is too big. ESPN sources from Schefter. The Browns are trading number 2 overall, a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick to the Jags. The Jags are trading number 5 a second rounder, a fourth rounder, and their 2026 first rounder. Next year's first round pick. So you're giving up 2 firsts, presumably, for Travis Hunter here.
I saw somebody tweet out before the draft that James Gladstone, who the new general manager from Jacksonville, came from the Rams. If you've seen a picture of James Gladstone, he looks about 16 years old. I saw somebody tweet out that like he's going straight from Madden to playing real life Madden. Like this is a Madden trade, right? Jacksonville's sitting there with a top 5 draft pick and instead trades, next year's first and just goes ham to go get Travis Hunter at the top of this. I assume Travis Hunter at the top of this draft.
Shout out to Kelly Palazzolo for the super chat as well. Thank you, honey. Nice. What a trade. Jags moving up from 5 to 2. By the way, we gave a lot of crap to Trent Baalke and the job that he did in Jacksonville. Even though I think overall it wasn't a great job, he left James Gladstone with extra picks. And last year, remember, they traded down with Minnesota, picked up the extra picks, and still got Brian Thomas Jr. So in like a final move, I think the rest of the picks weren't great last year. They got extra picks, still got Brian Thomas Jr., and that allows this to happen for the Jacksonville Jaguars here.
Yeah, I mean, they traded down, got Brian, those 3 things put together. Trading down, getting Brian Thomas Jr., who looks like arguably the best wide receiver from that draft class and an absolute superstar, right up there with Malik Neighbors, if not better. And then also getting rid of / flipping Cam Robinson for a draft pick as well from Minnesota. I mean, that's really given them some ammunition to make a move like this happen. And in this draft, which has been characterized by being extremely low in true blue chip players, they now get a chance to pick effectively the best player in the draft that isn't the quarterback. Like that's what we're talking about here. They've traded for the rights of taking the best player in this draft because theoretically, like look at most big boards. Anything that doesn't factor in the value of quarterback will not have Cam Ward as the number 1 player in the draft. So effectively, Jacksonville has traded for the right to pick the best player in the draft.
Man, that is a huge trade. So the Jags, they get a 4 and a 6 back. So they're kind of flipping 4s. It's really the extra 2. It's really the extra 2 and the extra first round pick for next year. That's a big haul. That's a big haul. This has to be for Travis Hunter, right?
I would assume so. The dude in the chat with a super fat Jags fan, he's shaking. Can you imagine the excitement right now of being a Jags fan, having traded that again for the right to basically pick the best player in this draft? And I mean, hopefully we get this announced sooner rather than later. But man, the prospect of putting Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr. in the same offense is mouthwatering.
It's not for Genty, right?
That would be wild.
So we haven't even gone through these scenarios because all we've said for the Jags at 5, we've thought Mason Graham. Could they get Ashton Genty? Now we have to flip all of that analysis. The Jags get to choose between Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter. I'm going to guess it's Hunter. And then the Brown or Genty. And then the Browns, I don't think they would take Genty at 5, but they have a running back need. They have an offensive line need. They have a receiver need. They have needs up and down this roster, which they didn't have a couple years ago, but they have now, again, because this Deshaun Watson trade, which sapped them of draft picks and of money.
And by the way, like at some point, if you're Cleveland, maybe you do like Shedeur Sanders and you know that you can now trade down a couple, like 1 time, 2 times and draft him. Like, what if you just didn't want to take him at 2, but you can trade with Jacksonville, pick up next year's first and take him at 5?
I love that.
Or again, if Chicago is then willing to jump to 5 to get Genty, you could trade down from 2 to 5, then 5 to 10, and still draft Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, I mean that's another possibility here for the Browns. That's massive ammo that they have here. Ari's reporting that the Jags are taking with the number 2 overall pick, Colorado wide receiver / cornerback Travis Hunter. That will be the selection for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay, so let's just start thinking about this for a second. We've got Brian Thomas Jr., who I think can be a legitimate number 1 X wide receiver who can also move all over the formation, right? Z in the slot, move him anywhere, like true legitimate number one superstar, like Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, that whole world of player, Devontae Adams. You've now got Travis Hunter, who could be both wide receiver and cornerback for them. Like they have a kind of corner need as well. You can moonlight Travis Hunter as like a situational wide receiver because you've got Gabe Davis, you've got De'Ami Brown, like you've got some bodies in there as well. You've got the ability to spell Travis Hunter, and he could be a corner that could start for this team.
Unbelievable, man. Look, I there's so much to talk about. I don't want to downplay the Travis Hunter story. I mean, last year when the draft happened, the day after, I was joking like, hey, let's talk Travis Hunter in the draft. What is he, a wide receiver or a corner? But I really, it's one of the biggest draft stories of the last 20 years, 30 years. Travis Hunter, the two-way player at Colorado, but now it's tied to a team like the Jags trading up to get him. And as you mentioned, now he can come in, play corner, maybe, opposite Tyson Campbell. He's competing with Monteric Brown, who played okay last year. So they have a need at corner. And then as you mentioned, the way they've built their receiving core, Gabe Davis, De'Ami Brown, kind of some deep threats, Brian Thomas Jr. looking like a star, and Travis Hunter looking like a star. I mean, if Hunter just plays receiver for them and he's just a pass catcher for Trevor Lawrence, you're getting your money's worth. It's what a move by the Jags. I don't want to downplay the Hunter story though, and how special he is as a prospect, because we haven't seen much like this in recent times here.
But we're back to this world of we don't know what the Jags think of Travis Hunter because they haven't really been in the linked with him conversation, right? We know that the Browns viewed him as a wide receiver first and a cornerback second. Jacksonville might view him as a wide receiver only. They might view him as a cornerback only. They might view him as both. You know, we don't know what way they see him. The chat, multiple ways, by the way, are asking, you know, weren't we really low on Brian Thomas Jr. last year? Yes, that's one of the biggest draft goofs certainly I've had in years. I did not like Brian Thomas Jr. that much at all last year. He was, however, spectacular as a rookie. And with that new information, I could not be more excited as to his prospects going forward. I thought he looked like the best wide receiver of that rookie class last season.
I think I'm normally one last thing on Hunter, and the idea that we haven't seen a whole lot like this in recent years. I also I think he's special in how he has played two ways and done it effective. I really think the same way, say Michael Vick or Lamar Jackson, all of a sudden you had more athletic quarterbacks, you know, trying to play quarterback, maybe not playing receiver like they would have. I think you're going to have more people try to play two ways like Travis Hunter. I'm not saying they'll do it as effectively. I'm not saying they'll do it for 100% of the snaps. I think he's that groundbreaking and he did it more than Chris Gamble, Charles Woodson, Champ Bailey, the people that did it in the past. I think he's groundbreaking in the sense that other prospects are going to try it. And that's another notable thing I think about Travis Hunter and just how good he's been.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to pour cold water on the Travis Hunter two-way thing, but I would tap the brakes a little bit and say, look, what he did was spectacular. And I think he rightly won the Heisman Trophy as being the best player in the nation because no one else is doing what he did, right? Ashton Genty had like a season for the ages, and yet he was basically just, quote unquote, playing running back. Travis Hunter was playing at a top 5, top 10, however you want to say it, you know, wherever you want to draw the line. He was one of the best players in the country at two separate positions at the same time. That is utterly insane and utterly ridiculous, making him the best player in the nation. There was, however, plays where you could see the fatigue, right? And you could see the problems that was causing, and that's at Colorado. That's a bigger problem in the NFL. It will be a bigger problem in the NFL. Now, can he overcome it and do both still? Maybe, sure. Like, I'm willing to give him the shot because he shouldn't have been able to do what he was doing in the first place. But I don't know how big a thing this is going to be versus, you know, maybe he ends up becoming, and this still works, right? Because I think he's wide receiver 1 anyway. Like, I think he's a top 5 draft pick if you just said he's a wide receiver. I think he's probably a top 5 draft pick if you just said he's a cornerback. But maybe he ends up becoming more of basically just the best receiver / corner in the draft, and then has a package of plays like we're sort of more familiar with, you know, from other players that have dabbled on the other side of the ball.
Just to reset a little bit here. We didn't get to talk about Cam Ward a ton with the Titans, but this is the AFC South dominating the top of the draft here, Sam.
That's a good point, though. Steve D in Italy has said he's now at sea level. That's probably significant, actually. Like, it sounds kind of silly, but like, I haven't actually run that check, but I wonder how many of those fatigue plays were at home.
They were at home against Stanford. I mean, that's what made it ridiculous. Not to relate to myself, but I'm just saying, like, I grounded to short one time at Colorado Springs and ran to first and almost fell over. Like, I was out of breath for the next inning. I was in good shape at the time. I'm just saying, I was out of breath pitching the next inning because I ran to first. And the guy was playing 140 plays in Colorado. That's crazy talk that he did it in Colorado. I would look, I think Liam Cohen and James Gladstone, if they're crazy enough to trade up for him, they're crazy enough to let him play 140 snaps and see if he can do it.
Yeah, maybe. And I would absolutely give him a shot to do it, because if he can, it's absurd. Like, the value add to that is nuts. I'm just saying it's a bigger problem in the NFL than it was in college, because the standard is better, because, you know, the level of knowledge you need to do it is higher. Now, offsetting that, you've got, as the guy said, he's no longer at altitude for most of the time. The other thing that offsets it is he's no longer a full-time student, right? He's a full-time professional football player. So you do have more time to learn the other side of the ball, to get in that playbook, to be in meetings, et cetera, et cetera. You're not in class, right? However much that was happening, it was happening to some degree. So yeah, there's definitely, you know, there's pluses and minuses to it, but he is just, we did this video. I don't know if everyone has watched this video, but we got 28 different draft analysts, you know, friends of the show, whatever, to list their favorite prospect in the draft. Any player, any round, for any reason. And at one point, I thought half the video was going to be people saying Travis Hunter. Like, he is a lot of people's favorite prospect. And, you know, a guy like Danny Heifetz from The Ringer did a really good job of explaining, like, we shouldn't normalize just how freaky what he's doing is, right? Like Shohei Ohtani, it is historic. It is like more than generational. Generational has become like every few years. It is like first time in 50 years or whatever that we're seeing this.
All right, Giants are up on the clock at 3. Their pick is in from what we've seen. I still want to talk more about Hunter and Ward. I already feel like we're backed up, you know, still so much to talk about here. The Giants are going, though, Abdul Carter, the edge rusher, reported as a linebacker from Jeff Howe. He's the edge rusher out of Penn State. This was the next pick that we kind of expected. So Abdul Carter going to the Giants here. He's going to pair with Brian Burns on the other side. They still have Kayvon Thibodeau, but maybe not for long. I saw way back on our chat here somebody suggesting Kayvon Thibodeau with the Lions by the end of the night. Could see it, right? First, he was the Aiden Hutchinson draft. Could he be on the trading block here? Or they just let him play out his last year? But Abdul Carter, the pick here for the Giants. So now no team has picked Shedeur Sanders. No team has picked Jackson Dart. They're passing on the quarterbacks, and it's the blue chip players coming off the board, somewhat as we expected. I did want to ask for a poll for the chat, though, too. Who won the trade, Jags or Browns? If we can get that poll up, I think that'd be a good one. But your thoughts on Abdul Carter, the newest Giant here?
Yeah, the other blue chip player in this draft, I think. So it's chalk in terms of the players that we expected to come off the board. The only difference is Jacksonville made the trade to snag Travis Carter, but otherwise this was the same players in the same order. Carter, I think, was basically unanimously everybody's edge one. I don't think I saw anybody else really have anybody else as edge one. And it's, again, the easiest guy to sell yourself on his upside. Slightly unusual relative to some other sort of previous edge ones. Like last year was basically his first year playing as a full-time edge rusher. He was an off-the-ball linebacker before that. He basically did the Micah Parsons conversion, but in college. And even within just that 1 year of playing on the edge, the development that he showed, the growth, the improvement, the learning within one season of college football, I thought was really impressive and really remarkable. And that's got to feel good if you're a coach in the NFL, right? Like, look what he's already shown the ability to do, to learn and to get coached. But the athletic traits are obvious, right? His explosive, his first step is nuts. His lateral agility is crazy. His bend is ludicrous. Like, he's got all those physical traits to be an elite edge rusher. and the power. You know, maybe he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he's 250 plus pounds, 6'3". I think definitely the best edge rusher in this draft.
So the most recent reports are that the Giants are likely to exercise Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year option. So that's for 2026. He's under contract for 2025. Whether they do that or not, they have Thibodeau and Burns and Abdul Carter for this year, plus Dexter Lawrence in the middle. The only thing they're missing, I think, is another maybe interior penetrating type next to Dexter Lawrence. They were weak there last year, but this is a monster defensive line. Plus, you have this history of Carter being a linebacker. So if you're talking on third down, Burns and Thibodeau off the edge, you might not need another interior pass rusher next to Dexter Lawrence. It's Abdul Carter, who could be a stand-up linebacker. And I think your point about him playing 1 year on the edge, that was the most important thing in my notes and my evaluation, I think, of Abdul Carter, is the growth that he showed. And, making the Micah Parsons move in college rather than at the NFL level. So not a year early, but he's already made it, right? And you saw that growth throughout the year. I think he has all the tools to be a good pass rusher, all the tools to be a good run defender. And you hear me say this a lot, when you're drafting a first-round edge, you really want to tick 2 boxes. You want to see multiple years of production, pass rush production, run defense production, and thanks. And you want to see the athleticism and those traits. And he has not. We put that.
Yeah, that's my bad. I was trying to put the spammer in timeout. And
you want to be able to chat. You would love to have multiple years.
Unadd it.
You would love to see multiple years of production. He doesn't necessarily have that at edge, but he only had the 1 year to show it, and I think he showed the progress that he could continue to improve.
The other thing, like I was impressed by the areas that he showed growth in throughout that season. Like he did it against the run. He did it with hand usage, like his technique, his fundamentals, his skills improved. It wasn't just like he was a dominant force. Like early in the season, we talked about this in our edge rusher rankings. He was getting wrecked by like tight ends coming across the formation and just kicking him out, right? Just a kick out block, because he didn't know it was coming. He didn't have the awareness of playing that position to recognize when a tight end is coming across the formation on a run play. And he was just taking himself out of the play. Late in the year, against better opposition, he was recognizing it. He was reading it. He was attacking it correctly, and he wasn't being taken out of those plays anymore. And the same thing was happening with his hand usage, right? Like early in the season, I thought it was very hit and miss. Later in the year, it's like that dude's got some skills now with his hands. Like he understands how to use them. So again, like the twitchiness, the athleticism, the explosion, the physical traits are there. But even within 1 year, he's shown so much development and growth. And we've said it before, like think what his ceiling is. He's only been doing it for a year. Where can he get with 2 or 3 more pass rush moves?
Catching up on some super chats. The dude said, Jags fan, I'm shaking. I don't know if you called him out already. Yeah. Jeff Pinkerton, I don't want to read it, but I guess you paid $2. So, hey, big goofy, Jeff. Yeah. Hey, Jeff. Good to see you. Appreciate it. JW Novak, he wants a Duval. He wants a Duval soundbite from Travis Hunter in his first
Imagine interview. What a full circle it would be if that was the guy who originally dubbed you Big Goofy.
And someone's calling me out for. I'm drinking. I'm so thirsty right now. This is so bad. I did not hydrate enough. CJ Gack saying I need to cool with the water bottle, or the over-unders pick 5 for the first break. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. I'm just so thirsty right now for hydration. Next pick is in pick 4. Man, it's going fast. It's Will Campbell going to the New England Patriots. After all the talk,
they did it.
This was like I had 2 takes last year at this time. Travis Hunter, most fascinating draft prospect in a decade, 2 decades, whatever. And Will Campbell and the Patriots are going to be like the pick together. And we went through many different thought processes here, and it lands at Will Campbell. He's the guy going to the New England Patriots at number 4, presumably to play left tackle.
Yeah, critically. Like if they're taking him at number 4 overall, they're taking him to play left tackle, or certainly, offensive tackle. I assume left side, because they brought in the great Morgan Moses on the right side. So the narrative on Will Campbell it's been all about measurements, essentially, right? His arm length was too short, and then it was just over the threshold, and then the real, tired, his arm length is too short, wired, his wingspan is actually too small. And that was the thing Renner brought up, that he thinks wingspan is a bigger deal. and his wingspan is historically small. Like if he starts at left tackle for the Patriots, he will have the smallest wingspan of any tackle that has been recorded playing tackle in the NFL, right? Now, flip side of that is this was all true when he was playing left tackle for LSU in the SEC, where he graded well, where he performed well, where he looked good, right? Now, did he look elite? Did he look as good as Joe Alt or, some of these other elite left tackle prospects over the last few years? Arguably not, right? And that's actually the debate where we should be having is not, is his arm length too small to play tackle? It's like, is he actually good enough to go number 4 overall? And the debate really is, did New England simply put themselves in this position by not finding offensive line solutions until now, and they basically just have to take a tackle?
To touch on the arm length thing, first off, arm length and wingspan are negatively correlated to future production for tackles. Now, what you need to know about that is there is survivor bias in there because short-armed guys don't get opportunities. So that's the first thing. So you don't want to use it. You usually use it as a threshold, and he was below or up against the thresholds. That's the first thing. The second thing is, though, if we want to use random workout points, the rest of the workout is exceptional. When you compare Will Campbell from a 40 time, and that stuff matters. Like, your athleticism does matter at that position. Sub 540 is exceptional. 10-yard split is good. Vertical, broad, all above what good NFL tackles generally have. So the workout was 80% good, and the only part that wasn't good workout-wise was the physical part that you can't really control, arm length and wingspan.
It's a good point. I've heard people say before, and you hear this a lot, like, why is an offensive tackle is never going to have to run 40 yards in a game? Why are we measuring this? This is ridiculous. Offensive tackle 40 times actually have one of the tightest correlations to like success of any position. So it sounds silly, but being able to move 300 plus pounds, 40 yards fast is a pretty good indicator of overall general athleticism in a way that it might not be for a smaller player who's naturally more like quicker. So it actually does matter that this guy can run a 40-yard dash pretty damn quickly. And you're right. Like, if you're going to make an exception for somebody who's marginal when it comes to arm length or wingspan, then you're going to make the exception for a really good athlete. And he is a really good athlete. But it is worth asking that question of, is his actual tape, is his actual production good enough to go number 4 overall?
That's the question. And we'll get to pick 5 here in just a second because that's in as well. Will Campbell, every time I was watching my notes, and maybe I'm just attacking Will Campbell in my notes, but every time I was watching an edge rusher, Landon Jackson from Arkansas, Kyle Kennard from South Carolina, in 2023, Jared Verse, when he was coming out against from Florida State. And then there was someone else in there as well that got him 1 to 2 times, right? Enough times where most top 5 tackles are pretty locked down in college. You just didn't get that from Campbell. He's good. He's a very good player. I still think he's a worthwhile prospect at 4, but this is a valid concern against pretty good SEC competition.
It is. The 2 points I would make about that. Number one, it was interesting because it was like everybody against him had a win, right? It was like he shared. Now, they didn't get him often. He didn't get wrecked by anybody, but it was almost like every single decent edge rusher you were watching had a win somewhere against Will Campbell. It was just fascinating more than anything else, just in terms of pattern recognition. Like, all of these guys have beaten him at some point. But what is interesting is they didn't beat him a lot. And to his credit, he's played a lot. I mean, this guy is battle tested, right? We have 1,600 snaps basically of pass blocking work at the college level. That's a ton of playing time. So to be fair to him, he has been exposed a lot in terms of reps, right? Like number of opportunities for pass rushes to get him. Now, you can plot those things out. You look at PFF, pass blocking efficiency, pressure rate, all those kinds of things. He is a tick below those elite guys, the Joe Alts of the world, but he's not bad. Like, even though, we're finding all these plays where guys beat him, it's not like he's got bad tape or bad production. It's just that it is a notable and worthwhile point below, the Joe Alts of the world.
All right, pick number 5 is in. And let me just say, I love what the Cleveland Browns are doing. Cleveland Browns are taking Mason Graham, defensive tackle out of Michigan. So I was right to not buy into that slide for Mason Graham, that he's the pick at 5. And so this is now, it's all the same players that we predicted. You just flip the Jags and the Browns. It's the chalk draft, except you flip the Jags and the Browns. And this is why it's great for Cleveland. This is why I'm loving what Cleveland's doing. They're doing what we said Jacksonville should do here at 5, and they picked up an extra 2 and an extra 1. I love what the Cleveland Browns are doing. Mason Graham is an interior disruptor. I love it.
I should have known that if you were not willing to buy smoke, there was almost certainly nothing to it, given that you're willing to buy all of the smoke pre-draft. I think this was a great case of don't overthink Mason Graham, right? We talked about this before. There are reasons that the NFL might get twitchy about a guy like that, but ultimately you put on the tape and he's arguably one of the best players in the entire draft. I mean, you have suggested, I think at times, he could be the best player in the draft, right? He has been incredibly productive, incredibly consistent, was always talked about as being one of the top players in this draft, from way back when. And when you get those guys, just don't overthink them.
I don't think it's crazy to say that Mason Graham is not that far off from Abdul Carter as a prospect.
Right.
So if the Browns at 2 had taken Abdul Carter, I'd be saying, wow, Abdul Carter and Myles Garrett on the same defensive line. Good luck. That is a great foundation to rebuild this team. Now it's Mason Graham on the interior and Myles Garrett on the edge, plus an extra 2, plus next year's 1. I think that's great team building. I think that's a fantastic job by the Browns. And I love Travis Hunter. I mean, one of my favorite things about the draft, Sam, that we're going to have to keep an eye on is what would it have been? What did they give up? They gave up Travis Hunter. But the Browns are going to give up Travis Hunter, and you're going to put that up against Mason Graham, what they get in the second, what they get next year in the first. And even though Travis Hunter might be worth 2 players, that's 3 players, right, that you're putting him up against. And I think it's a good move by the Cleveland Browns.
But also, if you went back a couple of months and said the Browns take Mason Graham at number 2 overall over Travis Hunter, it wouldn't have raised eyebrows. That would have made sense. It would have been, the conversation would have been that they're not taking Shedeur Sanders, but they're going to take Mason Graham at 2 instead. That would have been entirely justifiable. And they're still in a position that they were in before this draft started, which is they can trade back into the first round or they at the top of the second round. They're still in position to go and snag, a quarterback if they want one. So yeah, I have no criticism of this yet. My criticism for the Browns will only exist if and when they don't take any kind of quarterback solution.
Same top 5 everyone expected. Just flip the Browns and Jags. And that's why I think the Browns, I think it's wild the Browns are winning the draft because they got a top 5 player plus 2 extra picks. I just love that from a process standpoint. I'm not saying the Jags are losing the draft, right? I'm not saying that's the case, or that I just love the process for the Cleveland Browns so far. I think Mason Graham is very difficult to block, plays with violence, run game, pass game, disruptor. I love this for the defensive line here.
I really like my comp of Kyle Williams for him, the Buffalo defensive tackle, but I think he might be better than Kyle Williams. I mean, ultimately, Kyle Williams was a guy who I think was a 5th round draft pick, low draft pick, and really ground his way to becoming a very, very good NFL player. But Mason Graham, I think, is a better prospect and a better athlete and a better player than Kyle Williams. But the same, just nightmare, disruptive, irritating player to try and block. He's a good pass rusher. He's an elite run defender. And maybe he doesn't have the anchor of a 320-pound guy because he's only 305 pounds. But that dude is going to be a pain in your ass every single snap if you're an offense.
All right. So some of our viewer bets that came in the last couple
of weeks. They're already
weeks,
losing, some of them.
They're already losing in part because of what just happened here. Some predictions that Ashton Jeanty would go to the Bears, that he would go top 5. The number 6 overall pick is in from the Las Vegas Raiders. It is Boise State running back Ashton Jeanty. Not completely a chalk pick, but somewhat expected or predicted often that the Raiders would go Jeanty at 6 here. Your thoughts on the Raiders taking Ashton Jeanty? Best running back prospect since? How far back are we going? Is it just Bijan a couple years ago or beyond that? Saquon Barkley? Is it Adrian Peterson? How far back?
Why don't you answer that? How far back do you think?
I don't know if he's that much better than Bijan, but similar bucket. Maybe Saquon. I love Ashton Jeanty. But do you think Where's my handy Ashton Genty? When you take a running back at 6, he will now be the 13th highest paid running back, 61st percentile among running backs. So that is when we talk about taking running backs high, that is the risk factor. You immediately make him one of the highest paid players. That doesn't happen at other positions.
Yeah. So Ari Meyerhoff has reported it is Ashton Genty for the Raiders. So let's have this conversation, right? The flow chart that I always envisage when you're asking, should I take the running back in the first round? Number one, do I need the running back to create a run game out of nothing, right? Is the situation there for him to be a successful running back independent of who he is? I think you can argue the situation is okay, right? Colton Miller is a good left tackle. Jackson Powers-Johnson at center, who they drafted a year ago, should be better this year and was pretty good as a rookie. Dylan Parham can be a good guard. The right side is more of a concern with Alex Kappa, DJ Glaze, maybe. Brock Bowers is more of a receiver than he is an inline blocking tight end. You know, Michael Mayer maybe can be that guy, or maybe they'll move on from him. It's close. I think you can argue that the situation is there for a running back to have success there. So I don't need him to be the run game immediately. I go to the next question. So the next question becomes, what's my opportunity cost, right? So if you look at the board now, my opportunity cost is I could have the next tackle off the board, right? Membu, Kelvin Banks, those were popular picks for them. I could take the top corner on the board who isn't Travis Hunter. I could take the top wide receiver on the board who isn't Travis Hunter, or we could take, a long-term solution, a quarterback. But all the blue chip players are theoretically gone, right? Or unless you're talking tight end, and we already have tight ends. So we're basically out of blue chips, at which point I think you could argue the opportunity cost is not desperate. Edge rusher as well. But again, top edge rusher's gone. So I think you can argue the opportunity cost isn't that bad because all the blue chip players have gone, essentially. So now you get into your question, right? Which is, are we comfortable with the fact that we're immediately making this guy one of the better players in the league at his position? And this is about as high as I think you could justify that and be okay with it. So overall, I think you go, all right, we've just about got a yes on all these three things we need to tick the box.
Look, he's a fantastic player. What I am curious about, I do wonder if the Bears actually did want to trade up. A lot of the rumblings were that the Bears at 10. And so when we're talking about the equation that the Browns are running and what they got in exchange for giving up Travis Hunter, if the Raiders run that, the opportunity to trade down instead of taking Ashton Genty, what did they give up? We don't really know what that would have been. But what they're getting in Genty as a player, Sam, you and I both had him clearly as our top running back. The comment you make about good running backs is they do not get when they dictate contact, or they just don't get hit square very often. He does all of that. He makes the little moves to make people miss. He had 150 missed tackles forced last year per PFF, which looks like a misprint, right? It's absurd. And so when you and I were doing our running back rankings, we just stacked the positives, right? We interviewed him for the show. What scheme do you like, Ashton? I don't care. Zone, gap. And he's not lying. He's good at all of it. He's got vision. Yeah. He's got vision at the line of scrimmage, vision at the second level. Very difficult to tackle. The only negative that you and I could come up with was the dude had like 385 touches last year. And is there too much wear and tear? That's the only negative as a player that we could come up with watching Ashton Genty.
Yeah, dude. I mean, independent of the whole conversation of how high do you draft a running back, blah, blah, blah. He's so good. Like, Ashton Genty is so awesome at football. I mean, he said it himself. He wrote one of the Players Tribune articles, and he was like, look, it's tackle football. Draft the guy they can't tackle. And honestly, he's right. He's got a point. That dude is built low to the ground. He's 5'8", 200+ pounds. He's built like Barry Sanders, right? And one of them, not all the reason, one of the reasons Barry Sanders was such a nightmare to tackle is because that dude had a low center of gravity that was 6 inches off the ground, and you couldn't get him to the turf. Genty has that, right? He is built low to the ground, and he's built like a fire hydrant. You can't get him to the ground. He's got moves. He's got quickness. He's got speed that's enough to run away from a lot of people for at least 80 yards. Maybe you'll track him down before, he makes it the 100 and the touchdown. But that dude is amazing. I am all for Ashton. Like, I would be staggered if Ashton Genty did not end up a good NFL player.
Yeah. So overall, he's going to be very good. It's going to come down to the positional value aspect. That is a legitimate question. Want to shout out what we got here. in the super chats. We had B from Detroit say go blue for Mason Graham when he got drafted there. Mason Graham, number 5 to the Browns. This was the top 6 picks aren't that surprising. I don't think the 7th pick is terribly surprising from what we've seen. A pretty common mock draft pick here, Sam. New York Jets, You ready?
Yep.
New York Jets selecting Missouri offensive tackle Armand Membu. So the smoke that I was buying into, Kelvin Banks to the Raiders, Kelvin Banks maybe being tackle 2, not the case. It's Membu from Missouri, who had a really nice season. You can see the stats on the screen. Very good in pass protection, moves well in the run game, strong, powerful, had an outstanding workout as well at the scouting combine.
He really did. I really liked his tape as well. I almost had the opposite feeling when I was watching him versus Will Campbell, where like you kept noticing Will Campbell every now and again having a bad rep and getting beat by an edge rusher. I kept watching edge rushers play Membu and seeing them run into a brick wall and just getting stoned. And like that guy has long arms and he's incredibly like powerfully squat, compact build with long arms. Like he's got this weird. This is why I think he was getting this kind of guard conversation that we had for all the top tackles this year, because he's sort of shaped like a guard almost. Like he's much more squat, compact, wide, but he's got the long arms. Like he's got the frame of a tackle, but the build of a guard, if that makes sense. But he had this incredible workout. His production was really good. He barely gave up any pressure at all. And the tape looked fantastic. So this is a good pick by the Jets. I like it.
We had a friend in the leagues, as we were going through the mock drafts through the years, said this would be a mature pick by the new regime of the New York Jets. And I like that. I think a mature pick. And I think it is. I like to, I don't know how significant it is, but when you have a new GM, Darren Muji there in New York, a new head coach in Aaron Glenn, I think the first pick, it's kind of significant. And I think a lot of coaches like to start in the trenches. Wasn't Penei Sewell the beginning for one of the first picks for Dan Campbell? Christian Wilkins for the Dolphins a few years ago and their regime. I mean, it just to me, it means something. And the Jets just went with the trench guy. They went with Armand Membu, who's going to step in, play right tackle. That means back-to-back tackles. Olu Fashanu last year in the first round for the Jets. Armand Membu this year for a team that had so many needs. And we had talked about Tyler Warren at tight end, and that wouldn't have felt as good for me. This is just a mature pick, I think, is the way to put it here for the Jets. I like it.
And I love that as a bookend pairing as well, by the way.
Yes.
Like Fashanu, I think, can be an elite pass protecting left tackle. Like, I don't want to use the term finesse player necessarily because it's got sort of pejorative connotations, but like a true pass blocking technician. And then Membu is just this brick wall, but with the power and, a sort of traditional elite level right tackle in the sort of the way everybody thinks of right tackles. But as a bookend pairing, that's a really good duo. And then you've got the interior trio of Elijah Vera-Tucker. I think can still be a really high level right guard if he stays healthy. Joe Tippmann is a good center, and then John Simpson, the weakest player of that line. But if he's the weakest player of the line now, suddenly you've got a pretty good offensive line you put together.
Super chat friends. Carver saying, shouting out this comment because I spat my drink out. Quote, Jeff Tomato says, quote, does Sam dye his head for Easter? End quote. You want to respond?
I was taking it. It took me a little time to realize what that was. I don't dye my head for Easter. I have, however, started to be advertised to via Instagram and Facebook, offering me mattifying gel for my bald head. I'm not sure how Instagram and Facebook knows I'm bald.
We used to need for the bright lights of the studio. When we were dealing with the bright lights of the studio, we need the.
Well, that came in like a little squeezy thing this size, but Facebook is offering me like a thing this size called like, I forget what it's called, but it's a combination of mattifier and SPF, sun protection for the bald head.
And Craig Woodhall, really quick, also shouting out he had the Giants comment. Love the Carter pick for the Giants. He still thinks they'll trade back into the first, possibly with the Bills for Jackson Dart. That would be an interesting haul for the Giants, Jackson Dart and the New York Giants. Let's take a very, very small break. We're not going anywhere. Very small break. We'll be right back with pick 8. We're back. Neither of it. We didn't leave. There's no pee break here. Just needed a quick break to tell you to subscribe. Have you subscribed yet, everybody? Did you at least hit the subscribe button here and check the mic? Hope you did. We're here. Panthers are on the clock. Now, they've been trying to trade down, Sam. I don't know who they're going to pick. I think they want
so
one of
this
these.
is one we've obviously got.
rushers.
We've got I wouldn't say we have sources because he hasn't actually told us anything useful. We have former colleagues that are now working for the Carolina Panthers. Dr. Eric Eager, the late Dr. Eric Eager, is like running analytics for the Carolina Panthers, and he did tell us that there is somebody in this draft that he loves. Now, he didn't tell us who it was, and we're gonna have to find that out after the draft. But I'm curious if that guy is still on the board.
Someone that he loves. I'm also not even using him as a source, just trying to predict who would the Panthers want here. I think they've wanted a pass rusher. I think they would have wanted Mason Graham, which is why I was not going to predict him falling out of the top 10. I think he would have been the pick here. I think if there was a clean edge rusher, they would definitely take him. I don't think any of them are clean. They all come with question marks.
But this draft has been pretty much chalk. The chalk pick would be Carolina taking Jalen Walker, right?
It would be. I think oh, there we go. Pick is in. It's not defense. It's not defense.
McMillan?
Wide receiver, Tedero McMillan to the Carolina Panthers. So This is my take on this, Sam, is when you're stacking up Jalen Walker, Mike Green, James Pierce, Mykel Williams, they wanted an edge rusher. No one ticked every box. No one ticked every box of high-end production, high-end athleticism, size. Size is a big issue for, I think, teams with this edge rush class. And this ended up being the safest, cleanest. You're going to get a good football player at a valuable position in Tedero McMillan. And it's a weapon for Bryce Young. And that's where they're going. And look, defense doesn't matter per Eric. Why would they take a defensive player? Just go offense, baby.
This is interesting because on the one hand, I don't love Tedero McMillan as a prospect. Like I don't think he's worth a top 10 draft pick in a vacuum, or, I think Travis Hunter is the best wide receiver in this draft. But, and the Panthers are in an interesting sort of situation because they have last year's former first round pick, Xavier Legette, didn't have a good rookie season at all. It's like, well, do we give up on him after a year? What do we do here? Now, I do think that McMillan and Legette can coexist within the same offense and not, it's not redundant, right? We haven't kicked Legette out of the game plan and McMillan now assumes that role of the number one guy. They can definitely coexist within the same system. McMillan played quite a lot in the slot. Like he's been moved around in that offense in Arizona and is successful, moving around, and actually might not be the sort of traditional X wide receiver that wins on the boundary the way everybody's assuming, kind of the way Drake London had his best season when he was moved into the slot more, right? And actually sort of taken away from those. But I think McMillan's good, right? He's got good long speed. Like he ran a 4.5 something. I don't care. Like he's able to run away from people. I'm not concerned about his speed. 6'5", 210 plus pounds. 20% of his snaps ish in the slots. And he's got a lot more wiggle in his route running. And I was impressed with him after the catch, even if his after the catch numbers aren't great. Like I don't think he's the player that people imagine when they think 6'5", 215-pound receiver, and he gets comped to Drake London a lot. And I don't think he's that type of player at all. But I do think he can do damage within this offense. And who was it a few years ago where they were like assembling every wide receiver they brought in was 6'5"? All of a sudden, Carolina is assembling a receiving core of giants for Bryce Young to throw to.
The David Garrard Jaguars did that for a while. That was Reggie Williams was 6'4", Matt Jones was 6'5", Ernest Wilford was 6'4", and they had Mercedes Lewis as 6'6" tight end. Right. That was the first team that I could think of. They were just pure monsters.
The Chargers had a giant receiving core for a few years as well.
Vincent Jackson and Michael Floyd on the outside.
Yeah.
So you're talking, I love this for the Panthers. Tedero McMillan, because I don't think Xavier Legette's all that good. But I think what he's good at, he's not a good polished receiver, and he wasn't coming out. But what he's good at is he can create some explosives. He's pretty good after the catch, Liget, and every now and again he'll create a mismatch. The number of times I just wrote down good in Tetero and McMillan's notes, in my notes on him, good route runner, sinks his hips for a big guy, very good hands, good in contested situations, good after the catch. He's just a good receiver. He's not as dynamic as Malik Neighbors or Brian Thomas Jr. from last year. He's not as straight up fast as some of those other guys. He's not as good after the catch, but he's good at everything. I think he's going to be a good receiver at the next level. So you got Tetero and McMillan. You got Thielen still there as your veteran. Thielen Coker is one of the better undrafted free agent receivers that we've seen recently, if he could build on that. And Xavier Liget takes a little pressure off last year's number 32 pick, Liget.
And actually, so you're right. Look, Xavier Liget has not had a good start to his NFL career. The thing, though, that he should be able to do, even if he remains a limited receiver with a narrow skill set, is the DK Metcalf spectrum of you are big, fast, and explosive. Just torch the dude down the sideline, right? Like just play that X receiver stuff and just go vertical and scare them. He can do that. Like he can run by a guy down the sideline on a 9 route and just terrify them. And I don't think that that's McMillan's skill set. Like I think that's actually what he's not great at. Ben Stockwell of PFF, when he first started diving into the draft like 3 days ago, Ben got to it late this year.
He
was sending me all these plays where
6'5",
210 plus pound Tetero McMillan is getting like mushed off the screen in press coverage, like just driven off the field. That shouldn't be happening for a guy that wants to play like X wide receiver. So in a way, I don't think he is that. I think he's actually going to end up being they're going to have a weird receiving core, but a good one. I think McMillan is a good receiver. He just might not be that X that everybody's looking for. Liget might not be a good receiver, but he can be that X.
I mean, you keep saying he's not like Drake London, McMillan. Maybe not in style, but I think the results are going to be there, right? He's going to make contested catches. You might put him in the slot a bunch where Drake London is a mismatch. He can win on the outside against off coverage. I think there are a lot of similarities to London as far as how there is a high-end uber possession receiver. I think that is what you're getting in Tetero and McMillan. My question on McMillan are the bad plays, the press plays, the plays where he looks like he's not even running, the plays where he's getting bossed halfway through a deep ball and getting knocked off his route. There's certain, like Utah game stood out. He was just off. And I would want to know, like, why were you so far off your game a few weeks out of the season?
Yeah, this is all why I think he's good, not great, right? But I do think he's a good player, and I actually quite like the fit schematically with this Panthers team. And particularly, like if Bryce Young continues playing the way he was playing to end last season, I mean, this could be a really good offense really quickly because that offensive line is legit. The running game is legit. All of a sudden, if he's got some receivers to play with, and remember, like Coker should be getting a year, better, a year older. Jatavian Sanders, who they drafted a tight end last year, could be, better and more impactful next year. Like this could be a really good offense pretty quickly. The other thing we have to bring up is we have a first correct bet of the draft. Mike the Thrill said the Panthers will go offense round 1.
Oh, he got it. And all we talked about was defense for the Panthers because that pass rush was so bad. Saints are up on the clock, and the Saints pick. This was the first one where we could see, was this Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, apparently we didn't accept that one. We just monitored it.
Oh, monitored. He's right. Good job. Give him a shout out.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see how many T-shirts we owe people. Maybe we'll accept it posthumously of the draft.
We'll see. You never know. Keep taking shots. Anyway, Kelvin Banks is going to be the pick for the Saints at number 9 overall. Texas offensive tackle. So this is the one. Another most recent rumors that the Saints, they were the betting favorite for Shedeur Sanders. People assumed maybe that's at 9. Every Saints beat reporter came out and said, no, look to the trenches, either offense or defensive line. Combine that with the other smoke that, hey, the tackles are going to go higher. And here we are, Kelvin Banks. Many had him as tackle 2 throughout this entire process behind Will Campbell. Our old friend Mike Renner has him as tackle number 1. So I'm sure he really likes this pick for the Saints. So Kelvin Banks is the pick here. The Saints drafted, this is now back-to-back years, the Jets and Saints have drafted offensive tackles. Saints went Talise Fawanga last year. What's interesting about this, They did not pick up the fifth-year option on Trevor Penning. He's the starting right tackle. Fuanga was a right tackle in college. Banks is a left tackle. Let's unpack this whole thing. Banks might just stick at left tackle. They move Fuanga back to right tackle, much like what the Titans are doing with J.C. Latham. Stop doing that. They're going to block him. So Saints are taking Kelvin Banks. He's a good tackle prospect, Sam, and they go in the top 10 as Kelvin Banks has.
Yeah, so you're right. They picked up Chris Olave's option. They did not pick up Trevor Penning's. That's the first question: is which side of the line are they going to play him? Are they going to keep Fuanga where he played last year? Or are they going to move him back to right tackle and keep Banks? Either way, they went offensive line. The Saints, I think, were a team. The quarterback thing confused everybody. Like, the markets didn't know where the Saints were going this year. Like, nobody was a particularly strong favorite to be this pick. They didn't really know. When the Derek Carr stuff came out, everyone was like, "Oh, the Saints are drafting Shedeur at 9." And then universally, all the local beat guys were like, "Nope, not happening at 9. They're going in a different direction." So they end up going offensive line. That's fine. It makes sense. Like this. It's always this is what people were saying, right? Offensive linemen were going to go higher, earlier, and in more numbers than you were expecting them to. And it's because of teams like the Saints, where they could have gone a number of different ways. They need defensive line. They need edge rushers, interior linemen, cornerback, arguably, quarterback, obviously. They're not doing that now. But that offensive line is also a mess. So it makes sense to snag an offensive tackle and try and rebuild it.
Kelvin Banks, including our friend Drake Holiday in the chat here. Kelvin Banks has a lot of evaluations all over the place. I think he's fine as a tackle, but I know Drake's talking about him being a guard in a few years. Duke Manyweather, who works with a whole lot of offensive tackles, is, I think, admittedly biased toward the players that he works with, namely Will Campbell and Armand Membu. He thought Banks was a tick below those guys. He doesn't work with Banks. Take it for what it is. The evaluations on Kelvin Banks are all over the place. I think he's a good overall tackle prospect, though, and certainly worthy of the number 9 overall pick.
Yeah, and again, like Will Campbell, extremely battle tested, right? We've got almost 3,000 snaps worth of college career. We've got over 1,500 snaps worth of pass blocking. He got better every season of his career. This most recent season was his best. He's a good pass blocker. He's stupid good in space. Like, that's his superpower. When he gets out and locates blocks in space, like on the move against smaller people, a lot of tackles really struggle doing that. No, like, understandably so, right? You're 310 plus pounds and you're trying to block a small, 180, 200-pound defensive back or, a slightly bigger linebacker. Like, it's how the hell they ever locate those guys is impressive. Banks is really good at that. And he springs some like amazing long runs, some short screen stuff because of the ability he has to block out in space.
Yeah, I think he's got excellent tools too. I think his nifty footwork, he's really strong, Kelvin Banks. To me, it's technique issues. Allows a short corner every now and again as a pass blocker. I think those things can be cleaned up. So from a team building standpoint, what the Saints are looking at here, again, last year, Trevor Penning was their starting right tackle. He was their first-round pick a few years ago. They're essentially moving on from him, is what it seems like. I'd almost sense Trevor Penning maybe being on the trading block and somebody can try to get the most out of him as he heads into year 4. Better run blocker than pass blocker. I think Banks stays at left tackle and they move Fuanga back to right tackle. And now just like the Jets, back-to-back tackle picks for the New Orleans Saints over the last couple of years. All right. You ready for what? It's kind of a curveball. The first non-trade curveball of the draft here, Sam. You ready?
Sure. What do we got?
Pick is in for the Chicago Bears. And they are taking tight end from Michigan.
Oh.
Colston Loveland. Colston Loveland to the Bears, a weapon for Caleb Williams.
Let's go. I like that. People were talking about the Bears being in the tight end market. Obviously, they've got Cole Kmet, and he's a solid tight end. But they were usually linking him to Tyler Warren rather than Colston Loveland. But we were making this point. Look, those are two guys that could go high in this draft. Like two guys that are potentially elite level tight end players. Not Brock Bowers level elite, but like the tick below that. Brock Bowers is, generational for as much as that term is hateful, but he's that kind of category, right? These guys are not that, but they're like legit high-end tight end prospects. Man, but he like makes plays like a wide receiver. I mean, he's got movement skills that are sick for that size. I love adding him to that offense, particularly, if Genty had been here, Genty at 10 would have made a lot of sense to turbocharge that run game. But in this draft of all drafts, right, to be able to come back later, second round, third round, grab a running back there, and also have a guy like Colston Loveland who can make a difference in the pass game, I love this pick for the Bears.
All right, we're gonna start getting kind of ahead of the game here. Loveland is a good. I could see him being considered a better pure pass catcher than Tyler Warren. Not ready to say Tyler Warren that he's better than Tyler Warren all around or a better run blocker. Our friend Nate Tice came to that conclusion. Likes Loveland as a run blocker. I don't know that he's great in line. Like a lot of good college tight ends, though, he's athletic, gets into position, he can block. His signature play, though, Loveland, is catching the ball up the seam. Saw J.J. McCarthy firing the ball up the seam to him all the time. Caleb Williams makes that throw extremely well. You need to have that middle of the field open with Rome Odunze, DJ Moore on the outside. You lost Keenan Allen for now as the slot. Loveland maybe takes some of those slot or middle of the field type of snaps. It's a good fit to grow the pass game in Chicago, and Loveland, I do believe, is probably a better pure pass catcher than Tyler Warren, and that's what you're getting from him. I like the way he catches the ball off his frame and everything, too. So he does a lot well. The other note that I have that's interesting for Caleb Williams, I make this note when I see it, good scramble drill adjustments from Colston Loveland. He had a good feel working with scrambling quarterbacks. Well, you don't draft a guy for that, but it's a nice skill to have when Caleb Williams is your quarterback. So,
yeah. I don't know if he's necessarily a better receiver than Tyler Warren, but I do think he's a more sort of wide receiver.
True.
You know what I mean? He's more of a fluid, route running, athletic receiving tight end than he is than a sort of traditional, inline. Now he's huge, right? He's still like 6'6" and 250 pounds, but he moves more like a wide receiver than a sort of true tight end. So I think you're right to bring up Keenan Allen. Like he can become the kind of big slot weapon in this offense and a huge target for Caleb Williams. So again, really like that pick.
All right, I'm going to say that is, Mr. Potato, the biggest surprise so far, minus the trade. The Jags have stolen the show with surprises, but as far as picked players, that's the biggest surprise. The next pick is in at 11. We got 10 picks in. Now we're at 11. San Francisco 49ers. They're going Georgia edge rusher, Mykel Williams. Mykel Williams is the next player off the board for Georgia. And here's what's interesting, right? They have a massive need at the edge, on the edge, next to Nick Bosa, completely depleted up front. Figured they were going to go defensive line. They had been linked to Walter Nolan, more of an interior player, of course. Mykel Williams is the second edge off the board behind Abdul Carter. And he's kind of like your more classic edge. He's not undersized like Jalen Walker and James Pierce and Mike Green, or on the lower side of size, we'll say. He is more your traditional edge. And I've called him a high floor player because he's a very good run defender. I mean, the dude was playing over guards and tackles, blowing them up, blowing up the run game. He's very good, uses his length. He's not an explosive player, but I think he might have some pass rush chops to develop down the road. Only 1,000 snaps in his career. Inexperienced, upside, but I think a high floor for Mykel Williams.
Yeah, so I was a little bit lower on Mykel Williams than a lot of people. I had him in edge 6, I think. But I understand, he's the type of player the NFL covets and gravitates towards. He's big, he's long, 6'5", 265 pounds. He's powerful as well. Now, for a while, he was being talked about in the same bucket as Shamar Stewart in terms of elite athlete who didn't necessarily have the production to back it up. Where Mykel became kind of interesting is he, with testing, his 40 time was average. He ended up not actually being that special an athlete at all, which makes it kind of intriguing because you're talking about a guy who's got 85th percentile height, 85th percentile wingspan, 80 plus percentile arm length, but his 40 time was rank average. His he doesn't look explosive, and he hasn't been particularly productive at all. He had 26 pressures last season, according to PFF, 26 the season before that, according to PFF. And, the profile has not been an exceptionally productive player, nor has he got an amazing amount of untapped potential because of the freaky athlete he is. But I agree with you that you can see him just being a guy who chews up 600 snaps and makes, a good contribution against the run, chips in with some pressure. It's just a solid player that starts for them.
Yeah. So when you compare him, because I have some numbers against what solid or better players are at the NFL level. The only place where Mykel Williams excels from college production standpoint is the run game. Overall run defense production, of creating positive plays, avoiding negative plays. He's above average in both of those. Now, as I've said, first round edge rushers, you would like for them to tick the pass rush production box and to tick the elite athlete box. He doesn't for either yet. But the way you would explain it away is he's only 21 years old.
Yeah.
I keep mentioning 1,000 career snaps for him and Jalen Walker. That matters, right? We haven't seen him a ton. And he played through injury, right? So he's young, inexperienced, and played through injury in his junior season. This past year, he got an ankle injury week 1 against Clemson and tried to play with it. You saw him hobbling trying to play against Bama, I believe it was, or against Texas. You see him hobbling through and trying through. So that's where you're trying to say the potential's there. And referencing our friend Nate Tice again, coming into the year, he's like, this guy looks like number 1 overall player potential. So that's what's interesting about this edge class is Mykel Williams had at least a person that we respect, say a number 1 overall player type. James Pierce from Tennessee, we were thinking, hey, number 1 overall player type. Neither guy is going in the top 10. So it's an upside play, but I still see him as a high floor. Like you're going to get a good old school base end type of player opposite Nick Bosa.
And I think, remember when Trayvon Walker was coming out and people were saying, one of the reasons he didn't have production is because he spent a lot of time inside as a sort of 3-4 defensive end effectively, where you're not getting those true edge rusher, wide 9 alignment for want of a better description, like the true speed edge rush alignment. Mykel Williams had a lot of that as well. Now, not a crazy amount, but enough, I would say, to make an impact on that. Like there's a bunch of plays where he doesn't have that opportunity to just pin his ears back and attack the tackle on the outside. That's true for him. It's also true for Shamar Stewart. Like it's true for a few of these guys where they spent quite a lot of their time, at least enough to move the needle inside in a way that, look, if you want to make him just a pure edge on the outside, you're going to give him more opportunities to rush the passer.
So I think we're well ahead of the broadcast. Just a reminder to people, that's what we're doing. We're going to, as soon as we find out the pick via social media, whenever it comes out, we're going to respond to it. If you like that, great. If you don't like it, you should still stay. And just put us on slight delay. Match us up with TV.
That's the key. If you don't like it, right, just pause us for a couple of minutes and come back to it and sync us up with the broadcast, because it's too hard to figure out where everybody is between TV, streaming, and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going when we know the info. So match us up with the TV if you're watching as a second screen.
Good day, Danny Taylor. Thanks for joining, Danny. Danny, diehard. He's from Australia.
Yeah, no, I got that.
Danny from Australia, in case you didn't know. He's in the chat saying hello. Raise your hand if you're from what country you're from. We've got people from all over the world watching us, Sam. Gotta love it. He's an American.
Unlikely we'll get any of them drafted today, but I think we're going to get Australians drafted this year.
Some punters or rugby?
No, the IPP guys.
Oh, right. IPP Australians. So yeah, come back for day 3, Danny. It's my friend Danny Taylor. We got Scotland. We have Canada in the house. Switzerland from earlier. Philippines. I love this. Anybody from Antarctica again? Remember we had that one Antarctic listener. That was my goal.
Some people are asking where we're getting the information. Ari Meirov is providing the majority of them so far.
33rd Team Zone. Ari Meirov was on the show a little bit earlier. So yeah, various insider sources on the Twitter machine, including Ari, doing a great job here. Connecticut from Teddy. Foreign territory.
By the way, huge shout out to everybody who is here on this stream. I mean, we first time doing this, right? We've been at PFF for a decade before this. This is the first time we're out on our own, doing our own thing. We didn't get into our studio by the draft. It's still in construction mode. We're sitting here in my basement in your attic in the sports coat, trying to be professional. The dog's walking all over me. And yet we've got a bunch of people here for the fun.
Kids are screaming, the whole thing. Yeah, really appreciate everybody for joining us. I was a little nervous. There's a lot of live streams out there. I didn't know how many people would show up and hang out with us. We have a lot. So really appreciate everybody being here. Appreciate all you people. Everybody that's super chatted or not super chatted or whatever. It doesn't matter. Excited to be here. And we're just doing a little hangout. And by the way, when we're done live, we're going to do it all over again. A new tradition. I mean, we're going to recap every pick with some quicker analysis, you know?
We did a different show. We're not just going to repeat the same show.
A different show. It'll be a completely different show, but we're going to rehash every single pick. We used to only say, hey, what was your favorite pick? And what was the biggest surprise? And then a couple years ago, I was all like roided up from recovering from strep throat. And I was like, let's just go pick by pick again, Sam. We just did it for 5 hours. Let's do it again for another 2. Let's stay up all night, baby.
The roids.
Oh, man, you were falling asleep. And I'm like, let's go. 3 a.m. Let's go, baby. We're doing that tonight. We're doing it. Get some more Harry, let's get some more coffee over here. Not even halfway through round 1. What's everybody doing? What's Dallas doing? Dallas, all the smoke around Dallas was them trading down. Are they waiting as long as they can to trade down here? They don't have McMillan. I think they would have taken McMillan if he was on the clock. He's gone. If he was available. Matthew Golden.
Recent mock draft picks I've seen for Dallas have included McMillan and Kelvin Banks. So 2 of the players that are already taken in the top 10 were common draft picks for Dallas in the last couple of days.
Are they a Tyler Warren perhaps spot here?
Oh, I mean, I don't have time to go find it, but there's video of me putting that out there months ago.
No, I know that. You definitely had a Tyler Warren to the Cowboys take. I thought it was crazy. I also wasn't completely buying the tight ends going this high. We already have Loveland at 10. Warren's going in the next 4 pick. Oh, yeah. Warren's going to the next 4. I mean, yeah, I would have gone with edge rushers. I would have gone with the edge rushers. I mean,
that's going to be interesting now if this edge rusher sort of class, right? Because the one thing you can say about Michael Williams is he has the fewest question marks, I guess, of any of these guys. Like, it's just, we think he'll be good, right? We may have questions about his ceiling, but we're pretty sure that size, that length, that, he'll be good. Whereas the other guys were like, the question marks are significant. So
I texted you 1 pick that's going to happen. I can't say on air. Ooh. So there's one being very coy. We have inside sources. We can't even tell anybody anything. So how about that? That might be happening in the next few picks. Yeah, I want to see how the edge rushers fall. Because, look, Michael Williams is like the cleanest I keep saying high floor. He's like the cleanest one out of all of them.
The least scary, I think, is a good way of putting it.
Yeah. I think that's what it is, right? And but I think the upside, if you can get Mike Green and James Pierce and some of these other guys, you're gonna feel great about it. Oh boy, this is one. Stay cool, lads. From Peter J. Moss, appreciate you in the super chat.
The one last thing, by the way, that I'll say about Michael Williams is he now gets to go and play on the opposite side of the line from Nick Bosa, right? One of the most dominant pressure artists in the NFL. And Michael Williams, now he's not Jalen Walker or a couple of other players, but he's pretty good as a cleanup guy, right? So I think he'll get a lot of pressure because of Nick Bosa.
All right, man. Pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. Again, reminder, super chats are on. No pressure either way. Appreciate everybody that's already contributed and been a part of that. Cowboys are making the pick at 12. It is Alabama guard Tyler Booker.
Oh,
you're not seeing this. Am I surprising you every time I announce it, Sam?
I'm not paying attention to the chat as much, so yeah.
I like when you're surprised. I'm going to be the guy that surprises you every single time. Tyler Booker is the pick at 12. Now, the second straight year the Cowboys have gone offensive lineman, and I think a lineman with questions. But
yeah,
Booker's a mauler. He's big. I got to break down his workout and everything, but your thoughts on Booker and this being the pick for the Cowboys?
I mean, look, I'm not a Dallas Cowboys fan, but this doesn't feel like it's going to feel great for the Cowboys in terms of, hey, we just drafted a guard at 12 overall who was a consensus, fringe first rounder? Where did he end up being in the consensus board? 28. So 28 to 12, it's got to fall into the category of reach. Look, Booker is fascinating because he's a big mauling offensive lineman that you feel would be good in a gap scheme, not so good in a zone scheme, in an era where most people are playing zone most of the time in some way, shape, or form. He's also, again, you could kind of work with that, but his workout was historically bad. So he's a guy where Okay, the tape's good. I don't know that many people who looked at Tyler Booker's tape and didn't like it, right? Looked at him and went, man, that guy can't make it. He's not a good player. But there's a lot you have to ignore, or a lot of thresholds that he doesn't meet. You know, if you're in that world of what is draft evaluation with all these data points, do we just like eliminate players that don't clear this line, don't do this, don't tick this box? There's quite a lot of boxes he doesn't tick.
All right, there's a lot of analysis here on Booker. I think he's a pretty good player, despite the mauler that we've described. PFF grades are better in pass protection than run blocking. So, you saw that on film. I think he's a good pass protector. It's just he's a different type of guard, right? I mean, we've seen a lot of these studies on shuttle time and on 3-cone and the movement skills for guards, and those are the guys that end up becoming long-term starters. That's a place that he's well below average. It shows up on the field. I think he wins with length. He wins with size, even in pass pro. And I think he sees stunts and twists, which is a huge part of today's NFL in pass protection. My worry is when he has to adjust to them, he's just so slow-footed. So the workout stuff, it's not like, hey, we're looking at the combine and forgetting the tape. The tape shows a guy that struggles to adjust quickly in pass protection, especially when you have a looper, you have somebody coming around and he has to make a quick adjustment. So I think that's a massive issue. And then you look at the workout. He ran a 5.38. So I'll just give you what he ran and what solid or better guards usually are, guards and centers. The average is 5.09 in the 40. He ran a 5.38. 10-yard split, 177 versus 19. Shuttle, 4.58 versus 4.84. Cone, 3.764 versus 7.96, almost 8. Once you get to the 8 for the cone, it's not great. It was an all-time bad workout for an interior offensive lineman. And so you're picking him at 12, right? And that's why I'm thinking, like, if you take him in the second, and you know who he reminds me of, Osiris Torrance, the starting guard for the Bills, who went in the second, was a fringe first-round type. Similar player, similar production profile, similar workout profile, which is fine. That's the risk at 12. And then you add in the price tag thing we were talking about with running backs. He immediately becomes the number 17 paid guard in the NFL at pick 12. So again, when we're talking positional value, whereas if they drafted Jalen Walker, say, or Mike Green or any other edge, they're the 56th highest paid edge instead of the 17th paid guard. So that's just what's on the line here. That's just what's happening here. I see the RAS, the relative athletic score, 3.9. I described it granularly. When you roll it all up, it is historically bad as a workout for Tyler Booker, especially for a top 12 player.
Yeah, and look, this is, the sort of context of all this is Zach Martin retires, a Hall of Fame caliber offensive lineman, a guy that's been a stalwart for them for a decade. We've just hit free agency where Jerry Jones says he doesn't believe in, filling holes. He believes you do that in the draft. But the point you're making is good. You're drafting high enough here that you're making this guy a pretty well-paid player at that position. And is he going to be better than average as a starting guard, quickly? I don't know. So that's a risk. Now, look, on the plus side, again, I said everybody kind of likes his tape. Like, I haven't seen many people who watched Tyler Booker's tape and said, this guy's just not a good player. He's done it, at a high level of competition in the SEC against some very good players. So all that's working for him. But this, again, when you're drafting a guy this high, you kind of want to see all the boxes ticked, right? I want a good athletic profile. I want all this sort of stuff. And there's at least a couple of those boxes that he isn't ticking. And if I was drafting an interior offensive lineman at 12 overall, even in this draft, I don't think he's the one I would be drafting.
And this just marks the second straight year they draft an offensive lineman that I think has some question marks. Booker's athleticism, which shows up on film, again, good player, but I think his limitations show. And Tyler Guyton, who was a project. I think we all knew he was a project. If he figures it out, man, Tyler Guyton at left tackle, watch out. But year one, he looked like a project. 49.4 PFF grade for Tyler Guyton. He had to step in and play left tackle, got benched multiple times for the Cowboys. So Tyler Guyton and Tyler Booker, they now have 3 Tylers on the offensive line. Where's Berman? Like the old Berman would have some sort of like Tyler, 3 Tylers and, a Cooper and a Terrence, or he'd have some
they're
sort
just
of joke
doing it
there.
by unit, right? Their wide receiver core is all Jalen's, and their offensive line is all Tyler's.
I got to tweet this out. This is very important information. But yeah, Booker's going to step in at right guard. He's also, by the way, he's stepping in for future Hall of Fame retired right guard Zach Martin right now.
Right.
So that's what they've had to do the last 2 years in Dallas, by the way. And this is, from a team building standpoint, challenging. Tyron Smith, future Hall of Famer. They moved on from him. Zach Martin, future Hall of Famer. He retires. Direct replacements with upside projectable Tyler Guyton and now Tyler Booker at right guard. Big shoes to fill for those guys. And from a Dallas standpoint, you're kind of playing whack-a-mole at this position that was very stable for about a decade, and that hurts, your team building effort across the rest of the roster.
We had a couple of good super chats come in. One from Elian Adkins, who said the Vikings are going to trade up and snag Ibuka before Green Bay, which would be a pretty bold move. And then Aaron Borja, I think is how we'll pronounce that, had a really good question about Shamar Stewart that I think we should save for when he gets drafted, assuming he does get drafted in this first round. But thank you to those two people.
I'm trying to not be so negative about the players, but I want to give an objective view of what everything means, right? So I'm not trying to be negative. Again, I get it with Booker. It's high for a guard who has question marks. And I really think Dallas, if McMillan wasn't on the board or was still on the board, if Kelvin Banks was on the board, maybe they go somewhere else. I think they wanted to trade out and they just said, all right, this is the next guy for us.
Yeah, look, people are going to hear what they want to hear to an extent. But I think we're being fair with this, right? We've both said, look, you can see, again, the tape is good. People like his tape. And ultimately Walt will tell you repeatedly, ad nauseum, whether you want him to or not, tape's the only thing that matters, right? His tape is good against SEC competition. He's a good player. But if you are going to draft a guy 12 overall on the interior offensive line, he was 28 on the consensus board. He doesn't tick certain boxes that you want to see tick to be comfortable making that pick. There's a lot of teams I don't think that would have made that pick. Right now, Dallas has been one of the better drafting teams in the last decade, so maybe they're comfortable and maybe they're right. But it's a scary draft pick, right? If my team had made that pick, I would be a little bit worried relative to some of the other selections that have been made already.
All right, now that was going fast. All of a sudden, we got a lot of time in between picks. Now it's coming really quickly. You ready for this one, Sam? Pick 13, yep. Miami Dolphins. Yep. Get ready. Defensive tackle, Kenneth Grant.
Oh, yes.
Michigan. Your guy, Kenneth Grant, is the pick at number 13 overall. And while we're here, I'm just going to jump the gun into pick 14 because that's in as well. We'll talk about both at the same time. The Indianapolis Colts, to no one's surprise,
Tyler Warren.
Tight end Tyler Warren. The pick is in for the Colts. So we have Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins at 13. This is your guy, Sam. He has gone in mock drafts in the late first, but he's also gone in the top half of the first, and I think you've been a huge fan of that fit.
I really have. I normally don't gravitate towards this type of player, right? But Kenneth Grant is the dude who jumps off the screen, who is freaky for his size, right? Mason Graham, it was like, how does that dude move so fast for someone that's 320 pounds? The answer was simple. He isn't 320 pounds. He's actually a hair over 300 pounds, and he moves like that. Kenneth Grant is actually 340 plus pounds and moves in a freaky way for that size. But that dude has some plays. The splash plays are out of this world insane. But like a lot of those players that have that on their resume, he doesn't do it as consistently as you would want to see. To me, he reminded me of another former Michigan defensive tackle, Alan Branch, who was also 6'3", 340 pounds, and he had a solid NFL career, but he had one where I think he was also a former first-round pick, but he always felt like he was miscast. He felt to me like a three technique trapped in a nose tackle's body. And because he had a nose tackle's body, repeatedly NFL teams were just like, dude, sit there, play nose tackle, eat 2 gaps, and be happy about it. Whereas I think if you actually, I think Alan Branch in today's NFL would have been a far more destructive player than he was back in the day. I think if a team sees Kenneth Grant and says, that dude's best plays all come shooting gaps and just crushing people with speed and quickness and power, and let him like turn himself loose and just get into the backfield. I think he can be an absolute wrecking machine. If they plug him in and say, you're 340 pounds, be a space eating, two gapping nose tackle, I think he's going to have an underwhelming NFL career.
My notes are similar on Grant. He is, to me, he's a first contact winner, right? He can play with the knockback or like reset the line of scrimmage and what looks like the two gap technique. He wins with how many quick swim moves did he win with? Right? I mean, it's just the wins that like Kalijah Kancey would winning the same way as a guy,
right. Plus 60 pounds.
Right, 60 pounds. So that's what's interesting. But I also think he could anchor if he needed to, but it's just not his game, right? So that's what is intriguing. He goes at pick 13, same place as Jordan Davis a couple years ago. Jordan Davis, 340 pounds, freaky workout, and it was the same idea. We thought Jordan Davis was supposed to be that two-gapper that in today's NFL was going to allow you to play the run with fewer box defenders. Kenneth Grant, maybe they want to do that, and that's similar, but it's just interesting to see the big nose tackle body go to similar spot as Davis a few years ago.
Yeah, and I think he's been a much more impactful, disruptive pass rusher than Jordan Davis ever was, right? And he's done it on more snaps as well, which was one of the concerns or question marks about Jordan Davis. One of the things, though, so I agree with you. I think he can just occupy space and be a two-gapping type of hold the point. You know, nobody really two gaps that way anymore, but be a hold the point, run stuffing nose tackle. But I don't know if you can do that at the same. My problem with that is we mentioned all those swim moves that he has, right? The problem, if you're going to attack with that type of move, you're automatically sort of raising yourself, right? Like you're going up and over. It's difficult to do both those things at the same time, right? So you can't really attack with the swim move rather, and hold the point, because you automatically are getting high. You're sort of selling out for that one move. And if you then have to anchor and get lower again, it's very hard to do. So that's why I say, don't ask him to do that. Don't ask him to be this, get a different body if you want to just plug the run. Let that guy do what he does well, which is wreck people on contact, shoot gaps, destroy people with his swim move, get into the backfield, and then have teams try and figure out how we block a 340-pound guy who's already 2 yards deep into the backfield by the time the quarterback has dropped back or the running back is getting the handoff. I think his potential is so much higher than we've seen so far, and I love him in that defense.
Interesting spot for the Dolphins. Massive need at defensive tackle, at corner, and probably at guard, maybe future tackle. They go with Kenneth Grant. Needed to replace Christian Wilkins after a couple of years being gone. Calais Campbell moving on. So now Kenneth Grant next to Zach Sealer up front on that defensive line. Colts at 14. Where's that super chat? We had an excited Colts fan here. Nate, yes, we finally got a tight end. Now AR, Anthony Richardson, going to put it all together. Colts win the Super Bowl by 1 million. Go Colts. Thanks, Nate, for the super chat. Tyler Warren, another one of the most predicted mock draft picks here going to the Colts.
And for a reason. I mean, it makes so much sense, right? Indianapolis, you can actually look at that roster and say, okay, quarterback is a question mark because it's a competition between Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. That doesn't inspire confidence. But
is Tyler Warren, that, is he the best passer on the team? He was an Elite 11 quarterback, Penn State, using him as a passer all the time. Lefty.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you look beyond that quarterback battle and you're like, this roster's in really good shape with the one exception at tight end, where they've been drafting this sequence of like athletic freaks, none of whom have become impact playmakers for them. And you look last year at the tight end production for this team, and it's just non-existent effectively. Like none of these guys got more than 200 receiving yards. None of them scored more than one touchdown. Tyler Warren is just an every down, good all around classic tight end who's athletic, who can block a bit, who was demonstrably like the best player in that Penn State offense every time he played. I think that's significant. Like he jumped off the tape. Love this fit. Like perfect combination of high-end player, desperate glaring team need, and just a perfect synergy of draft pick and spot.
Let me just say, as much as I've poo-pooed taking tight ends high,
very much,
we've got two in the top 14. And so here's what it brings to the table. Tyler Warren is physical. I think of all the tight ends, he's one of the guys that would line up in line and get dirty against defensive ends of all the tight ends. And now, look, I think the Colts in their heart really want Anthony Richardson to develop, right? Of course they do. So if he's out there on the field, and the reason why I always say that running quarterbacks give you a high floor is because even when Anthony Richardson has a game where he's 11 for 32, he could still give you something on the ground. And now you just have other ways to win. Tyler Warren and his ability as a 3-down tight end with Anthony Richardson's running ability, we're hoping that he develops as a passer. Jonathan Taylor next to him in the backfield, and then a really nice trio of receivers. Possession guy Michael Pittman, deep threat Alec Pierce, possession slot Josh Downs, one of the more underrated players in the NFL right now. I think Warren's a really good fit, not just because of the need. I think the value's fine there, right? I would still rather go trench players as much as possible, but I get it. And I love the fit for the Colts. Again, not just because there's a starting spot there, but he brings a run-pass element the same way Richardson brings a run-pass element and Jonathan Taylor brings an extra element. Makes them difficult to defend, even when Richardson's not having his best game as a passer. Now, once he starts figuring it out, we've seen a couple high-end games for him. If he can figure it out, then they become even more dangerous. A lot of tools here and a lot of weapons, I'd say, for the Colts.
Yeah, this is a good roster. Like I said, outside of tight end, this is a team in good shape. That receiving core, Michael Pittman's a very good player. Alec Pierce was unleashed last year as that sort of vertical big play threat. Josh Downs is a fantastic slot weapon. You still have the unknown of what Adonai Mitchell is going to become, like weird rookie season where he just couldn't get on the same page with his quarterback at any point. But the traits are absurd. Like you could see visibly the potential he has to be an explosive playmaker. And now you add Tyler Warren to that. I mean, dude, that's a feast of weapons.
Weapons for Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones. We'll see. So Warren's the pick. Falcons are up on the clock, perhaps trying to trade down here. We're in like ebbs and flows here. Those two picks came fast. You were wondering, why did the Titans take all the clock? Well, the Colts didn't. They had this pick done in February. They read all the mock drafts. They haven't even been working for months. They said, we'll just do what the mock drafts say. We'll take Tyler Warren.
Yeah. Tyler Warren's there. He's the pick. Easy.
Let us know. What do you think the Falcons are going to do here? We've been talking pass rushers for a while for the Falcons, defensive linemen. There's still some options on the board. We thought Walter Nolan was going to go closer to the top 10. Ole Miss defensive tackle. He's still out there.
The other element is, number one, we had Colson Loveland go above Tyler Warren. That's contrary to most mock drafts, most rankings, the consensus board, I assume as well, though I haven't actually checked that. And then it also opens up the spectrum of, do we get that third tight end? Do we get a Mason Taylor sneaking into the first round because the top two guys, as we thought they would, are gone pretty early, right? Both those top two are already gone now. If a team at the bottom of the first round is looking at tight end, Mason Taylor might be the next guy up.
The Falcons war room, for what I'm seeing, the draft room, there's a lot of explaining going. There's a lot of looking at papers. I don't know if that's a trade.
Double check the math.
Like, do we really want this guy? So players on the board, Shadur Sanders, always a big story. We don't know where he's going to go. Jalen Walker was one of those guys that we were talking about as a top 10 fit. And I kept saying if he was here for Atlanta or teams that would drop him into coverage more, like Atlanta, I think he fits better just because there's at least that skill set that he has that maybe some of the other edge rushers don't bring to the table. Jalen Walker would be interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, any of the edge rushers. All right, again, it's like what your flavor is, right? That which red flag scares you the least. Those are the guys in play. Walker's interesting to me because he was another one of those guys with quite a broad range of analyses, right? Some guy, Dane Brugler, I think, had him as a top 5 player in the entire draft. Trevor Sikkema at PFF had him, I think, outside the first round, like somewhere at 40 or something in the rankings. So the range of analysis on Jalen Walker has kind of been all over the place, depending on how much you care about his size, about his lack of experience, about his hybrid role.
The pick is in. It is Jalen Walker, Georgia edge.
There we go.
Jalen Walker going to the Falcons. I mean, so I forget who said it, but the first question, maybe it was Sims last week, the first question at the press conference, you're going to say, what is he? What do you see him as? Is he a linebacker? Is he a full-time edge? Are you going to tap into his, his versatility? Raheem Morris's defenses, though, their edge rushers drop into coverage more than anybody besides maybe the Vikings and Brian Flores and then the Rams, where he came from. So if there's a team that will lean into the versatility, have him as an edge rusher, but, oh, by the way, has some experience playing in space and you can lean into that, it would be the Falcons here.
But this is where, I mean, okay, this is maybe slightly lower than people thought he might go, but this is why I think you don't overthink him, right? Like Chris Sims was saying, was sort of concerned about him as a hybrid player and invoking names like Isaiah Simmons and saying the real risk with these guys is you end up as a jack of all trades and a master of none. And I think that's right in terms of that is the risk, right? That's the worry when you start talking about hybrid players or tweeners. It's like, are they actually good, really good at anything, or are they just passable at a lot of things? Because that doesn't really work at the NFL level. And Jalen Walker, to me, was my edge number 2 behind Oni Abdul-Carter. And the reason was, I think if you just say you are now a full-time edge rusher, this is all you do, I believe he will absolutely cook as a full-time edge rusher. Like, that guy has legitimate burst, acceleration, bend. He's got a really nice long arm for a dude who's only 6'2", 245 pounds. Like, he makes real impact with that move. The power he's able to generate against big offensive linemen using that long arm move is really impressive and not actually something that I expected to see. I think he can be a really impact pass rusher, even if he never plays another down as like an off the ball linebacker.
I've called him the most interesting non-Travis Hunter player in the draft because of all that. I thought he was too inexperienced to be called a linebacker. He was inexperienced to be a pure edge rusher. Because of both, he was a projection. The other part, it was so crazy to be like, oh, the best thing he does is spy and finish, right?
Yeah.
Is spy quarterbacks. His, I don't know if the broadcast is going to show it, but him tracking down Arch Manning, who's really athletic.
Show that. The Texas
of course, that is his signature play. He's spying Arch Manning and he tracks him down. The other signature play is him facing Kelvin Banks, which, by the way, he'll do twice a year now. Saints Kelvin Banks, presumably. Facing Kelvin Banks, who blocks him 12 yards deep, is not a loss for Kelvin Banks, but Walker contorts himself and Quinn Ewers, bad pocket presence, he sacks Quinn Ewers. The guy finishes plays. I was fascinated to know where he was going to go, if he was going to go to a division with super mobile quarterbacks that he was going to have to like game plan week to week. Maybe he would spy and lean into that skill set. But that division has Bryce Young, Baker Mayfield, and whatever the Saints end up having. Not the most mobile options, so you're not necessarily going to lean into that, but I thought, he could do that if that's what you're looking to do.
Yeah, and I really do think he's much more of a pass rusher than he is an off-the-ball linebacker. And even though he had this sort of hybrid deployment, so the stats are a little bit weird for him, because if you look at, PFF or places that just chart these sort of black and white data points, they'll tell you he had 265 snaps in coverage. And while that's technically true, and even if you like 265 snaps in coverage, 300 plus snaps as a true off the ball linebacker last year, but these are not like real linebacker coverage snaps, right? These are like dropped to a very small hook, curl type of zone, like just a very shallow, more of a spy role, right? Like more of a, technically it's coverage, but you're spying the quarterback, and if and when he takes off, go get him, right? So even though he has played in coverage, quote unquote, a lot more than most edge rushers, he wasn't playing in like true linebacker coverage the way, if you wanted to take him and say he's an off the ball linebacker, that sample size is actually really small for like true coverage plays.
I'm just laughing at producer Will telling us that we're undefeated in our bets so far, Sam, which is we've got, it's going to be, the mug's going to be, check the mug, it's going to be filled up with free coffee, which is great. What was the last super chat option here? Somebody chimed in. Dan Nichols says, is Loveland basically just a clone of Sam Laporta? It's not a bad comp. Laporta, of course, went in the second, but you're talking about a receiving weapon more than a run blocker and a guy that you can move around. I think there's some similarities there.
Yeah, I think they're stylistically quite different, but from a deployment and role point of view, yes.
And JW comes back again. Like Minnesota last year when J.J. McCarthy dropped, is Pitt going to get Sanders by him dropping to them, or is Dart actually better? So is the Steelers just going to sit there and take Shedeur Sanders? Or are we just talking about, hey, it should have been Dart ahead of him the entire time anyway?
I mean, Pittsburgh remains one of the most interesting teams in this first round because of what we talked about, right? We talked about it with Ari Meirov before the draft. They don't have a second round pick. They've already traded that away. They don't have a quarterback effectively yet. Aaron Rodgers is in this holding pattern. He's not making up his mind. I'm sure they're in contact with him, but like they functionally don't know if they're going to have Aaron Rodgers a quarterback or not. And they kind of need to make a call blind. Are we drafting a starting quarterback? Because if we are, we have to take him at 20, 21, wherever they're 21.
We're falling behind now. The broadcast has saying the pick is in for Arizona. We've got no leak. There it is. Here we go. Arizona Cardinals. The pick is in at number 16. Ole Miss defensive tackle Walter Nolan. So defensive line for Arizona, we wanted to do that the entire time. That's where they're going to go. The rumors about Nolan going closer to the top 10. Not much further, down at 16. I really like Walter Nolan. Disruptive pass rusher, disruptive run defender, former 5-star pedigree. I thought he played like it. I think he's a really good player. Love him at this pick for Arizona.
Yeah, not just former 5-star pedigree, but was formerly the second overall recruit in the nation he was in Travis Hunter's draft class. Like Travis Hunter was the best player in the nation, obviously, or caused the headlines when he went to Jackson State and Deion Sanders. Walter Nolan was recruit number 2 in that draft class. Ended up going to Texas A&M, had a couple of years where he was solid, not spectacular. And then when there was a coaching change there, he went to Ole Miss and had by far his best season. And, certainly was a sort of dominant, flashing player. Like the high end plays for him, they look like Jalen Carter. Now, I don't think there's as many of them, but you can certainly see the upside in his play.
We got some Senior Bowl footage for some of the Senior Bowl players. Look how quick Walter Nolan is off the ball. A little false start there from him, little jump, but he is fast off the ball, has a little knockback. I think we showed all positive plays here. Splitting a double team in the run game drills there. I mean, this is what I'm saying. He's not just a pass rusher. I think he's a 3-down disruptor. Different body from Kenneth Grant, different body from Derek Harmon and some of these other guys, but very disruptive, quick off the ball, and really like the fit for Arizona, who continues. Let's go back and look at all of their defensive line additions because they have a ton. Do you have something?
Oh, it sounds much better now. Remember a year ago we were saying that defensive front sounds like a preseason team, right? The second team. All of a sudden now
they're all second
like
team. Last year's starters are now all second team, as I said they should have been. Yeah. I mean, that's it took some time, but Arizona, they had the worst roster in the league 2 years ago. They did. I mean, they had Kyler Murray hurt, and we said, take a minute, reset this thing. He'll come back from his injury. And the defensive line now, Walter Nolan, they brought in Dalvin Tomlinson to be the big-bodied nose next to him. They bring in Josh Sweat off the edge, still have Baron Browning and Zaven Collins there. And then maybe they bring the Barbarian back coming off of injury as well as a situational pass rusher. Calais Campbell is there as well. But all the players that were starting, more rotational players now, like the Bilal Nichols of the world.
And look, I'm sure this I think gets overblown a lot, but I certainly don't hate the idea of Calais Campbell there to mentor a guy like Walter Nolan, who unquestionably has the talent, but hasn't necessarily put it together all the time consistently now. But we saw from that tape, like the upside, the high-end plays look like Jalen Carter, right? Fast, explosive, powerful. He's got moves. Like that guy can wreck plays in an instant. We just need to do more often. We need to do it, as consistently as a guy like Jalen Carter can. But yeah, look, like we said, all of a sudden the second team has become the first team has become the second team, and they've found a first team, and that defensive front looks so much better than it did.
Shout out to Tony Delaney in the Super Chats for your donation. Again, we've never tried this before. Super Chats are on. Your own discretion, whatever you want to do. Having some fun. We're just hanging out. We're halfway through the draft. Yeah, we're halfway through the draft, Sam. We started an hour early, so we've been on for longer than that, but it's cooking now, man. We're having some fun.
That's also another bet that we win. We had a guarantee that the Bengals would draft Walter Nolan at 17. Can't do it anymore.
I wanted to bring that point up. There's a history of the Bengals. There was a 2-year stretch where the Bengals and Steelers picked back to back, I think, and they like stole each other's players. And the Bengals took William Jackson, and then the Steelers went Artie Burns, cornerback, the next pick. And like William Jackson was a much better prospect. I think we all knew that. And then the inverse happened where the Lions took Ragnow right before the Steelers took Billy Price. The Bengals took Billy Price. So it was the Bengals associated with like being one pick off. And so they were associated with Walter Nolan a ton. And like when they drafted Billy Price, it was this, you just took the next center on the board, even though he probably shouldn't go there. Ragnow's a much better prospect. Will the Bengals do something similar? Did they have their heart set on defensive tackle and it happened to be Walter Nolan? And now it's like, well, you got to take Derek Harmon now. Or there's a lot of edge rushers still out there. Mike Green's still out there. James Pierce still out there. Shamar Stewart's still out there. Do they go edge here? So that would be, hey, I'm not showing any skims for any super chat here. Bengals are up on the clock with some defensive line options. Chad is suggesting Gray Zabel. A pick is in. Oh boy, here we go.
What do we got?
With the number 17 overall pick, the Cincinnati Bengals have selected Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M.
Okay.
Let's have the Shamar Stewart discussion. This is over Mike Green, James Pierce, and Harmon, any other defensive lineman. Thank you, Teddy.
So, yeah, well, look, Shamar Stewart, he's the classic super explosive straight line athlete, looks the part, but doesn't have the production. Now, to be fair to him, we know that measuring pass rushes by sacks alone is a bad way of doing it. So, the most sacks he's ever had in a season is like 1.5, right? He has been more productive than that, but not productive, right? Broaden it to pressures, broaden it to pass rush win rates. He still has not been particularly impressive. But you watch those Senior Bowl plays, you see the explosion. You see the straight line burst. You see the bull rush where he's able to just run through people. And I do think a lot of people are looking at him and saying, he's so talented physically, there's got to be a better player in there.
I mean, we could put the Senior Bowl clips up there too if you want to run them again, Will. I mean, rewatch some of those. We put the crazy plays. This one, he's at the top of the screen, runs right around the right tackle. Right around him. I think that's Emory Jones from LSU. Runs right around him. Runs over Logan Brown from Kansas, who, by the way, I've suggested is one of the better developmental tackles in this draft. The high-end plays are incredible. After this play, after he sacks the quarterback and he screams, like this is when he quit and he was like, I'm done, I'm going home. Don't need to show anything else here at the Senior Bowl. The potential's through the roof. You have questions specifically more about the change of direction. He didn't do any agility drills, and he didn't tick that box necessarily, but the speed to power that you're seeing there, the pure get-off is incredible. Linear athlete, straight line, he's outstanding, and he can disrupt. I think he's also a very good run defender. I mean, if you look at his highlight reel plays, he looks outstanding. But as I've said with edge rushers before, you want to tick the full production box, and for me, that's play-by-play disruption, pass rusher, and run defense. And he's just below the standard of other first-round edge rushers. So in that case, he's a projection who has incredible physical tools.
Yeah, but I think you were also right to bring up the change of direction stuff, because you're going to see, I haven't seen it come up yet, but you're going to see either ESPN or NFL Network, they're going to put up a graphic of Shamar Stewart and Myles Garrett, right? They're going to have them side by side, and they're going to have them, broadly speaking, the same size, running similar 40 times with similar vertical jumps. And they're going to be like, these two guys are athletically the same. But they're not, I don't think. Myles Garrett has freaky change of direction ability, right? He has sick change of direction skills. I don't know if Shamar Stewart does. And he specifically avoided doing anything to show that he could. He didn't do the 3-cone. He didn't do the short shuttle at either the combine or his pro day. He didn't even do position drills that would expose you to the kind of change of direction stuff. He has sort of studiously avoided showing that. And I do think that his tape makes you question whether he has some of that. He's got some really, really rough plays where he doesn't finish in a way that he should. Like he makes sort of most of the play and then can't make the adjustment right at the end and finish the play. He falls off so many tackles. So I do wonder, like he's amazing athlete, straight line, explosive, like fast, powerful. I don't know if he has the change of direction that a guy like Myles Garrett does. And that I think is why we're seeing him, independent of the production, like slip a little bit in the first round.
The other point I'll bring up is my Bengals fan neighbors are texting. And it's like, talk to me here. Give me something to hope for. The concern on Shamar, and I talked about this the other day. If you draft a guy that's, quote, developmental, you only have him for 4 or 5 years. And if you spend 2 years developing that guy, or 3 years, you're not maximizing that contract. So that's the risk if he truly is developmental. On the other hand, you could say at the end of it, like if Trayvon Walker in Jacksonville, who has progressed, gotten a little bit better, if he does peak in year 4, maybe you get him a little bit cheaper before he hits the market and it's fine. But developmental players, you don't want to sap some of that contract. On the other hand, when you have a great player like Trey Hendrickson on the other side, maybe a bull in a china shop, just athlete flying around is okay. You know what I mean? Like if you have the guy that's going to win consistently on the other side, maybe a guy that doesn't finish as well and is just flying around, like you have other guys to finish and he can be disruptive. So to me, he's right there with Trayvon Walker and Tyree Wilson over the last couple of years as the riskiest first-round edges that we've seen. You can make a case for Mykel Williams at 11 for the Niners there too. You can make a case only because I want 2 boxes ticked for edges. I want production and athleticism, and he has one of them. And the production's the more important one to me. And Tyree Wilson hasn't figured it out yet. You can argue about Trayvon Walker all we want. I don't care about the sack totals. He's been an average player at best. That's the risk with Shamar Stewart, is he has not ticked the production box yet.
We had a super chat come in from Aaron a while ago asking what's the difference between Shamar Stewart and Ziggy Ansah, right? Who the Lions drafted. Where did they draft him? 5th overall, way back in 2013. And actually, that's a pretty good comp. Ziggy Ansah was 6'5", 271 pounds, not quite as explosive, 35-inch vertical, but he ran a 4.6. 4.6, 340. But again, Ziggy Ansah, like his 3-cone was 7.1, which is it's all right, but it's not amazing. And Ziggy Ansah was not as productive as he was certainly supposed to be with that kind of billing. Now he had a slightly unusual backstory to him, but also was a similarly unproductive college player. Like came into the league without many sacks to his name and did not become a particularly productive NFL player. Had 50 career sacks, something like that. Had one really good season, I think, but was not like a perennial double-digit sack guy every single season. I think it's a pretty solid comp. What is interesting to me, though, I said the change of direction was questionable. I think it's a bend thing. I do think he actually has a really good like lateral agility, Euro step type of deal. Like Mykel Williams, he's got some issues where they line him up inside a lot, right? Where he's not really being given the opportunity to rush around the edge. You don't see him just try and run that hoop, run that arc very often. He tried it against Membu one time, and Membu just like folded him to the turf and wasn't at all concerned by it. So, but again, to be positive, right? Every time you watch his tape, it doesn't take you long to be like, yeah, I get it. I want that. I see it. You know what I mean? And I don't think I always feel like that with these athletic guys that don't have production. Like a lot of the times you look at them, you're like, they're just not that good. I think he is good. He's just got some limitations.
I want to skew positive really quick on the way out here too, because something surprising has happened. He's got pop in his hands. Looks like a first rounder reps. Like he looks like a top 5 pick on some reps, including some that we showed. The get off, his get off in person, Sam, at the Senior Bowl. He was engaging with tackles before they were finishing their pass set. Like I get it. Like when you're sitting there live watching this against the best tackles in the draft and he's engaging them before they even finish their pass set, like you get it. You could talk yourself into that. And it's the middle of the first round, not number 1 overall pick or top 7, right? That's a little different too. So that's what's going on with Shamar Stewart. We had a false report out there that the Seahawks were trading, and I'm glad I didn't report it because they made a pick. And Sam, the pick for the Seattle Seahawks at number 18 is Gray Zabel. Your jazz hands in your camera. Yeah, zoom
Jazz
in on
hands. I
Sam.
wrecked the camera. I was so excited.
Zoom in on Sam. Interior offensive lineman. They listened. John must be watching our show. They're watching Monday morning, and your 3-minute sermon on it's time, man. It's time to draft a guard. It's time. Stop drafting best player available. Fill your needs, John. Do it, John. He must have been watching you, Sam. Here they are filling their guard need with Gray Zabel.
It's perfect. Just don't overthink it, right? Just draft the dude that is a great player at the position you desperately need and have needed for like a year. Look, we've been saying this since the Senior Bowl, right? We went down to Mobile, we watched practice. Gray Zabel was arguably the best player on the field for the entire week in every single practice. And he did it playing a new position, and in fact, playing 3 new positions. As you can see from these reps, he's playing left guard, he's playing right guard, he's playing center, and he's dominating at every single damn position, having been a college tackle. So, look, I think this guy's tape looks really good. I think he's going to step in day one, whether it's guard, whether it's center, and just immediately upgrade that offensive line. I think he's going to end up being one of the best offensive linemen from this entire draft. And I love that they didn't overthink it, right? Sure, we don't like the value of taking interior offensive linemen in the first round. We'd love to get him in the 3rd or beyond. But we read out those stats earlier. I forget where I stole them from, but John Schneider's first draft pick, Russell Okung, 2 Pro Bowls, was a very good left tackle. Since then, I forget, they drafted, 18 offensive linemen, and they've had 0 Pro Bowls. Now, Charles Cross is a very good player, but he's the one they drafted in the first round, right? The guys they keep going to lower in the draft, they might be solid starters. They might be able to fill a role, but they're not really high-end players. You have a glaring problem on the interior of the offensive line. You just signed a quarterback that is incredibly vulnerable to that type of pressure. Go and get Gray Zabel. Have him sorted out. Love it.
Yeah, and this isn't it's not a massive reach. He's 27-28 on the consensus board. It's not a stretch. And look, Booker went at 12. And he was actually a little bit lower on the consensus board. Booker went at 12. Zabel's the second guard off the board. The next guys on the consensus board, you're talking 39, Donovan Jackson, and then you're into the 60s and beyond. I think there's a perceived drop-off at this position. So even though Seattle has 2 2s, and I'm going to be interested to see what happens with the 2 2s now. They still have the 2 2s, but they take the guard here. And look, I think Zabel is what he wowed us at the Senior Bowl because of his pass protection. And that's where he is. He is fantastic. And last year we talked about Graham Barton, who was a tackle at Duke. And we said, yeah, he might be 5-position player. Some people liked him there. More people liked him as a guard. He played center for the Bucs. Zabel, similar, right? Nobody's talking about him as a tackle, but if he had to play there in a pinch, I'm sure he could do it. Guard or center. We'll see what Seattle wants to do, but he could do both. Moved really well, and he took to those positions, as you said, at the Senior Bowl extremely well. I think he's going to be a fantastic pass protector at the next level.
Robert Brem asked the question with a super chat. Will Schneider finally draft an interior offensive lineman in the first round because of this super chat?
Yes, because of the super chat. He got that in just before, too. He knew. Super chat's opening things up for the Seattle Seahawks. John Schneider's been also very, very candid in various interviews this offseason where it's like, look, the tough part about the job is like you want to keep all your players. You know, we tried to keep Geno Smith. We made him an offer. We soon realized we were on different pages and we had to move on. And he's like, we don't want to move on, but we had to. And then you go to the next thing. And they were one of the more fascinating stories going into free agency because we said, what are they hoping they get Sam Darnold? Well, they did. And then it's like, all right, they missed out on Will Fries. They were going to go. They were going to spend money at guard. They got outbid at guard. They had nobody on the interior of the offensive line. So this is their next move. And so they're filling a massive need with Gray Zabel here.
And we won 2 draft bets by that, which means we're owed British tea. I think it was Yorkshire tea as well. That's good tea. And the other loser of the bet apparently said they would eat their hat. Now, I don't know what type of hat they're going to eat, but that doesn't sound pleasant.
I got our bets printed out here. I didn't laminate our bet options here. Like Christopher said, the Packers were going to trade up for Tedero and McMillan. No.
Right. I'm going to give a shout out as well to JW again with a super chat and to Brian Neal, who said, let's see him, Steve. I believe he does want to see your skims for the correct super chat.
You can see my laminated boards. That's about it. zoom in on my draft board. A couple teams have deviated from the board, Sam.
A
couple teams have gone a little bit different. Wow, this is an interesting one. Here we go. Tampa Bay Bucks.
Yep.
Pick 19. The pick is in. Wide receiver, Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State.
Okay.
To the Tampa Bay Bucks. I want to celebrate this, Sam, as a non-need-based drafter, as a BPA advocate, whatever that might actually mean to you. I really just mean pick the best players despite what's on your team. And the fact that the Bucks loved Egbuka enough to draft him here at 19, despite just paying Chris Godwin a 3-year contract of $22 million, right? That's the thing. If they let Godwin walk, Egbuka is a perfect replacement for Chris Godwin. Doesn't matter. They have Mike Evans. They have Chris Godwin. They drafted Jalen McMillan last year. He looked pretty good as a rookie, and they're still getting Egbuka, loading up on playmakers for Baker Mayfield in Tampa.
So I kind of tweeted this out earlier. I was like, every time we do a mock draft, we've been struggling to find places for these wide receivers to go because the fit doesn't seem to make a ton of sense. But ultimately, more wide receivers than that almost always go in the first round. And so I think that will remain true. It's just difficult to find where they're going to end up. And this is a perfect example of why, right? Egbuka makes no sense on this roster because you just outlined all the players they have in the positions he will play. And yet they've just decided he's good enough that we want to add him to this team anyway. Egbuka, to me, I didn't love him as much as a lot of other people, but he's fascinating to me because I think he's a great example of the difference between evaluating a player and accurately determining that value, right? Everybody, he might be the tightest player in the draft in terms of the read on him. Everyone views him the same. Everyone analyzes him in exactly the same way. They're articulating the same player. They're seeing the same things. They're reading the same list of pros and cons. The question is, how valuable is that to you? And obviously to the Bucks, that's valuable enough for this point. To other people, they'll look at that and you go, well, that's a secondary playmaker. That's not worth a first-round pick. We saw that he's clearly, a step below guys like Marvin Harrison Jr. within the same offense a year ago. That's not worth this to me. But I do think he is the same thing as everybody else, which is this really high-end, secondary weapon who can play inside, can play outside, can be your Z receiver, can be a really consistent chain mover, can exploit zone coverage at an extremely high level. It's got some, plays after the catch ability, but might not have that true number one, elite one-on-one ability on the outside.
I like this. The more I thought about Egbuka, the more I watched him, because watching college football during the season, Jeremiah Smith comes in. You've mentioned he's a top 10 NFL receiver right now, maybe top 5, right? We're not exaggerating. That dude's one of the best freshmen we've seen, maybe since Julio Jones. And Egbuka just kind of gets pushed aside, right? I mean, he probably wasn't as productive as JSN. He wasn't as good as Chris. Not productive, but didn't feel like as good of a prospect.
He was never the best receiver at Ohio State. And that's usually not something you can say for a receiver that gets drafted in the first round.
But then the more I watched him, he doesn't drop the ball. He's unbelievable in contested situations. And I think it's a technique thing. I think he's really good late hands. My late hands when I'm, Zach's throwing the deep ball to me, Sam. Late hands, doesn't drop the ball, just generally good in contested catches, does subtle things. He's like, remember Justin Jefferson just had so many easy slot plays at LSU. It felt difficult to project him at times. I think Egbuka has some of that. He's just running crossers and he's open. He also has this weird knack. I don't think this is a skill, but it seems to happen. QBs throw dimes to him. CJ Stroud, Will Howard, they throw dimes to him. Maybe there's something to it. I don't know. But they throw these tight window, beautiful throws to him. Can he elicit some of that out of Baker Mayfield? I don't even know if that's a sustainable skill, but I saw it across. He was productive with three different quarterbacks, from Stroud to Kyle McCord to Will Howard the last 3 years.
He might be the safest pick in the entire draft. I mean, honestly, that's the type of player we're talking about here. People rave about his character as well, like in this draft of character concerns and off-field issues. And people say this guy's absolutely rock solid, hard worker, amazing character, great leader, in addition to all those skills that you articulated. And I think I'm probably too harsh on him because of the direct contrast between him and a truly elite wide receiver in multiple years, right? You saw what he looks like relative to Marvin Harrison. You saw what he looks like relative to Jeremiah Smith. And that's what I'm trying to find. If I'm looking in the first round of the draft for a wide receiver, I want, like, where's my superstar? Where's my Justin Jefferson? Where's my Jamar Chase? Where's my Malik Neighbors? Like, where's my superstar player? And he isn't that. And I don't think he will. And I don't think that's within his range of outcomes. But that doesn't mean he's not really, really good at what he does. And that probably does have the kind of first round value that he's being drafted at. And I think it's probably harsh of me and other people to look at him and ding him by contrasting him to the players that are top 5 talents, right?
Appreciate everybody being here with us. Draft night, again, repeating what Sam said. It's our first time out on our own. Check the mic, under the 3013. First time doing it. Got a good crew. Appreciate everybody joining us here and being a part of it. If you're new here, stick around, hit subscribe, hit the thumbs up, get this thing going. Appreciate all of that. We're having a lot of fun. I saw people asking about my old draft model. I have been coy with my work on the side. Very coy this year. The model's all up here. It's all in my brain.
Did the screen just flashed up there? I only caught the tail end of it. Did they just say, is that a first round wide receiver in 5 consecutive drafts for Ohio State?
Yeah, they had Olave and Garrett Wilson. They're
the same draft, right?
They were the same draft in 22.
4 consecutive, 5 different players.
JSN in 23.
Yeah.
Who'd they have last
Marvin
year?
Harrison.
Marvin Harrison, jeez. In 21 would have been...
No. So it's 5 players across 4 drafts.
5 players in 4 years. You're right. Like at no point, he was the number 2 to Harrison. He was the number 2 to JSN. He was the number 4 behind, or maybe he was the number 4 behind Wilson, Olave, and JSN.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Like you kind of sleep on him a little bit, and then you watch him, and it's like he's just subtly good at a lot of things. I think he's going to be really productive.
But it's not even. I don't think it's even sleeping on him. It's just that like there's a sort of clear contrast at all times of what he isn't. Right. It's like these guys are potential number 1 stars at the NFL level, and they're all better than he is. So by definition, he isn't as good as those guys, but he isn't drafted as high as them either. I mean, he's been drafted at, towards the second half of the first round, not top 5, right? So there's a recognition of that within where he's drafted. And I think, he's a really good player. It's just that he isn't, a Marvin Harrison or a Garrett Wilson.
All right, people are asking for the Broncos pick leak. It is in. Pick number 20. The Denver Broncos are taking Jahdae Barron, cornerback, Texas. That's the Broncos pick at 20. I love this. I absolutely love this. I just remember I definitely mocked this at some point and got mocked for it. Hard. I got mocked hard from Broncos fans. We don't need a corner. We don't need a corner. We got Riley Moss. I love this so much. Good football player.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Denver Broncos.
Barron, I think, is one of the best players in this draft, period, regardless of position. He's a lot like Brian Branch in terms of I think he could probably play every single player within your secondary. So one of the questions that's going to be kind of fascinating is whose job is he taking, right? Like you've been saying, Riley Moss is solid. I don't know if he's great, and maybe they might want to look for competition. Equally, Jahdae Barron could come in and start immediately in the nickel, right? Keep Riley Moss out wide, come in and replace Jaquan McMillan and be their nickel corner at all times. Or, I mean, I would say he could start at safety, but they brought in Talanoa Fanga. They're probably not benching him right after signing him. But like he's got that versatility, right? He could easily be your starting safety if you wanted him to either. Either way, it's a great exercise, I think, in just taking a baller. Like, I don't care where he plays. He's one of the best players in this draft. Just take the guy.
Man, so many reasons, too, because Riley Moss is fine. He's a fine player. But, like, Riley Moss, listen to me again. He's a 3rd-round pick from 2 years ago. Riley Moss is not going to keep you from drafting a good football player. It's just not. He's just not. And if Barron is better than Riley Moss, think about how good Pat Surtain is on one side. And if Barron plays the other side and is better than Riley Moss, you're improving your defense a ton. Or, like you said, is he a nickel? And McMillan's made some big plays. Former UDFA, right? Just kind of nice story. Picked off Patrick Mahomes once or twice, whatever it is. Is he better than Jahdae Barron? I don't think so. And so depth is important in the secondary. And depth just for matchup purposes and also for injury purposes. And then you get into you're trying to beat the Chiefs, right? As not just in a one-off game or where there's a blocked field goal or when Carson Wentz is playing. You're trying to beat them in the division. And so you want to beat them head-to-head and for the whole division. Well, the Chiefs are still trotting out there some fast receivers on the outside, and they want to stretch the field and everything, and you're going to combat them twice a year with Patrick Surtain and Jahdae Barron. And I think that's a fantastic way to play.
And by the way, the Chiefs are stuffed full of slot weapons. Like,
yes.
In fact, a lot of the AFC, the Bills are built the same way, where most of their weaponry is slot based. So, and remember, you can be the nickel corner, but still play the second or the most snaps, the joint. You can be one of the top two corners whilst being the nickel, right? So he could play the slot, but play as the second corner, and Riley Moss comes in when they go to nickel and plays the outside. So he could be their number two corner whilst also allowing Riley Moss to stay on the outside, not necessarily take that job. I would expect him to play in the slot, but that doesn't mean he won't play the second most amount of snaps within the secondary.
All right. We don't want to spend too much time guessing the next pick, but the Steelers are up on the clock at 21, and they're at least worth the discussion. Shedeur Sanders is still on the clock or on the board, and are they going to take him? I don't even know if they've been rumored to take him, but certainly this is the spot. They haven't been rumored that they like him in the building, but certainly rumored to take him at 21.
Yeah, it's one of the most interesting picks in this first round. And of course, they have the ability to trade down. There's a ton of teams potentially interested in trading up. The edge rushers are still on the board. Dan Nichols in the chat was asking, should the Lions trade up for an edge in this range? I mean, it's not beyond the realm of question. To me, I just think the Steelers' decision is so fascinating because of the Aaron Rodgers dynamic.
People in the chat are saying it's Harmon. I don't know if that's a guess that it's Derek Harmon. They were linked pretty heavily to Kenneth Grant, who's already off the board. A lot of people wanted Grant to the Chargers at 22. So, sorry, he went at 13 to the Dolphins. He's off the board. The other interesting players here, Mike Green still on the board from Marshall. James Pierce still on the board from Tennessee. More so Green than Pierce. I really thought he was a top 10 talent. Didn't know what the off-field was going to do for him. But the pick is in, and maybe the chat did know something. PFF already had it. Forget those guys. I don't care if they had it. We have it now. Derek Harmon's going to the Steelers, Oregon pass rusher. That's the fourth defensive tackle off the board in 21 picks.
Yeah, and there were reports, sort of rumors, that Harmon might slide because of medical issues that came up towards the end of this draft. But if he wasn't going to do that, I mean, he's a player a lot of people liked as one of the most impactful pass rushing defensive tackles in this entire draft. He's actually ranked one spot above Kenneth Grant on the consensus board, 24 and 25. So Grant got drafted ahead of that, but Harmon is like a penetrating, pass rushing, disruptive force on that defensive line, added to a defensive line that, is going to be looking for the Cameron Hayward successor at some point.
The whole position, defensive tackle, interior defensive lineman as a whole, I think that's 4 in the first 21 picks. Those trends are meaningful. First off, I just think this is where the board is falling. I think this is where the value is on the defensive line. All 4 players, we're talking Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, Walter Nolan, now Derek Harmon, all deserve to be first-round players. I do believe that. They all get after the quarterback. I think Harmon's probably the worst, maybe against the run, but he's not terrible. It's all worth going. But the way the money is going at that position and the price tag on defensive tackles through the roof over these last few years, that makes these players extremely valuable, right? We talk about first contract quarterbacks. They're in a whole different stratosphere. But when you hit on a first contract tackle, wide receiver, edge rusher, defensive tackle, when you hit on those players, they are so cheap relative to, the median salary. It's a massive advantage the way the market's going. And I think now you add him to the edge presence that they have with TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, Nick Herbig, and who's a Wisconsin kid who gets after it as a pass rusher. Did you mention him yet? I mean, Cameron Hayward's still there. This is a deep, deep defensive line for the Steelers.
It really is. Yeah. I mean, they've got edge rushers for days. They're restocking the interior again. Cameron Hayward is still playing his best football at like 1,000,000 years old somehow, but at some point you have to plan for the future beyond him. Adding Derek Harmon to the likes of Keanu Benton. I mean, it's a great move in terms of restocking the defense. It's just the elephant in the room is, well, you didn't take a quarterback now. You don't have a second round pick. So are we on the phone to Aaron Rodgers? Like, hey, what are you doing, Aaron?
Keanu Benton.
Chilling?
Keanu Benton's who I'm thinking of. All right. So the Shedeur thing, I mean, people were coming to his defense saying, hey, all this negativity on Shedeur and everything. The league is telling us what they think. Quarterback needy teams, Cleveland Browns, Giants. The Browns had a chance to take him at 5, right? The Browns had a chance to take him and pick up a first-round pick and an extra 2 and still take Shedeur Sanders, and they decided not to. The Giants passed on him. All the rumors that the Giants are trying to get back into the first round right now. The Steelers have passed on him. I mean, there may have been some negativity out there, warranted or not warranted, I don't know, but I still think he's a fine prospect, Shedeur, but the league's telling us, hey, they don't really – these QB needy teams don't really value him as a first-round player.
Yeah, pending the ones that are potentially trying to trade back into the first round. But yeah, you're right. A sequence of teams that need a starting quarterback, theoretically, short or long term, have all passed on him when given the opportunity to just draft him, right? Passed on him at least for a different position player that they think can make an impact right away. It will be interesting to see if one of those teams jumps back. The Giants are the fascinating one because there have been various reports that there's like a divide within that team where some people really want Shedeur, some people do not want Shedeur, and that's why they didn't draft Shedeur. But does somebody win that argument the later it goes? And how does that work if you have a team that's that deeply divided on an individual who you then end up bringing in? Like that doesn't feel like great process.
I really love the Steelers' defensive front right now, though. Lots of like with Derek Harmon added to the mix. Formerly of Michigan State, went to Oregon last year in the transfer portal. Paid him a hefty sum, reportedly, going to Michigan State. I mean, from Michigan State to Oregon, and one of the better interior pass rushers in the nation last year. We're through 21 picks, Sam. How you feeling? It's going good. Quick. It's going quick, right? We always do these. Hey, we're going to talk about this. We're just going, and we're just reacting on the fly. Mike Green's still out there. Donovan Ezaraku, as the chat's talking about. We got super chats on if you want to get in there. We're just having fun hanging out, talking draft. Once the draft is over, don't go anywhere. Stay with Check the Mic. Stay on our stream. We're going to do a quick recap for about 2 hours on every single pick. And we're not going to slow down. We're not stopping. I'm chugging water. I'm ready for I think one more coffee, maybe.
One more coffee? It's
man.
10:30 at night.
Just to do it, or just go natural energy the rest of the night. I don't need it. I'm just naturally fired up going through this, but I like sipping my coffee doing football. That's what I like.
How do you sleep if you have a coffee at 10:30 at night?
Not well. I have a coffee at like 8 o'clock every night. I stay up late.
What?
Yeah. Coffee doesn't. I can still fall asleep. I can still fall asleep with my coffee.
That's insane.
But I have like a nice little after dinner pick me up and grind film late at night and go from there. Jihad Campbell's still on the board. Now he's got a shoulder. I think he's the clear top linebacker prospect, but he's got the shoulder injury that has popped up. And I don't know if that's hindering things. Mike Green's still on the board. Those are a couple of the names I think that we were expecting maybe to be off the board a little bit sooner. Will Johnson.
Well, Green at least, we said, look, with his off-field accusations, et cetera, you could see teams passing on him, even though his tape, I think, is absolutely worthy of a top 10 draft pick. Jihad Campbell, though, that's one where that hasn't materialized. Like there was speculation that he could go a lot higher than people were expecting him to. Maybe he would be a top 10 guy. And all of a sudden, not only was he not top 10, but actually he's dropping past now the teams that we were expecting to maybe take him, right? Tampa Bay was a popular Jihad Campbell mock draft spot, and they've gone a different direction. So suddenly the teams that were, he's sliding, not even just the smoke wasn't real, but he's actually sliding beyond where we thought he would go just as a default option.
in the super chats, Dan Nichols was asking a little while ago, should the Lions trade up for an edge in this range? We're now at the point where the playoff teams are picking, and right, like, is Howie going to get Mike Green? I don't think he is, because he said anybody associated with any of the stuff he's associated with, anything off the field, he's not going to. But are the Lions going to get a Mike Green? Are the Chiefs going to get one of these guys? Ezeraku, Mike Green, Will Johnson. Those are the names. Jihad Campbell. Those are the names that are still on the board who I think are top 15 talents in this draft that one of these playoff teams is going to pick up here. We'll see if the Chargers take one of them.
Mike Green is a really interesting potential target now for teams. Like, again, you've got to be comfortable with the off-field stuff he's dealing with. He had multiple, just to remind people what that is, he had multiple accusations of sexual assault. None of them came to anything. You know, he never was convicted of anything. They never amounted to anything, but multiple accusations is at least elevates this beyond, hey, one thing happened one time. You know, multiple becomes a thing that teams start to get worried about. So you can see a reason why teams would pass on him and a slide begin to happen, but his tape is top 10 caliber tape, right? So if you are a team that's investigated these and decided there's nothing to it, and he just got unlucky twice instead of once, you know, if you've effectively cleared him of any wrongdoing at all, you're looking at a top 10 draft pick starting to slide towards you. And if you're Detroit, if you're Kansas City, if you're Green Bay, like if you're one of these teams that are thinking about edge rushers and suddenly a potential top 10 talent is available, yeah, I think they should start thinking about going to get him.
Yeah, so some good players still on the board. I thought, so the defensive tackle run happened. 3 offensive tackles in the top 10. Top 10. That happened. Josh Simmons is still out there as well. The edge rush run didn't really happen as much. It was more D tackle and offensive tackle. There's still a few of those edge rushes that we talked about. There's 4 off the board, but there's still a couple more expected first rounders here. So pick is in.
We've got somebody promising a $50 super chat if the Lions take Mike Green, presumably because of their commitment to the character.
Let me send some text messages here for Mike Green. I'm going to take a sip.
You're taking. Sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. I was busy taking my own drink before you.
I know. Sorry,
yourself to take a drink.
I had one of my choking fits was coming on. I needed to. I love how the Italian is still yelling about coffee. That's right.
That's going to be a fun moment for the new studio when you christen it with a coughing fit that almost chokes you to death.
It's going to be great. The chat is reporting a Marion Hampton to the Chargers.
How is the chat now gazumping the insiders?
It is. Connor Hughes on Twitter. The Chargers are picking a Marion Hampton.
Dude, these are some of the biggest war rooms I've ever seen in my life. There's like 50 people in this Chargers war room.
Yeah, they let everybody in. Like the scouts have been on the road the whole time. You let them be a part. So Marion Hampton's the pick here for the Chargers. Jim Harbaugh.
That's funny because that was the pick before free agency, and then they signed Najee Harris, and it was like, they're probably not going to commit to a running back in the first round. Najee Harris can be that guy. Actually, look at the way they handled the running back position a year ago. There was no significant investment in it, and it won't be that. And now are we gone full circle? It's actually him again.
Joe Hortiz, is it Hortiz? The general manager for the Chargers via the Baltimore Ravens. Very analytically inclined organization coming from Baltimore. They're going with the first round running back in Marion Hampton, which you always talk about. Make sure all the other pieces in place. They went Joe Alt. I'm not going to choke. I'm good. They went Joe Alt last year. They went tackle over receiver. They're going with the shiny playmaker this year, though, despite a needed edge. The defensive tackle run has happened. They have a need there. They have a need, at some key receiver. There's a lot of good receivers on the board here, at least value receivers that they could late first. They're going Hampton here. Big play running back. What are your thoughts on Hampton here?
Yeah, it's interesting. So, okay, let's do the kind of running back thing again, running back in the first round again. Genty is special. Like whatever best running back since, whether it's Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley, Zeke Elliott deserves to be in that conversation as well. People tend to forget about him. Adrian Peterson, whatever. He's one of the best running back prospects in the last 15 years. The gap between him and Omarion Hampton, I think, is significant. And Hampton, I think, is much closer to the rest of the running backs in this class than Genty is. So I would take Genty in the first round without a second thought. The question is, how high can you take him? I don't think I would draft Omarion Hampton in the first round, not because he isn't worth it, but because I think I can get another running back who's very close to him in the second, maybe the third. There's so many good running backs in this draft class. But if you're going to do that, right, I think, again, they have the offensive line where they can make it work. The opportunity costs, what are they leaving on the table? Well, they're leaving a Mike Green on the table, but maybe that's an off-field thing, right? Maybe that's not an on-field thing that they're doing that. Same with James Pierce. Like, there are players that they're leaving on the table to do this, but you can at least defend it because of the specific reasons that they may be falling. So, let's just say, okay, it's fine to do. What are they getting in Omarion Hampton? I think they're getting physically the most impressive running back in this draft class. Like, this guy is big, fast, strong, explosive, dynamic, willing to be patient. Like, he's not just this battering ram. He's not just an athlete playing the position. He is willing to be patient, to set up blocks, to let linemen get into position. He's got like an explosive jump cut to exploit that, to get into that space. But he is, I think, surprisingly patient, like before he pulls the pin and goes. Where what you and me have described as his biggest flaw maybe is, I call it inconsistent vision. I don't think he's outright bad at it, because I think there's some plays where he has really good vision. But there's definitely some plays where he like hits the wrong hole on power or design gap plays, or doesn't read the right cutback. There are plays where he does it well, but it's definitely more spotty than some other running backs. And that, I think, is going to lead to some inconsistent production from him.
That's another part of the fit with the Chargers. I thought the best thing that Omarion Hampton did was generally zone run, outside wide zone, inside zone, smooth runner. He's got some freaky good contact balance plays and high-end plays. Really outstanding. Where I thought he was inconsistent is gap scheme type of plays. Is when he has to show some patience, follow a puller, hit the right hole there, and hit it at the right time. Thought he was inconsistent there. Well, that's what the Chargers run. That's their Greg Roman downhill scheme. It's not necessarily Hampton's game. So that's what's interesting to me about this pick. They also used up their entire clock. All the reports, rap sheets saying the Packers are getting calls here at 23. I assume that's the Giants. That all the rumors about them trying to trade up. The Chargers were getting similar calls. So the Chargers had probably some offer on the table to go back to 34. And I'm curious about that one. If they had an offer to move back to 34 and to get another pick, and they chose the running back here.
Yeah.
So they must really like him as a player. They must see him as a top 10 to 12 player in this draft, to not want to move back, 10 to 12 spots, pick up an extra pick, especially in a deep running back class, right? So they're saying Hampton's our guy here for the Chargers.
And that's the thing. Like, if I was presented with that option, I would take the trade in a heartbeat. I would not be Omarion Hampton in the first round would not stop me taking that trade and getting more picks and taking a running back that might not be that much worse, if any worse than Omarion Hampton, a little bit lower down. But again, like, you can see why a team would love him, right? The physical tool set is amazing. For a guy that big and strong, he actually does a really good job of getting skinny and making it through tight spaces inside. He reminded me, remember Ronnie Brown from the Dolphins was always exceptionally good at that. And he was a big guy as well. Like, again, for a big, powerful dude, his best work was done getting skinny and navigating tight spaces. He also breaks, so he avoids a lot of tackles, but he does it in all the ways that you can do that. He will break tackles. He'll run right through dudes. He'll evade tackles, like with quickness and cuts and stuff. And he'll do it with like explosion. He'll just leap right over a dude. So I get it. I get the Omarion Hampton thing. The vision worries me a little bit because I don't think it's as clean as some of these other prospects. And the fact that this draft is so deep, I just wouldn't draft him in the first round. But I think he will really make an impact in this offense.
Did they run Sorry, I'm trying to see how much. Yeah, still a pretty high percentage of power and counter. It's just not where I thought his strengths were. I also thought he struggled finishing and at the goal line. I mean, he's got some freaky big plays. I thought he kind of struggled straight up finding the last yard at times. So Harbaugh wants to run the ball for sure. And look, he's still a weapon. I think they have more work to do at receiver and some defensive line depth for the rest of this draft here. Chargers. Curious who the next running back is off the board as well.
Yeah.
The Eagles are discussing a trade up here. We have some people that predicted this. Is this edge rusher? Edge rusher? Josh Simmons? Some sort of lineman.
The edge rushers are interesting now. Like, again, you've got to kind of be comfortable with their off-field issue or with their red flag, whatever you want to call it. But if you are, again, these are top 10 these are top talents. Both of them, actually. Mike Green and James Pierce, I think, have top 10 talent in this draft. But each of them is sliding for a different reason.
Yeah, I think one of those really good teams, Chiefs, Eagles, Lions, Bills, like some of the teams that are really well set up, Final Four or Final Four adjacent, they're going to get a perceived steal. Maybe all of them. A perceived steal. Guy that we saw go in top 15 in a lot of mock drafts, Will Johnson, Mike Green, whoever it is, it's going to go to one of those places.
Yep.
What else you got here? Marion Hampton.
We had a super chat come in from a guy. Is that Lambamasaurus? Says, is trading number 2 for a bunch of picks the plan that convinced Myles Garrett to stay in Cleveland? You know, are they essentially going after Arch Manning next year? Honestly, what convinced Myles Garrett to stay in Cleveland was a giant number of dollars that they threw in his direction. Like, they didn't need to convince him, hey, we've got a plan. Hey, this is our direction. They just met his number. Yeah, I'd love to win, but yeah, if you give me that many dollars, sure, I'll stay.
Let's take a quick break and come back. We'll get the pick. How about that? We're back. The pick's in. The Packers. I didn't go anywhere. Pick is in. The Green Bay Packers are selecting a wide receiver, and it's Matthew Golden.
First round?
Matthew Golden, Texas wide receiver, in the first round, breaking all trends. Aaron Rodgers never got a first-round wide receiver, Sam. Never got any good wide receivers. Matthew Golden to the Packers, which is great because I compared him to Romeo Doubs. So they're teammates now. Yeah.
Where did you end up having him in your wide receiver rankings?
7th, I believe.
I think did we both have him 7th?
Yeah. Let me just while you were highlighting our misses, we were lower on Zay Flowers, lower on Brian Thomas Jr., and now lower on Matthew Golden generally. Just saying. So take that for what it's worth. All those guys, obviously, Thomas became a star. Zay Flowers has been pretty good. Say what you want about Golden. He's a good receiver, and a lot of people I trust really, really liked Matthew Golden. We all just agreed didn't really feel like a 4.29 guy, but I don't know if it mattered because he was a good route runner and just a good all-around receiver. I described him, honestly, similar, saying good over and over again like I did with Tetterow and McMillan. He's just smaller and perceived, supposedly faster.
Yeah, in our favor as well. I mean, I was also lower on N'Keal Harry and Laquan Treadwell than everybody else as well. So there are some wins when we don't like a guy as well. Golden's interesting, right? Because we've got the 4.29 thing, right? He runs a 4.29 at the combine, blew everybody's mind. Nobody saw that coming. And then they go back to the tape and you still don't see it. I don't think he runs a 4.29 functionally on the football field. In fact, I actually think the 4.29 might be a timing glitch of some description, but whatever. I don't think he plays to that speed, but I don't think it really matters. I would say he's a 4.4 flat guy, and that's plenty fast. He's a really high-end route runner. He's a good technician. Like, he is a pretty high-level player at a lot of different things. But again, now you get into this question of, can he be a number one? And that becomes even more interesting in Green Bay, where they've been crying out for this number one because they have a bunch of guys that aren't number ones. Does Golden solve that, or is he just another number two to add to a team full of number twos? And it's also kind of fascinating because you've got effectively not even 1 year of production. You've got a few games of production at Texas. He started off the season, and Isaiah Bond was Texas's primary receiver. Now, you then get into question, well, was it the chicken or the egg, right? Was it Isaiah Bond getting injured that caused the production to go towards to Matthew Golden, or was it Matthew Golden eventually took over as the number one receiver as the season wore on, and when Bond really got hurt, then its production just turbocharged into the postseason. But either way, in this world again, where when you're drafting these guys in the first round, you want to see various boxes ticked. Golden has one of the lowest yards per game figures of any receiver to be drafted in the first round in like the last 15 years, right? He's a massive statistical outlier. But you can see the route running chops. You can see the growth in his college career. He was much better visibly, just the tape was so much better at Texas than it was at Houston before that. And you can see those incredible games against the best competition, right? The college football playoffs, Georgia, Arizona State, where he did cook. Like, those were his best games. So I think he's fascinating because there's so much to be worried about, but I think he absolutely has high-end upside.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we've spent so much time talking about like the speed aspect of Golden, but the thing I liked about him was exactly what I liked about Romeo Doubs, which is good route runner. You always talk about the receivers who take corners for a ride, take them where they want to go. I think he's just got really good feel for getting open. It's a great receiver trait. Think he could do it from tight alignments, from outside alignments. Catches the ball all right. Had a really nice one-handed catch in the college football playoff. I mean, does a lot of things pretty well. And then if you get him to play to that speed and he can, be more of a after the catch or a deep threat, then you have a weapon there. I think in an offseason where the Packers are like, hey, we need a number one wide receiver, I don't know that he's better than what they have. I don't know that he's better than good Dontavian Wicks, or I don't know if he's a better deep threat than Christian Watson or a better all-around player than Romeo Doubs just yet, but he's another guy you throw into the mix and see if he can get there. But again, a lot of people I trust really like him as a first-round receiver. It's not a reach by any stretch as far as the consensus board, and he's expected to go in this range for the Packers.
So contrasting him with Ibuka, I think, is interesting because in a lot of ways they're quite similar in that you run through and you say, well, he's good they're just good right across the board. But I do think that Golden's ceiling is higher than Ibuka's. Like, I think that there's a world where Golden becomes a true number one X receiver that can do everything and move all across the formation and be everything and win against one-on-one man coverage on the outside. I think he has a higher ceiling than Ibuka, but I also think he has a lower floor because I don't think he's consistently been as good as Ibuka. So they're kind of interesting contrasts because I think in a lot of the descriptors will be the same, but I do think there's a much broader range of outcomes for Golden than there is for Ibuka.
All right, I want to get to some super chats before we talk about the Vikings and their pick at 24. Robert Brame, did you read this one yet? I don't remember, but he called the shot that the Vikings at 24, that's where someone's going to trade up for Shedeur. That did not happen. He called that shot about 15 minutes ago. That did not go down because the Vikings have a pick and it's in. Lambambasaurus? Yeah. Is trading number two. Trading, you hit this one already?
Yeah.
You did this one. And then JW Novak came back saying, I keep myself well hydrated, Steve. Steve keeps himself well hydrated. It's good for him. Sam, on the other hand, you may need to start drinking more water. We care about your health.
No, we covered this. Look, I foresight, right? I saw this coming. We hit the espressos before the show, so we didn't take on too much liquid.
Water. You need water. He wants you to drink water.
But that's what I'm saying. I've carefully modulated the amount of hydration I've taken so I don't need to be running to the bathroom every 20
I'm at
minutes.
about 50 ounces of water during the show, by the way. Just saying.
That's insane.
It's my second one of these. I think these are 40. I chugged the first one, and then we got a refill from Harry. This is my second one. All right, we're going to talk Vikings. They made their pick at pick 24. It is Ohio State guard Donovan Jackson to the Vikings.
I like that.
Offensive line overhaul completed for the Minnesota Vikings. They got Ryan Kelly at center in free agency, Will Fries at right guard in free agency. The question was, do they take a left guard? Mocked Gray Zabel often. He's off the board. Donovan Jackson is the pick, presumably to play left guard here at pick 24.
Yeah, and another instance where, we were wondering, would there be more offensive linemen than were being mocked, the consensus board. And yeah, like these guys are all going to get pushed up a little bit. They're all going to get a bit higher than we were expecting them to. Donovan Jackson, I think, is a really good pick for them. Like, again, completes that interior offensive line overhaul. We mentioned this in the offseason, right? It felt like that game against the Rams in particular was like the Chiefs Super Bowl, where they got slapped in the face and like institutionally came out of that game changed with a realization that they needed to make serious changes to that interior. They couldn't hide it anymore. It was a bigger problem than they thought it was. Ryan Kelly comes in, Will Fries comes in, and now Donovan Jackson comes in. And all of a sudden, you now have a starting five of Christian Darrisaw, who's like a top 3 left tackle. Donovan Jackson, who's got elite level talent to be a good pass blocking left guard. Ryan Kelly, who's been one of the best centers in the game on his day. Will Fries, who's showing exceptional upside, and Brian O'Neill is a really good right tackle. That could be one of the best offensive lines in the game next season. Jackson did amazing at guard, has the movement skills to play tackle, but just a great pick for them.
We got to get to the next. Good job, Vikings. The Giants have been trying to trade into the first, and this is, we'll talk about this more, but the Texans are trading out. The Giants are on the clock now at pick 25. They traded pick 25 for the Texans trade 25 to the Giants for 34, 99, and a third rounder in 2026. That's a huge haul. That's a late 3 this year, a 3 next year to go up 9 spots. Great trade by the Texans. Love this. The inverse of what they did for Will Anderson. Of course, that was at the top of the draft a couple years ago. Great trade for the Texans. Giants are coming to get a quarterback. And who is it, Sam?
Right. Presumably a quarterback. Which one? Call it.
Shedeur Sanders.
Chat thinks
That's
it's
my
Jackson
guess.
or Jackson Dart.
Oh, I'm wrong. Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart is the pick for the Giants.
That's going to cost us some bets, I think, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. We had some Dart. We had some Shedeurs not going. Sanders falls out of the top 10. We turned that down, though. It doesn't matter. Jackson Dart's the pick for the Giants. Wow. They were hot and heavy. Now, that was the Saints that were hot and heavy for Dart. They're going to be pissed.
Well, this is why they were trying to trade up, because somebody was going to go up.
What I'm interested in, I think the same offers were on the table for the Packers. This is just like the Ricky Williams thing we talked about. The Packers
and the
Vikings and the Chargers, they all turned this down. Like the Chargers took a running back rather than moving down 12 spots and 2 threes. The Packers did the same. They took Golden instead of the next best receiver 10 picks later. The Vikings took Donovan Jackson instead of the next best guard 10 picks later plus 2 extra threes. That was the Vikings' chance to have a full draft. Fascinating stuff to me. We'll talk about that more later, but the real thing is Jackson Dart to the Giants, the QB of the future. Now it's Jackson Dart, Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and Cutlets in the Giants QB room. So I didn't love Jackson Dart as a prospect. It does a lot of stuff well. I think he's got the best touch of any quarterback in the draft. Just straight up touch throws. I thought his short and intermediate accuracy was good. I think he's got pretty good anticipation at the intermediate level. I know you've talked about his processing. I don't know if it's completely there. I think he gets through this first read pretty quickly in the Lane Kiffin offense. I think for all the deep opportunities that offense affords you, I think his deep passing is very inconsistent. That part reminded me a little bit of Sam Darnold or Mac Jones coming out of college. When those guys came out, They were good up to 20 yards. Everything down the field was, too deep, too short, late, just timing, accuracy was inconsistent deep. Dart's a good runner. I think he's a good runner, but not a great athlete. Can both of those things be true? I think he had some of the same issues in the pocket, avoiding the rush that Shedeur Sanders had. I don't think his pocket athleticism was great. That's going to be a little question for me with this Giants offensive line. But when you talk about maybe executing the plan, if you're the Giants, getting Abdul Carter at 3 and then getting a quarterback late first, I think it's a well-executed plan to give you some hope for the future, and at least you took a swing at a quarterback here in Jackson Dart.
Yeah, and because they have the quarterback room that they have, they don't need him to start, right? He can be QB3. He can be literally the developmental guy on the roster the entire season, and that's probably a good thing for him coming out of that Lane Kiffin offense, where it's very it's very not an NFL offense, right? There's gonna be a lot of work to get from where he was to the type of offense that the Giants are going to be running. Like, it was all RPO, play action-y stuff. It's very, very different from what he's going to be running now. He's intriguing because I think a lot of the limitations that apply to Shedeur Sanders also apply to Jackson Dart. He's got above average size, strength, and an arm, but not great. I don't think any of those are particular strengths of his. I think he has some of the same problems as Shedeur in terms of escapability. In fact, I actually think some of his escapability stuff is worse than Sanders. It's just his protection was better. He tries to escape and gets snagged a lot behind the line of scrimmage. I don't think he's particularly creative or dynamic when he runs. I think he is a load. When he gets ahead of steam going, he's actually difficult to stop straight line. He can run over people. The thing I liked about him most was the instant trigger, right?
Something's happening.
Ball in the air.
Sorry, I cut you off. Falcons have traded back into the first round. They're on the clock right now at pick 26.
Edge rusher?
Double up an edge. Jalen Walker plus another pass rusher?
Oh, again.
Oh, I could see it.
So,
sorry,
just to wrap up the Jackson Dart thing. Look, I like the fit for the Giants. I like any of these quarterbacks going to the Giants, right? Because I think they'll be QB3. They've got time to learn. They're not going to have to start right away. So I think it would be a good landing spot for Shedeur. It would be a good landing spot for Dart, for any of these quarterbacks, really. I do, though, think I don't see the Jackson Dart stuff the way people who had him QB2 do. I think there's enough limitations there that I'm not blown away by his play overall. I think he's a day 2 player. And I get being aggressive enough to jump teams and snag them at the bottom of the first, but because of that, I don't love it. Interestingly, the trade matched the Jimmy Johnson trade chart exactly to the point.
The Texans Giants?
Yeah.
It feels like
it adds up.
I don't have the numbers right at me. It feels awesome for the Texans because the Johnson chart's talking about the discounted. I don't care about the discounted future pick. Like the next year's 3rd round pick, that's a 3rd round pick for the Giants that you just got. You might be talking about pick 68, 67, 65. You know what I mean? Like for the Giants, 75, whatever. It's a good pick next year. I don't care what the chart says. That's a great trade for the Texans. Throw the chart out. We have better charts. Jimmy was just first to market with his chart. It's outdated.
Yeah.
We don't have all the Falcons. We have so Schefter reported the Falcons trading up. Let me just say, from a process standpoint, as much as I love the Texans trade, that doesn't mean I don't love it for the Giants. I think you have to. It's not even paying a premium. You just told me it added up. It's at least close on the charts. The Giants had to pay a price to go get their quarterback, and I like that from a process perspective. So, yeah, the Falcons. Wow, they're trading next year's first rounder. This is crazy. Falcons are trading 46, 242, and next year's first for the Rams picks at 26 and 101. So the Rams are going to drop from 26, and they're not going to pick again until 46. So remember, the Rams did not have a second rounder because the Braden Fisk deal last year. Got to unpack that whole thing. So the Rams won't pick until 46.
Who are they coming for? Is this Will Johnson?
I think it's a pass rusher.
Again.
I think it's a pass rusher or Jihad Campbell.
Jihad Campbell could be.
Will Johnson could be there. I mean, if you're talking about players that could have been top 15 players, Mike Green, James Pierce, Will Johnson, Jihad Campbell. Those 4 players I think have top 15 type of talent. Maybe as Araku, Drake. They all have top 15 talent that are still here, and they're here for a reason,
right?
But they're still here.
I think you could throw Luther Burden into that conversation as well. He's got top 15 talent. There again, he's here for a reason, but
everybody's reporting that it's Pierce, and that's not, well, just saying. Maybe he would have been the pick at 15 if they didn't have Jalen Walker still on the board.
That's wild to give up next year's first to take another edge rusher when you, I mean, they need edge rushers, but still.
Brett Breer's reporting it's James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. So from what you added perspective, Jalen Walker and James Pierce, those are your 2 edge rushers. I mean, the Falcons, I don't think they expected Jalen Walker to be there. He was going in top 10 mocks all over the place. And you come back and you get Pierce. We knew they have a massive edge rush need. And look, they're being aggressive. They must have no picks left for this year. But this is essentially, so it's not that wild, except you're giving up next year's first. That's big. But you're giving up 46 this year, so they're not going to pick again for a while. They've got one. They have 101 and like 3 other picks this year, and they lose next year's first. Very aggressive, Falcons. Very aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you're essentially valuing him as a top 10 draft pick and paying it.
Yes. Which isn't a crazy assessment.
To the pick you already spent.
But let's say that, look, I mean, I'm not an advocate for giving up future ones. The reasoning when you do this all the time, though, is we're going to get our first round pick a year early. Now, a lot of the times you do that, it feels bad. The Rams did this last year. They said we're going to give up 2 picks for Braden Fisk. He's worth 2. He's a first round pick for us, first round player, but we're going to get him in round 2, and we're willing to give up an extra 2 for it. Now they're recouping it on the other end. But the Falcons are saying we're going to use next year's first rounder right now. Get him in the building right now. It's James Pierce. And it's not a wild thing to say because him and Jalen Walker probably both have top 15 talent, and you're getting them both in the same draft. If the football character checks out.
The last couple of times this happened, it's worked, right? Like the Braden Fisk thing was the most recent example. You can say Will Anderson is an example of that. Like the last couple of times a team has been aggressive and essentially made that calculation. We're going to take next year's first and take it a year early and pay a little bit of a premium to make it happen. They've nailed it. Now, before that, it hasn't had as good a success rate. I mean, the Saints took a couple of swings at this, right? Marcus Davenport, et cetera. It's also not worked very well for teams. But let's focus on James Pierce because I think he's one of the most interesting players in this draft. Last year, in a few days' time, right, the way too early mock drafts coming out of last year's draft, we were saying James Pierce might be the number 1 overall player in this draft, right? He's got incredible burst. He's got incredible quick twitch. He's long and lean. What did he end up measuring at? Like 6'4", 245, something like that. Where are my notes? 6'5", 243 pounds. So he's long and he's got incredible burst, quick twitch, ran an insane 40 time at the combine, like ridiculous burst. He's got speed, pass rush moves. He's been incredibly productive, which is the critical point that a lot of people miss. He had 55 pressures last year. He had 52 the year before that, and did that without being like an every down full time. Like he didn't play more than 500 snaps in either of those 2 seasons, and yet was getting 50 plus pressures and PFF pass rushing grades of 90 plus. Now you watch his tape and there are some things to be concerned about. Like he didn't have a great ability to finish. He had a bunch of plays where he wasn't able to make the play and it looked like he should have. He's got some weird change of direction problems where like quarterback can make him look ridiculous if he's one-on-one with an unblocked rush. And then the big red flag for him has been this constant talk of effort, attitude, that type of stuff. Like, is he giving enough? You know, does he care enough? Does he work hard enough to really be great at this at the NFL level? And that's been a constant thing that's kind of dogged his pre-draft process. But in this world where like there's red flags for a lot of these guys, that dude has dominant tape. He has incredible physical tools. and he's absolutely a first-round talent.
I think right now, I ranked James Pierce higher than Jalen Walker on my edge rankings. I think I had Pierce 3 and Jalen Walker 4. I think Pierce is a better football player. I think he's a better prospect. Because I
ranked him lower.
Yeah.
I ranked him lower than Walker, but I had him higher than Michael Williams and Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, so I'm just throwing that out there. And if the football character, I'm using that phrase, NFL likes to use, the football character, right? Not like, is he do the off-field stuff? Like, does he want it? Is he dedicated? If that checks out, I get it. It's a steal. It's a huge haul, though. Like, Falcons fans, it's going to feel dirty next year when you're like, oh, we've got this thing to improve. We need a new tackle. We need a new defensive tackle next year. Oh, shoot, we don't have a first-round pick. It's not going to feel great coming out of the season. But in the season, watching the two guys on the field growing together, plus last year's draft picks, plus Braylon Trice and Brandon Dorless and Ruka Rororo, that's 5 investments, pretty big investments in the defensive line, 5 draft picks over the last couple of years. Very, very young and upcoming for Atlanta, up and coming. That's what they have. I think he just moves differently, man. He moves, to me, it's like watching a wide receiver running around rushing the passer. So there's so much potential to Pierce's game if they can get the most out of him. He's well worth it at 26, but man, it's aggressive move to move up from the second, give up that future first to go get him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge investment in him, particularly for a guy who, as we said, was slipping for a reason right now. And again, I think you nailed it when you said, I don't think they expected Jalen Walker to be available. Like, this doesn't, to me, make sense if you thought you would get Jalen Walker or you thought there was a realistic chance of that. It only really makes sense if you were prepared to take James Pierce with your first pick, but all of a sudden Jalen Walker was sitting there and you're like, dude, we can't pass him up. He's even higher on our board. So let's snag him and then let's use a first-round pick later on and come back and get them both. I
think they got 2 top 10 players in this draft. That's my feeling. Most teams do. When they do that, that's usually what they're coming away saying and truly believing. The Ravens pick is in at 27. Lions are on the clock after the Ravens. The Ravens are taking Georgia safety Malachi Starks. We linked these teams, the player team fit quite a bit throughout the process. Now he's in there with Kyle Hamilton. Still have a Darius Washington there. There's a nice little secondary that the Ravens are building. Nate Wiggins last year. Nice combos here.
Yeah.
Your thoughts on Starks?
That's one that we matched up a lot, and it makes a ton of sense. Again, Baltimore has so much flexibility because of the dynamic, versatile players they have in Kyle Hamilton and players like that. They're able to move a lot of people around, or they're able to move Kyle Hamilton around and be able to accommodate, and Marlon Humphrey as well as the other one, and therefore be able to accommodate a bunch of different players. But Malachi Starks becomes that perfect sort of true free safety complement to allow them to put Kyle Hamilton either back in the box, back as a slot player, move Humphrey outside, like just gives them so much versatility. And, this was a guy, we kept seeing this in mock drafts, right? Someone who theoretically, like in abstract terms, has way more talent than this, but again, was tough to find landing spots for him. And so he kept sliding to the bottom of the first round. And a team like Baltimore or Minnesota was like, well, that's a great landing spot for him.
The versatility of the secondary now, man, like Kyle Hamilton, we know can play everywhere. He could play nickel, cover tight ends. He could play true free safety. I know a lot of people love Malachi Starks as a true free safety. I don't know that I'm there yet. I mean, he's got great movement skills and ball skills. His on-field, all of his on-field timing, no matter the source, we're all way better than his combine timing, including the combine on-field timing, not like the actual stopwatch stuff.
Yeah.
So I think he moves fine as a football player. I was intrigued by him as a man-to-man corner. I was intrigued by him. I really thought people in the NFL would say, hey, he's an outside corner potential for us. Like Seattle used to do this all the time with safeties. And the Schneider and his whole little mini tree of scouts used to do this all the time. I thought there'd be a contingent that did that with Starks, but I think that all adds to the versatility of the Ravens secondary. He doesn't have to be a jack of all trades. Maybe he is just a free safety, but you could dabble in the same way Hamilton is versatile. I think you could dabble in that with Starks as well and be game plan oriented week to week.
the combine measurements were fascinating because, that we're starting to get to a point now where we're slightly better able to quantify, functional on-field play speed versus time speed, just running a 40-yard dash, because they're tracking these guys, right? And okay, you're not in pads, you're not in a helmet, it's slightly different, but every single drill, Malachi Starks had the highest miles per hour figure of anybody doing those drills. Whereas his 40 time was not particularly mind-blowing. But every time you made him do a drill, every time you made him do a football movement, his mile per hour figure, his speed was the best of anybody doing that. So he is a functional football player that's fast, not a guy not a track guy.
All right, so the Lions are up on the clock here. There were rumors that the Eagles were trying to trade up quite a bit. So we have the Lions, Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, and Eagles, all at their original spots. Rumors that the Eagles were trying to trade up. I just want to rehash on the Giants trade up from Dart. I think we had Super Chat trying to figure that out. Sports Debate Arena, please give me a reason not to have a stroke after we gave up multiple picks for Dart when Sanders is more proven and available. Look, I don't think there's a massive difference in the two as prospects. I ranked Sanders higher above Dart. Not that it matters. I ranked them higher, but it's close, man. And I think they have some similarities.
Yeah, but I think the picks thing is it's not irrelevant, but you would have had to give up the picks to get either one of them, right? Like to get your guy, you probably had to jump the other teams that are looking for quarterback at the top of the second round. So you probably had to get into the first at some point, and that you don't necessarily have the choice of which team is willing to accept the deal. For all we know, that was the lowest team in the first round that was willing to take the trade for them to do it. So I think you kind of have to say, look, that's what the price of business was to get the quarterback. Now, I think you can definitely say I would have gone Sanders over Dart, but I do think they're kind of similar prospects, right? They have a lot of the same flaws, a lot of the same strengths, and maybe they just felt more comfortable with it. And maybe it is the attitude, might be the personality thing, right? Maybe they were one of the teams. We've heard these reports, right? Teams are turned off by Shedeur Sanders in interviews. Maybe the Giants are one of the teams that listened to him in an interview and were like, I don't like that kid. He feels entitled, whether or not he is. Like maybe that's the way they came across to the Giants, and they decided Jackson Dart makes more of the right noises. We're going to go with him.
The one other Super Chat shout out, Blink Poke, said the last time the Packers picked a first-round wide receiver, Golden wasn't even born. It was 2002, Javon Walker. Golden was born in 23. So Blink Poke says, does this count as generational? It's a generational wide receiver. It literally is. Wasn't even born when Javon Walker was the last first-round pick at receiver for the Packers.
Well, it's a generational move by the Packers. I don't know if it makes him a generational receiver.
We're at pick 28. Lions are on the clock. They're going to get a good player. They're going to get a good player here. Some good players on the board, like always. Players we expected to go higher who dropped for various reasons. Falcons trying to steal the show again. The Browns and the Jags made the biggest move, but the Falcons for the second straight year, as aggressive as anybody has been.
Pretty big splash. And then we're now starting to test these teams at the bottom of the first that talk about culture. Are you willing to overlook that for a guy like Mike Green?
I think he plays football the way they want. Again, it's a different thing than Pierce.
Yeah.
So, on the field, Mike Green opposite Aiden Hutchinson looks incredible.
Yes.
The Rams getting the future first-round pick and moving to 46. I thought that was, I have to go back and kind of like reassess and everything, but I always think it's risky trading up and giving up future picks, right? But and they did it last year with Braden Fisk. But now they've balanced it out. And if you're in this 3-year window where you're going to balance it out, now they have 2 firsts next year. And so you've kind of counterbalanced the aggressive move last year. That was something the Saints never really did with their moves, picks in for the Lions. But the Saints were just like always aggressive, right? Always trade up, always give up picks. The Rams are balancing it. I like that. The Lions have made their pick. It is Ohio State defensive tackle Tyleik Williams. Taking him at number 28 overall. Tyleik Williams, stout interior run defender, and now the 5th defensive tackle off the board. And that is mirroring the exploding defensive tackle free agent market. your thoughts.
Yeah, and that was one. Tyleik Williams, I think, was a name we flagged that might end up being a first-round pick, even though, again, the consensus board had him lower than that. Not by much, but, consistently not like 44, I think was where he ended up. His peak was 31. So he was always sort of more of a second-round player than a first-round player, according to the consensus board. But there was a lot of discussion about him sneaking into the first. And that's an interesting fit in Detroit because, they have DJ Reader, who's injuries are his biggest issue, I guess. Like, he's a versatile run defending first, but he can cause some problems and push the pocket and rush the passer as well. Also, Alim McNeil, who's their best defensive tackle, Levi Onwuzurike, who they brought back. Now you're adding Tyleik Williams to that, who's phenomenal DJ Reader insurance and a DJ Reader succession plan. So you still have that big need on the edge, but man, the interior of that line looks beastly now.
My question with Tyleik, I think the first four defensive tackles off the board, all pretty good run, good run defenders, could rush the passer. I think Tyleik's the first one who's more of a run first type of player. I don't think he gets after the quarterback at the same level as those other guys. Again, it's another, you would look at it as a non-need pick because of Alim McNeil and because of DJ Reader and the big boys that they have. But I still I like it, right? I mean, you have to think long term. How long is DJ Reader even going to be around? McNeil's got his own injury issues. You still, in neither of those things are keeping you from drafting a player or making you draft a player. The first round's where you get your big boys who are tough to come by, and Tyleik's one of those types. He was a fringe first for most boards anyway.
Yeah, Dan Nichols in the chat asks, is that concerns over Alim McNeil's ACL recovery? No, I think we're talking about this is more DJ Reader insurance and succession than it is an Alim McNeil thing. Who was that? B from Detroit says Holmes is the best GM in the NFL. Trust the process. It's a trust the process pick, right? This is why you take needs in free agency. You walk into the draft so you can say, we're just going to go best player available. And not only best player available, but we can afford to stick to our principles and say, we're not interested in a Mike Green because of his red flag. Instead, we're going to go with Tyleik Williams. It's not a massive area of need, but we can find space for him. You can always find, rotational snaps for a defensive lineman, whether it's interior or edge. There's always 350 snaps to go around, up to 500. And DJ Reader's a guy that's dealt with a lot of injuries and might not be there that long. So it makes a ton of sense.
Just to add some context, Tyleik Williams, PFF grade of 88.6 against the run last year, 59 as a pass rusher. And the previous year, 68 as a pass rusher. For guys, that translates. It translates at the next level. He's probably not going to be a good NFL pass rusher.
No, who he reminds me of?
Who?
Pat Williams. So he's got some like brute strength power in his run defense. Like, that guy rocks offensive linemen backwards against the run in a way you don't tend to see anymore. Like, you see some players that occupy space. You see some players that penetrate into the backfield and play the run that way. You don't tend to see too many players that just rock linemen backwards and reset the line of scrimmage the way Tyleik Williams does.
Knockback. He's got it all, man. He's got all that. He's just not an effective pass rusher.
Right. Again, like Pat Williams.
Like Pat Williams. So it's an interesting move because we keep thinking that the edge rush is the big, they're just pass rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson is their biggest need, and the values there with what we think in Donovan Ezeraku and Mike Green, Nick Scorton. Like, there's edge talent there, and they're going with the two down run plugger in Tyleik Williams.
What a windfall for Washington potentially. Again, it all kind of depends on what you think of Mike Green, what your work has done on Mike Green, but like, there's some players available for Washington that we might not have expected there to be.
I think I snuck Josh Simmons to them in my final mock draft, and he's still on the board. He'd be an interesting one, depending on the medicals there.
Oh, I've got I forgot. I had a whole text thing from our guy Vic Troja, who did the Boo Boo breakdown when we did it over PFF. He's giving me like a breakdown of everybody's significant injury that's relevant to the first round. Josh Simmons, his is a patella tendon rupture, which is considered a more difficult rehab process than a traditional ACL. So it's like a more difficult rehabilitation injury than a standard ACL is, because you put a ton of stress on that tendon with explosive movements. So that, I think, is, I mean, we remember, was it the Senior Bowl or the Combine when the water carrying insiders, who shall remain nameless, came out with reports of, we're hearing from NFL teams that Josh Simmons' injury isn't going to affect his status at all. They're blown away by his recovery, and actually he's going to go higher than you think he will in the first round. And all of a sudden, actually, we're seeing him potentially sliding because he's got a patella knee injury.
Can you find those tweets and call them out, please? Please go do that. All right.
I don't know. The
pick is in
right now.
Not now, but later. Later, you got to do that. Tomorrow. This is what tomorrow's for. The Commanders' pick is in. They are going offensive tackle Josh Conerly from Oregon. Another tackle off the board here. Josh Conerly, Mike Tice's #1 tackle in the draft. Conerly's only 21 years old. So you're looking at this theoretical upside. Now, Unfortunately, Conerly was on the bad end of the Mike Green play. He was on the bad end of that play, playing right tackle. But Conerly, I think this is where the value was for Conerly, and I think a good pick for the Commanders, who had a need at tackle, or at least a future need at tackle.
No, agree. Like they obviously they bring in Laramie Tunsil to be left tackle, massive upgrade for them. That was going to leave them kicking Brandon Coleman to the right side, but that's still a big question mark. Andrew Coleman, Andrew Wiley, those are players that have not nailed down that spot that you would be comfortable with, given you have Jaden Daniels, and you're like, we really want to protect our amazing quarterback. So Conerly to come in and either compete immediately or win that job outright immediately. As he said, a lot of people really liked Conerly. Senior Bowl was hit or miss, but he was asked to move left or right. Sometimes those guys are sort of they're put in unideal situations in terms of what exactly the one-on-one drill is. But that guy's got some impressive production. He's got the physical tools. I think he could be their right tackle day one.
I think Conerly moves really well, and just footwork wise, I think he uses his hands pretty well, mixes it up. I think because he's mixing it up, kind of gets caught lunging every now and again. He's got some ugly reps in there because of it. For me, and I find myself writing this a lot, the anchor for defensive tackles and kind of for handling bull rushes for tackles. Want to see him improve that, but I think that coincides with the fact that he's only 21 years old, won't turn 22 until the middle of the season, I believe. So that's the type of strength that it tends to improve, right? If you mostly can't handle a bull rush, it reminds me of David Bakhtiari years ago. His biggest weakness was handling power, and by year 3, it was like, all right, I'm fine. Like, his footwork was so incredible, he just needed to handle power. He handled, improved his core strength. By year 3, he's like one of the best pass protecting left tackles. I'm not saying Conerly's that guy, but when power is the thing where you struggle with, there's a path to seeing that improve, and I think that's Conerly. He got, put on his butt by Mike Green in the right tackle snap. And there's snaps like that where he doesn't handle power that well.
Yeah. And that one in particular, though, like there were people talking about the way they were sort of prepped for that rep was rough on Conerly. Like I don't think it was necessarily a good reflection of what he's able to do. But even if it was, it's one rep, right? Like that happens sometimes.
I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to bring it up. Like I shouldn't have even brought it up because it's just
it's But the other thing to note is, like, he came out of that week and all anyone saw from Josh Conerly was like that one rep where he got put in his ass by the other guy. But also he was voted like one of the practice players of the week, which is voted for by the opponents, right? Like the defensive lineman voted Josh Conerly one of the best practice players of that week. So obviously there was more good there than there was, hey, he just got owned by that dude.
And what I hinted at before, as the chat mentions, this is Nate Tice's guy. Nate Tice was like, hey, I'm pretty high on Josh Conerly. He had his dad, Mike Tice, of course, former O-line coach, Minnesota Vikings head coach, and the whole thing. And Mike Tice was like, Josh Conerly's my favorite tackle in the draft. And Nate was like, didn't know, was like shocked on air. Like, you have Conerly as the best offensive lineman in the draft. So yeah, he was the guy I thought maybe Houston would take, before they traded down. And nice pick by Washington. Needed some offensive line depth.
Sports Debate Arena came in with another super chat asking a good question. He doesn't understand why Azaraku was falling. Every edge after Carter had a red flag of some description except him. Production, experience, athleticism, off field, it's all good. So why is Azaraku falling?
Some of the rumblings I've heard, it's come up in multiple conversations, is when all these productive edges, and you might throw Mike Green in there, is size. And what did Mike Green weigh in at? Because
Mike Green was 6'3", 251.
251, that's fine, I think. Ezeraku was in the 240s. Jalen Walker was 248. I mean, it's just like if you run like a 4.39 versus a 4.41, it's like when you're in the 240s, it like messes with people's heads. I don't know if that's it exactly, but it might be. Like you want 260 still. Like you want bigger still, I think.
You do.
That might be part of it.
It might be part of it. I think I think it's when you combine it with, if there was a weakness with Ezeraku's profile, it was power, right? And I think, he had some pop in his punch, maybe more than I was expecting. I felt like he had strength, but he didn't necessarily have a great amount of speed to power. He had a great bend and dip around the outside. He won with a lot of speed. He had a pretty good counter and a really good cross chop. Like he gets to the corner so often with that cross chop. It's like it's robotic, like every single time. So precise, just hits it, virtually never misses with it. And so he's always around the edge. But because of that, there's a real lack of plays on his tape where he like threatens the edge and then turns it into power and runs through a guy. And I do wonder, because the strength of competition wasn't necessarily the best, I wonder if teams are looking at him and saying, what happens when he faces an NFL tackle who can match his first move, who can match the cross chop, who isn't beaten by that first move? Can he run through that guy with power? And I don't know if there's enough plays on tape where they're convinced of that.
We're going to take one more quick break. Bills are on the clock. We'll be back with their pick. All right, we're back. Bills are on the clock here. Don't have a pick in just yet, but we got the Bills at pick 30, Chiefs at 31, Eagles at 32. Still to go here. Appreciate everybody being here, all the people in the chat, all the interaction. We're just hanging out. We're having fun. Don't forget, when we're done here, live reacting, we're going to have a post-game show. We're going to have a round one recap.
We got a trade. We got the Eagles.
The Eagles are on the clock. Now, Tom Pelissero is saying at pick 31. I think, does that mean at pick 30, or did the Bills make a pick and now the Eagles
trading up one spot would be quite Eagles.
Got to get above the Chiefs. Okay, so with number 30, the Bills pick at 30 per the NFL. Good source. The Bills are going Maxwell Hairston, cornerback out of Kentucky.
Okay.
So the Bills are going with the corner out of Kentucky. Now the Eagles have traded up with the Chiefs. One spot. They traded up one spot famously for Jalen Carter as well. So who's this going to be? Georgia defensive tackle? Is it Warren Brinson?
I mean, dude, if Howie ends up trading up one spot to get Mike Green, the internet's going to explode. We'll get to them in a minute.
But Howie made one statement about never associating with anybody with any sort of sexual assault history or anything like that. So just
right, but but again, this is a guy who nothing. He was essentially exonerated from both of them. So if you've determined he isn't associated with that and he was just accused twice, you know what I mean. It's so, again, nobody knows from the outside.
Let's go Hairston here. The pick at 30 here. We had been linking Trey Amos, Chavon Ravel as the guy I kept liking to give the Bills. Hairston's the guy here for the Bills at 30. Really athletic corner who ran a 4.28.
Yeah, you didn't like him as much as some of these other corners. It's definitely not the corner that we were projecting to go to the Bills multiple times, but I do think he fits there. So he's 5'11", 183 pounds. He's the closest guy in this draft to my height and weight right now. He runs a 4.28. I don't run a 4.28.
Very important.
But in terms of height and weight, we're the same human. So he's a little bit undersized, right? I'm not like prototypical NFL DB size, but he's got quicks. He's aggressive. Like he's feisty. There was a couple of like rough early season cover 3 busts that had me worried that he was maybe just a man cover guy and wasn't great in zone. But actually, the more the season went on, he showed some good feel for zone, made some really nice breaks. Had a pick 6 against Ohio State. That was another one of those great plays where you pass off a guy in the first zone, you attack the second threat, make a break on it. I wrote in my notes, he's not scheme specific. He works for any defense. So I think he works in Buffalo, whether they want to play man or zone coverage, on a game-to-game basis. He's got obviously elite speed, best 40 time, best miles per hour of any DB at the combine. Tackling technique, a little bit rough, but I don't think that's specific to him. I think that's just the kids these days. They don't tackle well.
Yeah, I didn't mean to rank him as low as I did. It doesn't really matter. I did like him the more I watched him. I get Hairston. I mean, even in my notes, I was like, look, when he's one-on-one, he's pretty good in most situations. When he's one-on-one, he's mostly good. As you mentioned, some good plays in zone. He's adjacent to some coverage busts. He's adjacent to some, eyes in the backfield, getting caught, some just bad football plays. But I think pure one-on-one, he's fantastic. The 4.28 speed shows up on the field. That part reminds me a little bit of Deonte Banks a couple of years ago, where Banks might not always be in perfect position, but the recovery speed was incredible. I think Hairston's probably a better all-around corner than Banks as well, not making a direct comparison, just talking about the speed and pure athleticism. It shows up on the field for Hairston. So
it really does. And his overall athleticism shows up like in every way. So he's got blazing speed, he's got quickness, his closing speed is really good. When the ball's in the air, that dude can make up ground. There's a play against Texas, I think, where he's smoked by one of those receivers, and he gets the gap back. Like he's lost 3 or 4 yards, and he gets it back in the air. He's got a 39.5-inch vert, and he not only looks like he can get up, but he looks like he can hang in the air. Michael Jordan style, Air Jordan. He's got hang time with that 39.5-inch vert. So ball skills, athleticism, speed, quickness. I think he's a good pick. I think he's a first-round player, and I like him in that defense.
Final point before we talk about the Eagles pick, I made a face. They've been trying to play more man. They're trying to match. They're trying to beat the Chiefs in the playoffs. The Chiefs have Xavier Worthy. They have Marquise Brown. They have their speed. They want to try to attack down the field more. Hairston combats that. They want to play man against the Chiefs. That's what he can do. And he's a good fit for what Buffalo wants to do schematically, but also just specifically against the Chiefs. The Eagles traded up one spot, gave up pick 164. So they switched 31 and 32, the Eagles and the Chiefs, and gave up pick 164 to the Chiefs to select Alabama linebacker Jihad Campbell, the top linebacker on most boards, the first linebacker off the board at pick 31. The Eagles usually go trenches, positional value aspects. They go linebacker because, hey, he's the best linebacker in the draft. I thought he could have gone as high as the top 10-ish, in the teens, and the Eagles get him at pick 31. Love it.
Yeah, on the one hand, I love this pick because, I mean, dude, the best off-the-ball linebacker in this class, all-around player, like monster threat within this defense as well. On the other hand, I'm bummed because I love Nakobe Dean, and that feels like that's the end of Nakobe Dean being a significant player in this defense. They re-sign Zach Bond. Jihad Campbell's going to come in. It's tough to find too many snaps for Nakobe Dean in that dynamic. But, man, Jihad Campbell, with what Zach Bond did a year ago, with what the rest of that defense is capable of, I mean, wow, it is another how did Howie do it? He just sat there, let the draft come to him again, and ends up snagging a guy that, where did he end up in the consensus board? Like
we
top
say
10.
We say let it come to him. He's been reportedly trying to trade up for a while, and
yeah,
so
sure.
I get we're experts, Sam. We're experts sitting here in our seat here. I can't imagine the tension in the draft room. Like Jihad Campbell's there at 20 and they're just going nuts. Like that had to be their guy, right? That was their guy. They were trying to trade up at 20 and at 22 and at 24 and everybody's saying no. And then the Chiefs finally do it. This was like when the Bucs got Tristan Wirfs. They were trying to trade up for him for like 8 picks, and they finally traded up one spot to just really make sure that they got him, and then they got him.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to be waiting to, like, it must be nerve-wracking enough to be sitting there waiting for a guy to drop. It must be even more nerve-wracking when you're trying to trade up every pick and being told no, and you're not even waiting. You're like trying to stop the wait and every team's like, nah, sorry, we're making our pick. That must be like about as nerve-wracking as it can get.
I think Campbell, though, overall, fantastic player. He's got a shoulder that could keep him out through training camp. I don't know that it's long-term or anything. Yeah.
Funny you should say that. Would you like to know the Boo Boo breakdown on
I would.
Jihad
I
Campbell?
would, actually. Yes, this is a great addition, the Boo Boo breakdown live on air.
From, again, our guy, Vic Troja. Tore his labrum in the shoulder in the bowl game against Michigan. A late injury in the season, and also one requiring surgery, is a yellow flag, not a red flag, a yellow flag for teams because they haven't seen his performance post-surgery. But a long road of building stability in that shoulder, given the usage of his position. So essentially, it's like, it's a little bit of a worry because of the unknown, right? We haven't really seen him, what happens post-injury, but not expected to be a long-term deal.
Apparently, Harry's upset that he's missed so many in his mock draft downstairs. He's upset. I was like, dude, well, nobody's hitting on mock. Like, does anybody have a good mock?
You need to you need to explain the baseline to him.
Yeah, the baseline, right? The baseline. It's like he's like, oh, I only got 4. Like, yeah, that's right. That's about right. 4 is about right. That's the baseline.
Better than we did.
I got not many.
I don't think I got many, draft, but I doubt it's more than that.
Chiefs are up on the clock at pick 32. Look, you mentioned good breakdown on the shoulder. I think Campbell's a fantastic player. He's a good blitzer. To me, kind of an old school outside, sideline to sideline linebacker. You got him and Zach Bond now, and Nakobe Dean insurance. Dean's going to head into the 4th year of his third round contract. So you're right. Maybe they let him walk and Campbell replaces him. Tough to pay both linebackers either. So from a team building perspective, you have a cheap linebacker to go with Zach Bond, who you just paid at the other spot. Puts the Chiefs up on the.
He's an amazing blitzer as well. Like it gives them a little bit of versatility and creativity within that defense. So yeah, a lot to like about that pick.
Can we get the chat? Listen, I want my kid to learn about failure and everything. Like, hey, kid, life's not easy, but just give him a little pep talk. Hey, it's okay, Harry. Get him next time, Harry. Can we get a little of that? The rap sheet saying that they almost went up to 22 to get Jihad Campbell.
Yeah.
So again, it's not like let the draft. They were trying for a while. I can't imagine how tense it is in that room where you love this guy so much and you have to sit there through 8 picks and nobody's taking your calls. Nobody's listening to you.
That's what I'm saying. The stress of not just like waiting for a guy to drop to you, but like trying to stop the wait, trying to prevent that by trading up. And everyone's like, nah, sorry, we're making our pick anyway.
Hey, Steve's kid, bring him some coffee. Might as well do something if you can't get the picks right. I like it. Jordan Schultz is reporting that the Chiefs are staying at 32, and he's expecting offensive line help for Patrick Mahomes.
This could be a Josh Simmons stop of the slide. Like, again, perfect landing spot because you don't need him to start right away. We were giving him to the Texans because they don't necessarily need a day 1 starter. Kansas City theoretically doesn't need a day 1 starter, but Josh Simmons as a future pick would be pretty impressive.
He's by far the next guy on the consensus board besides Simmons is Arizona. No, it's Arante Ursary at 48. That's it. As far as all offensive linemen go, Simmons is clearly the top guy as far as consensus board goes. So I could see that being the pick. Just a reminder to everybody. I can't believe we're here. It's 11:39. Pick will be in within the next couple minutes. We'll wrap up probably by 11:45 on our live show. And then we're going to a quick pee break. That's it. Take a break, restart a stream, whole new stream. You got to click on the new stream right here on the Check the Mic channel. Make sure you're subscribed. That helps. But we're going to recap. We're going to go pick by pick and go through the whole thing. It'll be great. So this has been fun. This is our hangout. We're just hanging out, enjoying the draft. I can't believe this many people showed up to just banter about, watch the draft with us, Sam. Having a great time.
It's been fun.
Yeah, I can tell. It's been fun. Yeah, we're having a great time. Chiefs will make their pick. We'll stop the stream, and we'll come back with a full pick-by-pick recap. And we're going to do it again tomorrow. We'll be live for all of day 2, rounds 2 and 3, and we'll do a recap after that too. Why not?
Sounds good. Whole day of it again.
Yeah, I think you need this coffee.
I just need the pick to come in. I'm trying to find out who they're going to actually select.
Are you searching?
Yeah, like it feels like why does this one feel like it's going slower?
How does he know it's an offensive lineman, but it's not announced yet? There it is. It's Josh Simmons. It's the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. It's an entirely interesting situation from Josh Simmons. Played at San Diego State for 2 years. The production wasn't great there, but he looked fantastic through 7 games, whatever it was at Ohio State this year. Fantastic. Movement, looked like a pure left tackle. I know some people liked him as a top 5 or 10 prospect in this draft if you don't have the patellar injury. And so here he is, Josh Simmons to the Chiefs, and maybe the left tackle of the future, which seemed like it would be difficult to come by in this draft coming into it.
Yeah, he gave up 1 hurry and 1 penalty in 6 games this season. Like the numbers were actually off the charts while he was playing until he got hurt. And yeah, like 6'5", 300+ pounds. For the Chiefs, it's particularly interesting because they brought in Jalen Moore. They gave him decent money to be left tackle. You've also got Juwan Taylor, who they paid earlier, but hasn't lived up to his $20 million a year contract. So I think it's a hedge in both spots, right? It lets you, if it doesn't work out with Jalen Moore, you could go to Josh Simmons. If it does work out with Jalen Moore, you can move on from Juwan Taylor in the future. And in either case, you get to ease Simmons back into it off the back of that patella injury, which is, more serious than a routine ACL. It's a more serious knee injury than that. So I think it's a great landing spot for him and for the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it's just the Chiefs have been so interesting because the 2 Super Bowls they lost, obviously the offensive line got beat up, whether it was the Bucs in 2020 or last year with the Eagles. So they had to rebuild the line after that. It's been a bit of a rebuild this past year, and figuring out with so few, not just tackle options, but specifically left tackle options on the free agent market, hedging with Jalen Moore, as you mentioned, and then not thinking that there was a ton of good left tackle talent in this draft. And a guy like Simmons, because of the injury, is falls here. He's Dane Brugler's offensive tackle 3, consensus board tackle 4. Because Dane's put, I think, Banks at guard, or one of the top tackles at guard, I believe. Yeah, I think it's Banks. So pretty good pick, upside pick here for the Chiefs. And like you said too, doesn't have to play right away, but a good long-term play for Kansas City.
Yeah, and I think if we had said this was one of their sort of best case scenarios, right? We've been picking, maybe they grab Josh Connerly, maybe they grab one of the 2nd round tackles that they could sneak into the 1st round. Simmons falling to them at the bottom of the 1st round, I think it's a great result for them.
It's the 1st round, man. As I said, there's so many good players left. I can't believe it. There's always so many good players left. Do you want to wrap it up really quick and then we'll recap? You want to just do a quick, round 1 recap here? I mean, we're going to.
Okay.
So there's still just say bye to the live stream, and then we're going to go.
What are you telling what we're doing first?
So this stream's going to end.
Yep.
Right here on the same channel. We're going to start a new one. It's going to be called Round 1 Recap or something of the like. You're going to click on it and watch us, and we're going to recap every pick and give our analysis on every pick.
Yeah. And one of the principal reasons we're doing that is because that will be the audio podcast for the people that listen. We are not putting up a 5-hour round 1 watch along on the audio stream. So that's the main reason.
So if you're an audio listener, driving to work tomorrow morning, whatever, it'll be up for you, the recap, if you can't stay up late. But we love the people. We always have a good group staying up late with us. More coffee? Should we get more coffee? Should we just quick?
No, but I might take the bathroom break now.
Well, let's do that. We'll recap and we'll do like best picks available in round 2. We'll do like a little round 2 preview. We'll do that on the next stream. That all sound good?
Yeah.
If you're new here, we appreciate you. If you're one of our loyal listeners, man, this has been fun. Appreciate everybody staying with us through this whole thing. Hit subscribe, do the thumbs up, do all the things. We're going to take a couple minutes here, set up the new stream. Go join it. We're going to recap the whole thing right now. Round 1, it's over. The live stream's over here. Check the mic. Go join the new stream. Let's go.